Yo. Yo. What's up guys? Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi. Cekku. Pagi guys. Morning everybody. Selamat pagi. Apa ada kejelasan? Kejelasan apa tuh? Oh, ngaretnya setengah jam. Jadi tadi gue istirahatin PC dulu sambil dibersihin kamar gue langsung. Sama gue ngurusin upload Cucurutu TV. Hanya agak telat. Kan minggu ini giliran gue yang upload, jadi gue ngurusin cupot dulu. Itu manis. Paham tidak? Hari ini kita harus ascendant adik-adik. Aku tidak menerima kalau aku tidak ascendant adik-adik. Solo. Bercanda kamu, suruh aku main solo. Tentu saja tidak. Solo tau nemu teammate kocak. Iya, gue nggak akan main solo sih. Sampai kapanpun lagi gue gak akan main solo. Yang solo cukup lagu Jenny, bener. That's true. Gue 2 kali menang lagi coy. Ding. Solo menantang bang, enggak deh. Terima kasih. Emang kebangun jam 12 masih main. Habis itu aing tidur lagi. Masih itu. Itu adalah match penentuan gue ke Ascendant. Kalah. Jadinya butuh 2 match. Sedih saya. Kalau solo pakai akun orang yang ranknya sama, enggak lah, ngapain gue main solo. Udah Valorant mah jangan main solo dah. Di rank apapun Valorant jangan main solo dah, saran gue mah bro. Asli bro. Stres bro. Teng tong teng tong teng 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 teng. Tutututu. Oh. Padahal kelasnya udah keren, makanya kalah tipis. Kemarin belum ke Ascendant belum. Makanya gue tuh pengen push rank nanti siang, main bertiga lah mungkin gitu. Oh. Wah itu bohong. Oh. Pagi Putra, pagi Vanilla. Akhirnya main siang lagi. Gua mesti main si Ascendant pokoknya guys ya. Tapi nggak tahu sih siang bakalan jadi main apa enggak, gue belum tahu soalnya lihat situasi kondisi manusiawi. Halo Mas Raffi. Road to Radiant. Aduh, nanti dulu pelan-pelan Pak Supir. Radiant baik. Wah. Oh by the way, TCM udah selesai update ya. CCM update-nya kecil banget lagi, 20 MB doang. Pikir bakal kayak berapa ratus MB gitu kan ya. Ternyata update cuma 20 MB, that's it. Oke lah. Kita bisa coba juga nanti. Saya penasaran ya, belum nyentuh Ascendant. Belum. Penasaran lah, orang nanggung gitu, gila kali. Siapa yang gak penasaran? Joko tuh besok ya ulang tahunnya ya, Joko ya. Tanggal 7 apa tanggal 6 sih? Tanggal 7 kan Joko ya? Tut 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 tut. Yang sama Bang Manson lagi, nggak tahu deh kalau Manson. Gue sih kemarin baru ngajak ini John sih. Enak banget lagunya, enak kan? Lagunya Zelda, Pagi Noval. Sama siapa aja nanti siang, nggak tahu. Belum tahu gue main apa enggak. Kemarin gue baru ngajakin John doang. Pokoknya. Oh. Wah. Teng teng. Teng. Dwi Risa, welcome back to Definition Silver. Halo. Halo Kumal. Gak berasa gini ya waktu pas yang kode IRL Darren hampir nyungsep itu 2022. Kayaknya iya deh. Kalau nggak salah sih iya benar. Kedua ya, ada Anton juga sebeton soalnya. Rambut. Kenapa rambutmu begitu? Karena rambut udah mulai panjang. Jadi aku nggak suka ada poni rambutnya, jadi bikin kayak bandok gitu di headset. Tembus rekor nih Sabaton B28, benar. Bahkan ini mencapai day 30 besok. Besok mencapai day 30. Jadi 1 bulan aku subatong. Mantap-mantap, respect. Ini hari apa ya? Rabu kan? Nah, ini hari Rabu. Gue kan mulai sabaton tanggal 9 kalau nggak salah ya. Kalau nggak salah gue mulai sabaton tanggal 9. Ya benar, tanggal 9 Agustus gue mulai sabaton. Di hari ini D30. Besok Besok day 30 kok hari ini. 30 sih. Besok ucapin sendiri aja, ngapain ini tipe saya juga ngucapinnya buat diri saya sendiri ya. Rambut lepek. Indri Danti, welcome back to Definition Silver. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Ya. Good morning. Guys, kayak mau tahu sesuatu nggak, guys? Mau tahu sesuatu nggak sih? Wah, kacau nih. Woi. Woi. Ya kalian kelihatan lah ya. Waduh. Dia nggak mau fokus ke layar gue, coy. Tuh. Centang biru. Halo. Woi. Waduh. Aku dibangun pagi-pagi gara-gara mak mertua aku lupa taruh duit buat bayar duit bus Jojo di mana. Di Jojo saat sekolah dong. Wah, rusak nih autofocusnya nih. Kelihatan lah ya. Salah. Alah. Gini aja lah. Ribet. Kayak orang susit. Lihat gak? Nih, gede nih di layar nih. Tuh. Bro. Hah? Follow riskan, capek. Capek banget di follow riskan. Emang mesti diedit nih. Gak bisa nih. Nah, dah. Hilang dia, hilang. Oh, gini aja. Biar jadi bukan riskan ya. Oke. Nah, gini aja. Makasih, makasih. Harus diedit, harus. Wah, masa harus gue edit? Niat biar kalian tidak bodoh. Oke. Gue edit niat kalau gitu. Kalian mau gue ngedit niat? Baik. Gue edit niat, siap. Gue edit niat. Sabar lu ya. Lu tunggu lu. Gue edit niat. Lu tunggu aja. Biar kagak bodoh lu pada lu. Gila lu. Kayak ngadi-ngadi lu. Nah. Sumpah jadi beneran kayak editan gue, brengsek. Capek deh. Jadi beneran editan gue. Aldo. Capek banget. Hari-hari scam gue. Damn, wrong move my friend. Udahlah, kecewa gue sama kalian. Gak ada support-supportnya, males. Susah gue edit, gue delete. Dah. Males. Bad mood, males, males. Sorry banget nih, sorry banget. Sorry banget. Sorry banget nih, ini mah sorry banget. Asik, asik. Lihat gak? Sorry banget nih haters. Dasar kalian semua haters brengsek. Sorry banget nih haters ya. Sorry banget ini mah tuh. Sorry banget. Sorry banget deh. Sorry banget. Sorry ya haters ya. Sorry banget. Emang kalau haters bilang editan emang. Terus ada bunyi tet. Haters bilang editan, bos. Haters bilang editan, bos. Haters bilang ini mah editan, bos. Capek pakai AI. Viewers dajal. Nggak bisa lihat orang bahagia lu. Semoga kalian besok yang bilang editan bokernya keras, sakit. Purin. Ajak main atau ngajak jalan? Buset, pelan-pelan Pak Supir. Ngajak jalan tiba-tiba. Gue aja nggak tahu dia punya pacar apa kagak ya. Kayaknya dia punya pacar nih. Masa iya? Secakep dia nggak punya pacar? Berak batu, berak batu. Besok yang bilang fake. Diam kau komel. Timer SUBATHON-nya editan harusnya 40 jam itu. Nah, ini lagi satu. Ini lagi satu. Editan kah? Ke 24 hari 48 jam. Wow. Kenapa ada 48 jam tuh? Kenapa nggak jadi 26 hari tuh? Kumel tuh. Kenapa 24 hari 48 jam? Coba pertanyaannya, ayo. Kan timer kan cuma sampai 2359 ya kalau jam ya. Kurang, kumel ininya kurang. Ajak nikah gitu. Kurang, kumel kurang. Mungkin Alis maunya ta'aruf. Buset, tiba-tiba Alis maunya ta'aruf aja lu. Ta'aruf tuh apa ya? Lemau. Rambutnya kan yang kurang ya sih, mulai rontok banyak. Ini udah tua, lu udah tua tuh, nggak tua. Toret tot 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 tot. Langsung nikah tanpa pacaran. Oh. Oh itu artinya taruh. Oke oke. Taruh buat server saya. Ya kalau server saya ya ada juga sih. Hati-hati bang, follower Alis bocil PUBG sama bocil ML. Gila demi Alis gue siap bro. Demi Alis gue siap menerima melindungi Alis dari bocil-bocil dajal kematian itu. Mental gue udah kuat banget ini mah. Jai. Jangan sok muda, udah umurnya quarter life crisis. Dah. Quarter life crisis dibilang itu mah buat anak-anak yang masih culun. Kalau aku mah udah gak ada quarter life crisis. Tiap hari aku krisis dari dulu. Udah sering ngadepin bocil Among Us, bener. Udah terlatih mentalku. Alis siapa? BTR Alis. Bukan, Alis in Borderland. Naruto Sasuke. Nah, emang Alis umur berapa ya? Emang Alis umur 18? Agak lah. Kocak. Selamat pagi, Chris. Berapa umur Alis? Dia umur 22 tahun. Jangan ngadi-ngadi lu. Umur 22 tahun mah. Chill aja, bro. 2001 kan? Ya elah. Gila, gue pikir gue pedofil. Gak lah. 22 tahun mah santai, bro. Ya ampun, dia ada terkena penyakit langka, cuy. Spina bifida. Spina bifida, cuy. Jadi spina bifida itu tulang belakang terbuka. Kelainan membuat penderita kemungkinan mengalami perkembangan tak sempurna di tulang belakang saat masih dalam rahim. Ini jangan ngadi-ngadi lu. Lu nggak usah pakai ini lu. Ini udah pasti kalau nggak Regina, Sezem ini. Dia manggil gue bukan Devin. Haha, aku udah tahu sekarang itu fake. Itu fake donation. Gak usah lo fake donation ke gua. Haha, gua udah cara panggil guanya aja salah, bukan Devin. Haha. Kamu fake. Aku sudah tahu Alis yang sebenarnya seperti apa. Hahaha. Mas Devin, lu pikir gua ini mas-mas di pinggir jalan yang buat ditanya jalan? Maaf mas, dimana ya? Dimana? Gak peduli Alis punya pacar. Enggak dong, kalau punya pacar mah aku mundur. Anda sudah pasti dipanggil om-om. Lu yang dipanggil om-om. Buset, si paling merasa muda lu. Welly Supranabja, bener-bener. Ya aku panggil pacar aku mas. Loh, aku nggak mau dipanggil mas-mas. Aku maunya dipanggil sayang. Asik. Tet. Tenet. Panggilnya Onti Devina, terus dia retract message-nya capek. Anjay, gurinjay, mabai. Loh, gue mau dipanggil sayang sama pacar gue, bener dong. Masa sama pacar lo gak mau dipanggil sayang? Bukan sama Alis loh. Gue bilang gue mau dipanggil sayang sama pacar gue. Alis bukan pacar gue. Jadi ya kita gak mungkin panggilan pacar dong. Gila kali ya. Baru dibalas DM langsung ngayal pakai catering, gimana kagak? Yang ngayal tuh kalian coy. Gua mah anaknya nggak ngayal. Gua tuh anaknya chill banget. Jadi ngajak main mah udah seneng gua. Orang gua udah bilang Alis tuh definisi cantik. Alis dan Angie. Oh, itu dua wanita definisi cantik, alami, natural. Astagfirullahaladzim, Tuhan Yesus. Bernama satu dan streamer. Mungkin karena dilupakan. Alah, Stella mah buang aja jauh-jauh, bos. Alis dan Kenji. Angie. Capek. Mereka tuh singkatannya sama lagi. Sebenarnya kan dia namanya kan bukan Alice ya. Alice itu kan nama game dia ya. Dia kan namanya sebenarnya MG-nya itu kan. Dia tuh sebenarnya namanya bukan Alice, guys. Nama dia tuh Maureen Gabriela, nama aslinya. Alice tuh nama game doang. Bukan nama asli dia. Rep, aku lagi OTW Jakarta nih dari Bandung. Oke. Terus gue harus ngapain? Safe trip. Alice itu siapanya bulu mata. Aduh, capek. Lagi cyborg. Jomplang apa kalau Alice jalan sama Wih, Alice nggak sependek. Maureen Gabriela. Coy. Oh, dia bentar lagi ulang tahun 22 September. Nama lengkap Maureen. Devin, ntar malam aku live, mau mabar nggak kok? Lu gue jedotin pala lu ya. Masih aja nge-gimmick, dibilang gue dipanggilnya bukan ko. Gue jedotin pala lu. Ada 150-an coy. Masa sih? Ya nggak apa-apa lah, perbaikin keturunan. Hai. Hari-hari perbaikin keturunan. Maureen Gabriela Stefani, namanya bagus banget. Nama gue Christopher Devinson Bunardi. Bagus juga sih, nama pemberian orang tua mah selalu bagus ya kan. Udah punya laki, sumpah udah punya pacar. Damn it. Oke. Thank you semuanya. Thank you. Punten, mari. Terima kasih. Kita hentikan semua hayalan ini. Terima kasih semuanya. Punten, ya. Ente dah guys, ente. Cukup menghayalnya cukup ya. Ente banget, ente. Demit, bro. Mundur, ayo pelan-pelan, mundur. Stop. Ya udah mentok ya. Mendo aja nggak menyerah. Mendo kan cuma main doang ya. Udah lama lagi mereka. Wah. Oke. Saya mendukung gue cuma pengen ngeliat orang tuh bahagia aja sih. Jadi selama orang itu bahagia, gue ikut bahagia lah. Jadi semoga langgeng. Semoga bisa bahagia lah ya buat Alice. Cewek secakep Alice mana mungkin jomblo. Nah itu dia bro. Kan gue udah ngomong tadi. Terus ada yang ngomong masih jomblo bang. Emang info hoax lu pada lu. Oh iya Fonzi aja bang. Kau pikir cewek-cewek cantik itu mudah dipicut semua? Main Fonzi kau. Kalau mukaku nih kayak Brad Pitt, kayak Leonardo DiCaprio, kayak Shawn Mendes, kayak Justin Bieber, mungkin aku mudah dapetinnya ya. Bro, mukaku lulus KKM aja pas-pasan bro. Astagfirullah. Yang penting udah di follow Rizkan. Ini yang penting lu punya duit, lu punya kuasa. Lu pikir bukan pesimis guys. Kita tuh harus tahu kapan kita harus gas dan kapan kita harus reverse, mundur gitu loh. Kalau orang udah punya pacar mah kita nggak boleh ngegas dong. Kita kan tidak mau menjadi perusak hubungan orang. Ntar jadi ada karmanya bos. Makasih ya yang udah bilang aku ganteng ya. Aku tahu aku ganteng sebenarnya. Asik. Dari minder jadi overconfidence tiba-tiba. Emang aku aslinya 2. Aku belum punya pacar kok, pengennya sih langsung nikahin. Ini lagi udah ketawa nih. Udah lihat kan? Tuh. Udah mulai ketawa nih. Udah mulai kelihatan busuknya KW. Nikahin pala bapak kau, nikahin suruh jedotin pala kau selokan. Udah ketahuan tuh. Ini gue udah mulai bisa mencium nih siapa di balik Alice Maureen fake ini. Dajjal emang. Plot twist beneran Alice yang donate. Nggak mungkin. Tidak mungkin. Verified-nya kan semua orang juga bisa verified kalau mau mah. Itu udah pasti cowok yang ngetik kayak gitu, nggak mungkin cewek. Jadi kalau kita minimalisasi lagi, siapakah yang menjadi fake si Alice ini, Alice Maureen fake ini, ya kan? Ini kemungkinan adalah kamu. Salah, kamu. Ya, kamu. Kamu. Tak. Ini kapan mabar sama Alice? Belum tahu lah. Kan masih conversation. Sumpah bukan gua. Nggak ada. Kan gue bilang cowok ya, kumpel ya. Kenapa lo jadi merasa sih? Kan cowok. Ente cowok. Sama Yupi aja seumuran. Kan gue udah bilang ya, cewek-cewek cakep di dunia ini pasti udah ada pawangnya. Tau gak lu? Please info jadi cowok ganteng please. Caranya gimana ya jadi cowok ganteng ya? Racunin Alice Valorant dong, Vin. Nah, dia kayaknya pasti udah pernah coba gak sih? Kayak nggak mungkin dia nggak pernah coba. Cewek-cewek yang cakep tuh pasti udah ada pawangnya. Oplas ya. Duit. Dipikir oplas pakai kolor. Pakai duit. Mana duitnya, kasih gua sini. Kasih gue duit. Give me those money, give me those. Wak. Halo Rapi. Pawang gimana? Pawang tuh ada yang ngejagain cowoknya gitu loh. Hah? Semua butuh duit. Tonight, tonight, cause baby tonight I'm gonna live up on my eye. Beautiful. Wow, bawang, wow. Gak semuanya tentang cewek, Om. Bener, gak semuanya tentang cewek, tapi aku butuh cewek. Pagi Chandra. Pagi Smoochies. Siapa sih? Kalian infonya valid gak? Alice tuh. Ntar gue info hoax lagi nih. Lu mengubur dalam-dalam apa ayang lagi, awang-awang gua. Devin butuh berkembang biak, itu nggak salah sih. Cuma kok gue terkesan cowok horny gitu kan, nggak gitu. Tanya aja ke orangnya. Buset, ntar nih baru datang, halo iya salam kenal, Alice kamu udah punya pacar? Hanya masa langsung tanya ke orangnya, kocak bener. Langsung leave Discord dia, unfollow, udah dihapus nama gua dari otak dia coy. Bener emang. Wah. Beautiful. Ta 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 ta. Alis sama NG udah ada pawangnya. Ya, oke. Thank you. Thank you semuanya. Thank you ya. Thank you. Emang Valorant meskipun menyedihkan, tapi Valorant lah yang bisa membuatku tertawa bersama teman-temanku. Sudah Stella skip. Skip dulu kakak. Hah? Oke. Skip, guys, skip. Skip dulu kakak ya, punten ya. Aku skip dulu dah. Gue pengen nonton ini dah. Gue pengen nonton One Piece recap biar gue paham dikit. Soalnya FYP gue isinya One Piece doang nih. Mulai ngeselin nih FYP gue nih. Yola lo. One Piece summary. Gue males nonton anime dari awal, jadi kita nonton complete recap aja guys ya. Ada per arc nih, per arc nih. Nih per arc. Tuh. Tuh, ada per arc. Lumayan guys. East Blue, Alabasta, Sky Island, Water Seven, Thriller Bark, The Paramount, Fishman Island, Dressrosa, The Yonko. Habis ini kurang berapa lagi nih? Bisa ini 3 tahun lalu lagi terakhir. Gue nggak tahu tuh berapa arc tuh. Ini kurang berapa arc dari sini? Dari The Yonko Saga ini kurang berapa arc? Habis The Yonko Saga ada arc apa lagi? Main jauh. Coba gue search One Piece arc. Oke. Ini dari arc The Yonko Saga. Yonko Saga tuh apa, bos? Abis Dressrosa, Whole Cake, banyak ya masih ya. Whole Cake Island. Abis Dressrosa, jadi Whole Cake Island ini Yonko. Yonko arc masuk Wano Kuni, lihat dari Google. Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni? Apaan tuh Wano Kuni? Yonko itu masuknya arc Wano. Untuk Wano Kuni, lihat dari. Jadi Whole Cake Island. Biasanya ada Dressrosa nih. Ini kan Dressrosa Saga. Whole Cake Island. Ini berarti ya. Apa sampai Wano? Ntar gue mau nonton dari awal, jadi kalian nanti kasih tahu gue aja ya. Ini yang mana bang? Ini gue butuh waktu berapa nih? 852, 10, 19, 845, 10. Lama ya? Banyak juga ya? Ya udahlah, nyicil lah. Nyicil. YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan. Fisik. Ini untuk ke... Kalau nggak usah lah, biar ketutupan dikit.
Review your source for everything One Piece. Today we are going to embark on a nice new short.
Lanjut bang.
East Blue is the first saga of the series, comprising 6 individual arcs told over a total of exactly 100 manga chapters and 54 anime episodes. And we begin with the premise for the entire series, as we see the execution of Pirate King Gol D. Roger. His final words to the world are a challenge, stating that he has left all of his treasure in one place, but in order to find it, you'll have to search the entire world. This treasure becomes known as the One Piece, and following Roger's execution, civilization is set ablaze with ambition to find it, commencing the Great Age of Piracy. 12 years later, we meet our young protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, who lives in Fuchsia Village in East Blue. His desire in life is to become a pirate and join the crew of Redhead Shanks, a captain who has made Fuchsia Village his temporary base. During this time, Luffy accidentally consumes a devil fruit known as the Gomu Gomu no Mi.
Ini nggak ada animasi guys, jadi aman kalau nggak ada animasi, cuma gambar doang.
Which turns him into a rubber.
Kemarin Uncle Roger abis react One Piece kena peringatan. Iya, karena ada animasi kan. Kalau ini kan nggak ada animasi, cuma ini doang.
Unfortunately lose the ability to swim as a result, which is the curse of consuming devil fruits. Luffy proceeds to cause trouble with some bandits and is saved by Shanks, who loses his left arm protecting Luffy from a Sea King. As Shanks and his crew prepare to depart the village, Luffy exclaims that he will become a pirate on his own. But not only that, he also claims that he will surpass Shanks and become the next Pirate King. Touched by Luffy's words, Shanks then gives Luffy his straw hat and makes him promise to return it once he becomes a great pirate. And 10 years later, Luffy is ready to set out on his voyage, punching the Sea King that stole Shanks' arm and beginning a legendary journey. As part of his quest, Luffy decides that he will need a crew and sets out to find strong individuals, saving a chore boy by the name of Kobe from a rather large pirate named Elvida, who in turn guides him to Shell's Town to meet the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro, who is currently imprisoned on a wood thing. As it turns out, Zoro is a swordsman whose dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, an ambition that he will achieve at almost any cost in honor of his friend and rival Kuina, who tragically passed away before she could embark on the quest herself. In a very sneaky move, Luffy retrieves Zoro's swords but tells him that he can only have them back if he joins his crew, and Zoro, being a fairly simple man, eventually acquiesces, and the pair go on to defeat Captain Morgan, a corrupt marine officer in charge of Shellstown. Basically, he's a dick. As well as his son, Helmeppo, who very much takes after his father in the whole dick department. And so the two of them proceed to leave Shellstown, although Kobe decides to stay behind and join the Marines, putting into action his own dream of becoming an officer within the organization. Take note of this little boy, you will see him again. From here, Luffy and Zoro end up in Orange Town, where they encounter a thief named Nami and a pirate called Buggy the Clown, another devil fruit user who ate the Bara no Mi, which allows him to separate and control parts of his body. As it happens, Buggy was also a member of the Roger Pirates, along with Luffy's role model Shanks, although they both held very minor positions in the crew. And so Luffy, Zoro, and Nami team up to save Orange Town, with Zoro defeating a unicyclist and Luffy blasting various parts of Buggy into the distance. After these events, Nami decides to make a temporary alliance with Luffy and Zoro, leading the three of them to sail to Syrup Village, where they meet a boy named Usopp and uncover a plot by the devious Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who was planning to sack the village and steal the fortunes of a girl named Kaya. Usopp tries to warn the villagers about the impending attack, however he is a renowned liar, I mean just look at the size of that nose, and so it is put onto our small band of protagonists to stop the Black Cat Pirates, an effort that is rather successful, leaving Kuro and his crew utterly defeated. As a reward for their actions, the Straw Hats are gifted a caravel called the Going Merry, which would go on to become their flagship vessel for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, Usopp was invited to join the crew, with his dream being to become a brave warrior of the sea, just like his father Yasop, who was actually a member of the Red Hat Pirates, and Luffy met him when he was younger. Now all of this work has made our protagonist hungry, so we're off to the floating restaurant of Baratie to meet a chef named Sanji, a man whose dream is to find the legendary All Blue, a patch of water in which all of the world's various fish can be found. Now the restaurant is actually run by an ex-pirate named Zeph, who saved Sanji from a shipwreck as a child, and the two ended up marooned on a rocky outcrop. In an act of pure nobility, Zeph gave Sanji all of the food that washed up with them, and in order to survive, he severed his leg with a rock and ate it. And yes, this is the way it had happened. If you think Zeph lost his leg by saving Sanji in the ocean, then you really need to go ahead and read the manga. But the two were eventually rescued, and so Zeph started the restaurant. And as a result of nearly starving to death, Sanji decided that he would always feed a hungry person, whether they be friend or foe. Cut to the pirate Gin arriving on the restaurant and very aggressively demanding food. So as a result, Sanji fed him, and Gin went off to bring his captain Don Krieg to the restaurant, who further demanded the same thing for his entire armada. To which the owner Zeph met their request and then warned the chefs of Baratie to prepare for battle with the Krieg pirates. However, before the festivities begin, the restaurant is approached by Drakul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the man responsible for destroying Krieg's armada in the Grand Line. He also happens to be the world's greatest swordsman, and so seeing an opportunity to make his dream come true, Zoro immediately challenges him. And this fight is quite possibly one of the most one-sided conflicts in all of media. Mihawk obliterates Zoro with ease. However, he is highly impressed by the young swordsman's pride and resolve, electing to leave him alive and setting Zoro a challenge to surpass him. And Zoro responds by exclaiming to Luffy that he will never lose again. In the meantime, Nami, being a thief and all, betrayed the Straw Hats and stole the Going Merry as well as all of the treasure aboard. This prompted Usopp and Zoro to pursue her, whilst Luffy stayed on Baratie to help defend the restaurant against Krieg. And one relatively hard-fought battle later, Luffy emerged victorious. And not only that, but he also acquired a new crew member in Sanji, who after much prompting agreed to become Luffy's chef. And so the Straw Hats would all converge again on Kokoyashi Village, Nami's hometown, a territory currently under the rule of a fisherman named Arlong, who was responsible for killing Nami's adoptive mother Belmare and forced Nami herself into a life of piracy, agreeing to release Kokoyashi Village for the sum of 100 million berries, an amount that Nami was astonishingly close to attaining. However, she was betrayed by Arlong, and more desperate than ever before, she pleaded for Luffy to help her. And of course, Luffy instantly agreed, and along with Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, he went to Arlong Park to put an end to the fisherman's tyranny. And the ensuing battle very much acts as the climax of East Blue, with Zoro reaffirming his dream to become the world's greatest swordsman, Sanji having his first fight as a member of the Straw Hats, and Usopp overcoming his crippling cowardice and managing to defeat his first one-on-one opponent in the series. Meanwhile, Luffy destroys Arlong Park, symbolically releasing Nami from her shackles, as well as somewhat literally doing it by defeating Arlong himself. Nami then officially joins the crew as the navigator, and our team is set to embark into the Grand Line. But not before a short stop at Logtown, the location in which the previous pirate King Roger was born, as well as the location that he was executed. And this portion of the story acts as an epilogue to East Blue, bringing back former villains like Buggy the Clown and Alvida, as well as seeing Shanks again for the first time since the initial chapter of the series. Furthermore, as a result of Luffy's actions to this point, he is officially recognized as a danger by the Marines, and a bounty of 30 million berries is placed on his head, which is incredibly high for an East Blue pirate. Logtown also acts as a prologue to the future of the series, introducing us to one of the more fearsome Marines, Smoker, who makes it his mission to pursue Luffy into the Grand Line. However, we also receive another taste of top-tier power with an appearance from the most wanted man in the world, Dragon, who for mysterious reasons appears to save Luffy from execution, and with that, the Straw Hats officially embark on their journey into the Grand Line, properly commencing a spectacular adventure to achieve all of their dreams and bringing an end to the East Blue saga.
Oke, jadi East Blue itu siapa namanya tadi? Arlong. Ya pokoknya yang fishman itu ya. Sampai Arlong. Iya, ini cuma sampai Arlong, berarti cuma East Blue doang kan? Iya. Live action-nya kan. Oke. Arlong. Jadi East Blue end di semua kekumpul Zoro, Usopp, Sanji sama si Nami. Arlong, dimana dia ngebantuin Nami dari dari ini kan, dari si Arlong ini kan. Dan dia officially di-recognize sama Marines, dapat bounty pertamanya 30 juta Luffy. Luffy ini ya, oke. Paham Pak, itu gue lumayan paham, karena gue lumayan masih tahu lah kalau yang East Blue ini ya. Kita lihat ke Alabasta gue no idea nih.
Perubahan bisa terwujud kalau dimulai dari
Bisnet, aku cinta Bisnet, tapi aku gak suka denger iklannya.
One Piece, and more specifically sagas in minutes, the series that aims to equip you with the basic knowledge to leap into the wilderness of One Piece. And today we're going to be delving into some more classic arcs told over a mighty 117 chapters over the exceptionally dangerous Reverse Mountain, although through a good 17 chapters and a giggity 69 anime episodes. And we begin with the Straw Hats embarking on their adventure into the Grand Line. However, to enter this stretch of water, one must travel over the exceptionally dangerous Reverse Mountain. Although through a good old bout of teamwork, they managed to cross the mountain, enter the Grand Line, and the very very first thing they see is a giant whale. The whale's name is the Boon, and Luffy ends up curing him of his depression somewhat, as well as graffitis a poorly drawn straw hat upon him. The crew also discover an old doctor named Crocus, who informs them of exactly how to travel the Grand Line, as well as states that the final island is Raftel, an island in which only the crew of the former Pirate King has ever reached, and it is assumed that this is where the One Piece is hidden. During this time, there's also some tomfoolery with some mysterious antagonists known as Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, who were trying to kill the Boon so that they could feed his juicy whale meat to their hometown. Things do not go well for them, but eventually the two beg the Straw Hats to take them to an island named Whiskey Peak, to which Luffy surprisingly agrees. And as the group leave Reverse Mountain, we linger on Crocus for a bit, who reveals that he once knew the former Pirate King, and ponders over whether the Straw Hats are the pirate crew that they've been waiting for. Upon arrival in Whiskey Peak, the crew are greeted as heroes and even treated to a soiree of sorts. However, this was but a clever ruse, and it is revealed that the entire island was populated by agents of an underground organization named Baroque Works, who were planning to capture Luffy and turn him into the world government to claim his 30 million berry bounty. Unfortunately for them, and very impressively, despite having won drinking contests against 13 individual people that night, Zoro manages to stay alert and proceeds to take out the entire town of roughly 100 bounty hunters. Nobody is capable of stopping him whatsoever, not even the higher ranking Baroque Works agents. However,
Zoro.
eventually Luffy wakes up and, misunderstanding the situation, begins a fight with Zoro. In the meantime, two officer agents arrive on the island known as Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, who are in search of a spy within their organization, although they find themselves in the way of the fight between Luffy and Zoro and end up being beaten exceedingly quickly. After witnessing such strength, the choice is made to reveal the true identity of Miss Wednesday, who is actually Princess Vivi of the Alabaster Kingdom. What do you know? And it is then explained that the leader of Baroque Works, Sir Crocodile, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has been working to plunge Alabaster into civil war for his own nefarious purposes, and Vivi infiltrated his organization to find a way to fight him. The Straw Hats agree to help Vivi save her nation. However, just prior to their departure from the islands, they encounter Miss All Sunday, the vice president of Baroque Works, who attempts to help the crew, but Luffy refuses. And so we set sail, with the next stop of the log post being an island known as Little Garden, a piece of land populated by dinosaurs, 2 giants, and wouldn't you know it, several more Baroque Works agents. In regards to the giants though, their names are Dory and Broggy, and they have been locked in a never-ending duel for the past century, long enough that they have both forgotten what they're fighting over. But hey, that is not going to stop 2 citizens of Elbaf doing their thing. The 2 of them are also former infamous pirate captains with a 100 million berry bounty on their heads each, and so the officer agent Mr. 3 comes up with a cunning plan to interrupt the fight and collect the bounty. Unlike prior agents, Mr. 3 and his partner Miss Golden Week present a proper challenge to the Straw Hats, with Mr. 3 managing to imprison Zoro, Nami, and Vivi on a wax wedding cake candelabra thing crafted from his devil fruit abilities, while Miss Golden Week subdued Luffy purely through the power of painting. And so it is left to Usopp and Vivi's pet duck Karoo to save the day as they manage to free everyone and together take down the officer agents. As thanks for their actions, Dory and Broggy help the Straw Hats depart the island by sending them through a giant fishy known as the Island Eater. And it is revealed to us that the reason why they began fighting in the first place was because one day Dory and Broggy could not decide whose fish was bigger, and so they entered a contest of honor to settle the feud, a contest that to this day has still not come to a conclusion. But with that out of the way, it's now on to Alabaster, right? Wrong. Whilst on Little Garden, Nami caught a deadly fever, and so the Straw Hats have to put their mission on hold to find a doctor, which leads them to Drum Island, a bit of a wintry wasteland that had recently been sacked by a pirate known as Blackbeard, causing its former king Wapol to flee in fear. Now Wapol is a bit of a dick, and so he happened to take all of the island's best doctors with him, well, all except for one, that is, a person referred to as a witch by the townsfolk, Dr. Kuriha. Unfortunately, Kuriha took up residence in Drum Castle after Wapol fled, and so it is put upon Luffy to carry both Nami and an injured Sanji all the way up the highest mountain of the island, barehanded by the way, to which Luffy barely makes it to the top, and the 3 are taken in for medical treatment by Dr. Kuriha and her assistant, a reindeer called Tony Chopper. Well, he's half reindeer anyway. Chopper was originally a reindeer, however at a certain point in his life he stumbled across the Hito no Mi, and upon consuming it he gained a human level of sentience, as well as the ability to transform into a human and a half-human, half-reindeer form. Following this, he was exiled from his herd and labeled a monster by the human residents of the island, and only found solace in one person, his mentor, Dr. Hirolook. However, various tragedies struck, and Hirolook took his own life in front of Drum Castle, prompting Chopper to beg Kuriha to train him and sparking his dream to become a great.
Do you want to launch your own
all disease? Shortly after the Straw Hats arrived, the former King Wapol returned to the island to reclaim his throne, but remember, he's a bit of a dick, and so he was promptly defeated by Luffy and Chopper himself would go on to join the crew in order to travel the world to broaden his medical knowledge and make his dream come true. And now we arrive at the main event as the Straw Hats finally enter the desert nation of Alabasta.
Alabasta.
Just prior to their
Alabasta
arrival, they
Kingdom.
encounter Bon Clay, an agent
Oh,
of
Bon
Baroque Works,
Clay.
but they don't know that, and he doesn't know that they are prime targets of his organization. As such, they become friends instantly, and he displays his devil fruit power, which allows him to change his body into the form of anybody whom he has touched. One of the forms Bon Clay demonstrates is Vivi's father, Nefertari Cobra, which tips Vivi off to the fact that he is indeed a Baroque Works agent, and after the two groups depart, the Straw Hats come up with the idea to draw an X on their left arms to prove that they are all crewmates, so as to not be fooled by Bon Clay pretending to be any of them in the future. As the Straw Hats
Nice.
land on Alabasta and make their way across the island, they encounter Smoker, the Marine captain they met in Logtown,
Oh,
as well
ketemu
as
Smoker.
Luffy's brother,
Ace.
Forecast Ace, who saves them from Smoker and gives Luffy a piece of his Vivia card before continuing on his own personal mission to find a pirate by the name of Blackbeard. Deciding to face Crocodile head-on, the crew makes for Rain Base and ends up captured in the basement of a casino named Rain Dinners, along with Smoker, who is pursuing them. Although they do manage to escape thanks to Sanji and his banana wani kicking abilities, and as thanks for saving his life, Smoker decides not to pursue the Straw Hats, who, having failed to defeat Crocodile, now desperately head for the capital city of Alabasta to stop the civil war before it begins. Although Crocodile doesn't simply let them escape, and Luffy makes the decision to stay behind and face him alone in order to allow the others to proceed. Up against the warlord, Luffy is entirely outclassed due to Crocodile's devil fruit abilities, a Logia-type fruit that allows him to control and become sand. And after
Sand.
being impaled, Luffy is left for dead in the desert, although luckily he is saved by the enigmatic Miss All Sunday. Elsewhere,
Miss
Vivi and the Straw
Sunday.
Hats are unsuccessful in preventing the war from beginning, and the city becomes engulfed in battle, during which the Straw Hats each face off against a high-ranking agent of Baroque Works, with the battles looking a little something like this. Nami takes on her first one-on-one opponent, Usopp teams up with Chopper to take down an officer-agent duo, Sanji defeats an Okama, and Zoro learns how to cut steel on the fly in order to come out on top against the infamous assassin, Das Bones. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Princess
nice.
Vivi makes it all the way to the palace, confronting Crocodile, and is saved by Luffy just before he kills her. And so Luffy versus Crocodile, round 2.
Round
begins.
2.
The difference this time is that Luffy knows Crocodile's weakness being water, and so the fight is not anywhere near as one-sided, but Crocodile still manages to defeat Luffy a second time. Shortly after, it is revealed that Crocodile's goal in Alabasta was to reach a poneglyph, which are
Poneglyph.
indestructible stones inscribed with an ancient language. In this case, the poneglyph located on Alabasta was said to detail the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Miss All Sunday, who was hired by Crocodile because she can read this language, refuses to tell Crocodile what is truly written, prompting Crocodile to attempt to murder her, resolving
Waduh.
that he will raise the entire kingdom until he finds the weapon. At this point, Luffy
Mohon maaf, itu cewek bukan Nico Robin ya guys ya itu ya? Beda ya? Miss Sunday itu bukan Nico Robin itu. Pagi Asia.
catches up to him, and the two begin their third and final bout. By using his own blood as a water source, Luffy is able to strike Crocodile in a desperate battle and gains the upper hand, despite being poisoned by the Warlord's hook. And finally, in a moment of stunning resolve, Luffy exclaims that he will become the Pirate King and surpass Crocodile, kicking him into the air and punching him through solid bedrock with a barrage of strikes, leaving Crocodile defeated and the Kingdom of Alabasta saved. After exposing Crocodile, the civil war ends immediately, and Crocodile himself is arrested by Tashigi, a subordinate of Captain.
Yaitu Robin, Miss Sunday itu Nico Robin. Oh, Robin sebelum gabung sama Straw Hat. Okay.
Smoker. As a result of their actions, Zoro is deemed a threat by the world government and is assigned a bounty of 60 million berries, while Luffy, having defeated one of the 7 warlords, has his bounty increased to a mighty 100 million berries.
100
As
sama
the Straw Hats
60,
prepare
nice.
to leave the island, they invite Vivi and Karoo to become permanent members of the crew. However, Vivi makes the tough decision to sacrifice her dreams of adventure in favor of doing something that she is even more passionate about, which is leading her kingdom. And during their goodbyes, Vivi asks them one simple question, being that if they ever meet again, would they still consider her their shipmate? To which the Straw Hats simply raise their left arms in solidarity,
Asik.
confirming that Vivi and Karoo will forever be members of the Straw Hat Pirates and proceed to
Asik.
set sail on their next grand adventure.
Asik. Oke, berarti Alabasta ini pokoknya di mana mereka ketemu sama Chopper untuk nyelamatin Nami yang kena demam something. Terus dia ketemu sama Seven Warlord si Crocodile. Dan pertama kali ketemu sama Ace. Pertama kali Zoro dapat bounty. Dan mereka namatin si Princess Vivian itu ya. Dan ketemu sama Nico Robin juga. Tapi di sini Nico Robin belum jadi kru mereka, masih jadi Miss All Sunday apapun itulah. Oke lah. Awas bang kena strike dari TP. Kok jadi dari TP? Apa urusannya TP anjir? Crocodile aslinya cewek. Hah? Yang boneng lu. Lu jangan nge-throw gua lu ya. Bener lu.
Semua langganan butuh banyak biaya.
Welcome to the Grand Line Review. Great unknown of the heavens in order to defeat a god as we break down the Sky Island Saga. Sky Island is the third saga in the series, consisting of a mere 2 arcs, told over 85 chapters and 52 episodes. It picks up immediately after the events of Alabaster, which saw the Straw Hats leave their friend Nefertari Vivi behind. However, in a bit of a twist, Miss All Sunday, real name Nico Robin, appears aboard the Straw Hat ship having stowed away, and makes an outrageous demand to Luffy that she join the crew.
Lah. Oh, dia tuh join maksa, bukan join diajak.
Robin's reasoning for this is that she was saved against her wishes on Alabaster, and so her newfound life is now Luffy's responsibility. And even more surprisingly, Luffy immediately accepts his demand. As it turns out, Robin has a dream as well to find the Rio Poneglyph and discover the true history of the world. And despite being a former antagonist, Robin gradually wins over the Straw Hats one by one and settles into the role of crew archaeologist. Very handy because at this point a gigantic ship falls from the sky and Robin explains that their log pose has now been captured by the magnetic field of a sky island. Of course, the idea of such a location excites Luffy to no end, and so they're
Asal join dia Nico Robin nyongkok Nami pakai emas. Oh, langsung diterima. Oke.
next adventure is set. The only problem is how to get up there. This leads Luffy and the Straw Hats to land on the island of Jaya, where they meet a man by the name of Mont Blanc Cricket, an ancestor of Mont Blanc Noland, a famous figure of North Blue, known in the modern day as Elia Noland. Cricket had been living on Jaya for years now, searching for the City of Gold that his ancestor claimed existed.
City of
and
Gold.
as it so happens, Noland also spoke of Sky Islands. So Cricket informed them of the only way he knew how to reach one, which is by riding the extraordinarily dangerous burst of water known as the Knock-Up Stream. Meanwhile, on Greater Jaya, we have a couple of other factions at play. The first of which is the Bellamy Pirates, led by Bellamy the Hyena, a man with a bounty of 55 million berries. However, after beating up Cricket and stealing his gold, Luffy confronts him directly and defeats the cynical Hyena with but a single punch. At the same time, a mysterious man who enjoys cherry pies makes his presence known on Jaya, and after learning of
That's Blackbeard, isn't it? Huh? This guy is Blackbeard, right? Yang awalnya terlihat culun tapi sekarang jadi Yonko.
Luffy's bounty, decides to pursue the Straw Hats. Luckily, the Straw Hats manage to escape this man and his crew by riding the Knock-Up Stream and embarking on their adventure into the sky. It is then revealed that their pursuers were the Blackbeard Pirates, who quite notably were the crew who sacked Chopper's home of Drum Island, as well as being the group sought after by Luffy's brother Ace. And should the Straw Hats have been caught by them, it would have almost certainly ended in their complete defeat, if not demise. Elsewhere in the world, Luffy's defeat of Sir Crocodile on Alabaster has caused some incredibly big waves, as a meeting is convened at the Holy Land of Marijois in order to decide who will replace Crocodile as one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. This meeting was called by the Gorosei, also known as the 5 Elder Stars, who are the ruling faction of the world government. However, heading up this meeting is the Fleet Admiral of the Marine, Sengoku, and 3 other Warlords of the Sea are present, including the world's greatest swordsman, Draco Mihawk, as well as 2 new figures in Bartholomew Kuma and Don
Ini cara lu maraton OP, ya karena gue malas nonton anime dari awal, no time.
Quixote Doflamingo, both of whom are presented as wildly powerful figures with bounties of 296 million and 340 million respectively. The meeting is intruded upon, however, by an enigmatic figure who is identified as Lafitte, a banished sheriff from West Blue known for his brutality, who has come to suggest a candidate for the warlord position. Elsewhere in the Grand Line, we are also introduced to the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, who captains the Whitebeard Pirates and refuses a letter from a member of the Red Hair Pirates, claiming that if Shanks wants to talk to him, then he needs to do so in person. And as such, Shanks makes the decision to set sail and meet Whitebeard. But that is a story for not now. Catching up with the Straw Hats, and they have safely made it up to the White Sea, and after a brief encounter with the Sky Knight named Garnfall, they find their way to Angel Island, meeting the lovely father-daughter duo of Pagaya and Konus, who demonstrate and explain some sky technology to them. Using one of their funky devices known as a waver, Nami sets out alone to explore the sky realm, finding the island of Upper Yard and witnessing the power of the chief antagonist of the saga, God Enel. Enel is a citizen of another sky island who had eaten a devil fruit known as the Goro Goro no Mi, a Logia-type fruit that allows him to conjure, manipulate, and become electricity. Furthermore, he also possesses an ability known as Mantra, which allows him to sense the presence of other beings, giving him overwhelming power and omniscience, which for all intents and purposes does allow him to label himself as a god. The Straw Hats are eventually split up, with Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp facing off against and defeating one of Enel's priests, Satori, who he really likes balls. Meanwhile, the other Straw Hats come to the startling conclusion that Upper Yard was actually a part of Jaya Island, which was shot up into the air via the knock-up stream and may be where Lion Nolan's legendary City of Gold resides. And so, after reuniting, the crew hatch a plan to find it, but end up embroiled in a death game concocted by NL, along with the native people of Upper Yard, the Shandians, led by Wiper, who are fighting NL's forces to reclaim their homeland. During this game, 2 more of NL's priests are beaten, one by the hands of Tony Chopper, and the other by the swords of Zoro. Furthermore, the leader of NL's militia is convincingly beaten by our newest Straw Hat, Nico Robin. As the game comes to its climax, only 6 individuals remain conscious. The former god of Skypiea, Garn Full, the leader of the Shandian tribe, Wiper, Roronoa Zoro, Nico Robin, Nami, and NL himself.
Luffy mana?
Should also be stated that Luffy was still up and running, however he wasn't included in this number as he was stuck inside a giant snake at the time. Despite being outnumbered, NL swiftly disposed of everyone else with his Devil Fruit abilities, save for Nami, who he invited to come with him. Although eventually Luffy catches up with...
Lah, NL bahaya apa jahat dah? Kok nolongin? Luffy dimakan ular. NL tanpa Ken Bushoku udah bisa ngebaca gerakan musuh. NL bahaya apa jahat sih? NL villain OP cuma apa saja ketemu Luffy. Lah, kok dia nolongin Nami?
NL on the Arc Maxim, a device intended to facilitate the destruction of the entirety of Skypiea. However, due to the whole being rubber thing, NL's lightning strikes have no effect on Luffy whatsoever, which causes NL to make this face. Despite that,
jadi handle ini kan listrik. Dan listrik itu nggak ngaruh ke karet ya. Dia ketemunya Luffy nih. Ketemu rival yang counter ability dia. Jadi dia dead. Oke.
NL manages to trap Luffy's arm in a bowl of gold and send him flying off the arc. However, this is far from the end, and Luffy struggles to make his way back to NL, climbing up Giant Jack with a golden hand and everything. But right before the final showdown, it is time for a flashback, focusing on a figure that we've heard a lot about at this point, Mont Blanc Noland. 400 years ago, Noland was an explorer who made frequent trips into the Grand Line, and one day he and his crew were caught in a storm, but they were saved by the sound of a bell, following which led them to the island of Jaya. Here, Noland met and eventually befriended the Shandian tribe, becoming particularly close with the warrior Kalgara, who showed Noland the City of Gold. Now, of course, complications ensued, but they were resolved, and Noland left the island promising to return. And after Noland returned to his kingdom in North Blue, he regaled the king with tales of his expedition and was subsequently ordered to take him to the City of Gold. However, after arriving in Jaya, Noland discovered that the Golden City, as well as the entire Shandian tribe, had disappeared. The king, thinking that Noland was some sort of ancient troll, then had Noland arrested and executed, and was successful in forever branding him as Liar Noland. However, the truth of the matter, as stated before, is that part of Jaya was launched into the sky, and once settled into the clouds, the Shandian tribe was immediately attacked by the armies of Skypiea, and Kalgara was slain in battle, with neither he nor Noland ever knowing the fate of one another. But back in modern day, NL unleashed his ultimate technique that instantly destroyed Angel Island and threatens to consume the entirety of Skypiea itself. Luffy, assisted by Nami, then makes his way up to the Ark for one final shot at taking NL down, breaking his ultimate technique and then firing a fearsome punch directly at NL, which sends him flying into the Golden Bell of Shandora, causing it to ring for the first time in 400 years and defeating NL. And back on Jaya, Noland's descendant Cricket hears this ringing, as well as sees the gigantic shadow cast by Luffy, and breaks down crying as his ancestors' words were finally confirmed to be true. In the aftermath of the battle, Garnfall reassumes his position as the god of Skypiea and begins working with the Shandian tribe to make Skypiea a place in which they can all live in peace. Prior to leaving the island, Robin discovers a poneglyph which reveals the location of another of the ancient weapons, this time being Poseidon. However, much to her surprise, another message is inscribed in the ancient language from none other than the former pirate king, Gold D. Roger. And after reading this, Robin comes to the conclusion that the true history of the world will be found on Raf Tel, the location in which Luffy must reach to become the next pirate king. The crew then depart Skypiea with a whole ton of gold acquired and take an octopus balloon back down to the Blue Sea in order to embark on their next adventure.
Ah, oke. Tarik. Berarti si Enel ini bukan Warlord ya, bukan Seven Warlord of the Sea ya. Dia cuma emang villain OP aja yang ada di Sky apa sih tadi? Sky Island, bukan ya? Angel Island, apalah itu. Oke. Berarti dia OP cuma apa saja ketemu Lutfi yang jadi counter alaminya. Skypiea. Analogia bang, villain awal Luffy. Iya, villain aja dia, bukan gak ada title apa-apa ya. Kalau si Crocodile kan emang Seven Warlord of the Sea kan. Jadi itu tadi kan rapat tuh, siapa yang ngegantiin Crocodile sebagai Seven Warlord, siapa jadinya yang gantiin dia? Devil Fruit yang dimakan Enel termasuk yang terkuat. Kan dia dewa dan dia sekarang di bulan. Oke. Di arc awal buah tipologi emang nggak ngotak. Oke. Title-nya God of Thunder. Roko diganti Blackbeard lah. Blackbeard kan jadi Yonko kan? Kan jadi Yonko. Oke, kita nonton The Water 7 Saga. Water 7 Saga.
To the Grand Line Review, your source for everything One Piece, and more specifically, sagas in minutes. The series that aims to... Water 7 is the fourth saga of the series, consisting of 4 arcs, which are told over a whopping 139 chapters and 110 anime episodes.
Oh, ada
It's a
tahapannya.
sizable piece of
Okay.
story. And we commence with following the Straw Hats landing back onto the Blue Sea, as they quickly find themselves on the island of Long Ring Long Land.
Long
Here they
Ring
meet
Long
a bunch of
Land.
bizarre creatures including Tonjit, as well as a pirate named Foxy, who challenges the Straw Hats to a Davy Back fight, which is essentially a pirate contest that allows the winners of certain events to poach crew members, or even take the opposing crew's flag. And so a nice comical contest starts up, consisting of 3 events, culminating in Luffy donning an afro and defeating Captain Foxy in one of the most hilarious battles of One Piece history. And I very much hope you enjoyed this brief moment of comedy, because this is where things are going to start getting pretty real. First up, the crew encounter Marine Admiral Aokiji, a man of unfathomable
Admiral Alkaji. Gila, ini gue tahu banget dia nih, sering muncul di TikTok gue nih, TikTok.
power at this point in the story, who manages to easily dismiss Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, as well as warn the crew that Robin is a threat to the world due to her ability to read the ancient language, as well as a threat to them, as every
Alkaji guys, bahasa Inggrisnya nih ya, gila. Alkaji guys, ingat mulai sekarang nama dia Alkaji, kayak nama baterai. Alkaji, oke?
organization that she has ever been a part of has ceased to exist, with her going on to be the only survivor. However, for Mr. Aokiji, this is a private visit, and he allows the Straw Hats to leave Long Ring Long Land because of Luffy's helpful actions in bringing down the corrupt warlord Sir Crocodile on Alabasta. However, being completely outclassed by a Marine Admiral is but one problem, as the crew also discover that their ship, the Going Merry, is in desperate need of repair, and so they travel to the shipbuilding island of Water 7 to find a shipwright to help. Having landed in Anime Venice, the crew splits up into 4 different groups, with Zoro staying with the ship, whilst Luffy, Nami, and Usopp took the gold attained from Skypiea in order to exchange it for 300 million berries. Meanwhile, Sanji goes off and does his own thing, as does Chopper and Robin. However, Robin soon encounters a mysterious figure in a mask, claiming to be a member of CP9, a term that Robin is apparently familiar with, and thus, he abducts her. Luffy and Nami find their way to Dock 1 of the Galila Company to contract a shipwright to take a look at the Going Merry. However, after an inspection, it is deemed that the ship is unfixable due to having a broken keel. In the meantime, Usopp is attacked by thugs belonging to a group known as the Frankie family, who stole most of the money the Straw Hats traded for their gold. After discovering and beaten Usopp, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper, in an act of glorious revenge, rain all hell down upon the Frankie family base completely.
Gue tahu nih, ini gue sempat main gamenya sampai di sini nih, ketemu Frankie dia. Yang akhirnya Frankie-nya join crew kan.
Destroying it, as well as defeating the entire family save for their leader Frankie, who had already taken the money and gone elsewhere. At this point, Luffy makes the tough decision to part with the Going Merry and to buy a new ship. A course of action that does not sit right with Usopp, who claims that Merry is as much their crewmate as anyone else, and starts an altercation with Luffy that culminates in Usopp leaving the crew and challenging Luffy to fight for the rights for the Going Merry. During this fight, Usopp displays a stunning evolution, able to hold his own against Luffy, using the various technologies and tricks that he has acquired throughout his journey. However, ultimately, Luffy still wins the battle, but tearfully leaves the Going Merry to Usopp as Luffy and the rest of the crew move onward. The next morning, the crew receives news that Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, was shot by Robin. And just to make things even worse, it is announced that Aqua Laguna, a tidal wave that engulfs the lower part of Water 7, will be hitting the city that very night. As Luffy and the Straw Hats work to figure out what is happening with Robin, it becomes apparent that several members of Galila are in fact agents of CP9, a world government organization that specializes in espionage and assassination. Their mission on Water 7 was to acquire the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton, which were thought to be held by Iceberg, as well as capture Nico Robin and present her for execution execution on the judicial island of Enislobby. The group succeeded in the latter, blackmailing Robin by threatening to kill the other Straw Hat pirates and securing her cooperation in their plans. However, they failed to acquire the blueprints to Pluton, which were actually being held by Frankie. And as it happens, both Frankie and Iceberg were apprentices of a fisherman shipwright named Tom, who is best known for having built the Aura Jackson, a ship used by the former pirate king, Gold D. Roger. Knowing this, CP9 also moves to capture Frankie and take him along with Robin aboard the sea train bound for Enislobby. Shortly before the train departed, both Sanji and Usopp independently boarded it, managing to free Frankie and attempt to rescue Robin. However, Usopp, having left the crew, took it upon himself to craft an alternate identity, becoming the superhero Sogeking, because he was too ashamed to face the crew. Ultimately, their efforts would be unsuccessful though, as Frankie was recaptured, while Sanji and Sogeking were forced to regroup on another train.
Sanjay.
The rest of the crew. This train consisted of the remaining Straw Hats, the Frankie family, and Galila, who had formed an alliance to pursue Robin, Frankie, and deliver vengeance upon the agents who infiltrated Galila. And thus the small army went on to invade the island of Enislobby. Luffy, being impatient and such, went marching on ahead and found his way to the Tower of Justice rather quickly, where he was pit against Bluno. And in order to swiftly defeat him, Luffy revealed Gear 2nd,
Asik. Asik. Gear 2. Asik. Ini pertama kali nih.
technique that he had developed after encountering Aokiji to ensure that he would be able to protect his crewmates. After taking down the cow lookalike, Luffy yelled for Robin at the top of his lungs, prompting the rest of CP9 to step out, and they would eventually be greeted with the 6 members of the Straw Hats who had come to declare war on the world government, but more importantly, reclaim Robin. After breaking into the Tower of Justice,
YouTube Premium adalah YouTube.
Kaget gua.
each faced off against various members of CP9, with many of them displaying power-ups of sorts, such as Nami's new and improved climb attack techniques, Sanji's Diablo Jumba, and Zoro's Ashura. During these fights, the idiotic leader of CP9, Spandam, also accidentally summoned a teeny tiny buster call on the island, which is a fleet of 10 marine battleships helmed by 5 vice admirals who are charged with destroying an entire island with no questions asked. This was also an event that Robin had witnessed once before, as she grew up on the island of Ohara, which was populated by scholars seeking the true history of the world. Upon discovering this, the world government had the island eradicated using a buster call. However, Robin survived due to the sympathetic actions of Vice Admiral Kuzan, who would go on to become Admiral Aokiji. However, due to Robin
Admiral Aokiji sekarang, bukan Alkaji tapi Okichi, oke? Okay? Bukan Aokiji tapi Okichi dan Alkaji. Okay?
Robin's knowledge, a bounty of 79 million berries was placed on her head at the age of 8 years old, and so she began
Umur 8 tahun, bondnya 79 juta, oke? Okay?
her life consistently on the run, being betrayed by everyone she came into contact with until she met Crocodile and joined Baroque Works. And you know what, even then she was eventually betrayed by him, so yeah. Which was why it was all the more impactful when Robin found the Straw Hats and became part of their crew, because for the first time in her life, she had found a place where she belonged, with people that she felt she could trust. So Robin eventually overcame her fear of the world government, as well as her resignation to death, and exclaimed to Luffy that she wanted to live, prompting the current events inside
I want to live! Ini kalau nggak salah Luffy tuh nanya ya ke Robin ya. Lu mau hidup, lu mau hidup nggak ya? Salah ya gue ya.
the Tower of Justice. With almost every member of CP9 defeated, Robin was then freed by Frankie, and the Straw Hats began to face the full force of the Buster Call, whilst Luffy was still locked in combat with the final CP9 member, Rob Lucci. After giving everything he had to give, Luffy eventually overcame Lucci. However, the Straw Hats were still faced with an impossible situation, surrounded entirely by Marine forces. And at that very moment, they all heard a voice prompting them to jump into the ocean, to which they did and landed on the Going Merry, which had come all the way to Enislobby in order to rescue them after begging Iceberg to patch it up. Because by the way, in this world, some ships do have a sense of sentience, and the Going Merry happened to be one of them. After saving the crew, Merry began to completely break down, and it was decided that it was time to lay her to rest. The Straw Hats
Going Merry. Ini yang scene dibakar. Tidak.
stayed with Mary as she burnt, and the ship gave a touching goodbye to the crew, grateful for the time she got to spend with them. And with that, an invaluable member of the Straw Hat Pirates was lost, but her legacy would live on within a new ship built by Frankie, known as the Thousand Sunny. As it turns out, Frankie's dream was to build a ship capable of sailing the entire world, and he had spent the money he stole from the Straw Hats on wood from the treasure tree Adam. Frankie then gifted the ship to the Straw Hats and was even recruited to become their official shipwright, a position that the Frankie family begged them to give him, because as a result of his actions on Enislobby, Frankie had had been assigned a bounty of 44 million berries.
44
in fact, as it
million.
would turn out, all of the Straw Hats were given bounties, with Luffy's in particular being raised to a staggering 300 million berries.
Gila. Dari 100 juta jadi 300 juta coy Luffy coy. Zoro dari berapa 40 juta jadi 120 juta. Nami jadi 16 juta. Buset, ada Lord Usopp dengan topengnya ya. Mantap. Chopper paling tinggi. Chopper berapa belas ribu doang bukan sih? Lihat posternya Sanji bang. Kenapa dia kayak gitu sih mukanya? Sumpah. Gue lagi jawab ya, thank you penonton. Iya, gue lagi recap aja One Piece. Penasaran. Chopper 100 berry. Aduh, si paling 100 berry.
Prior to leaving Water 7, Luffy also received a visit from his grandfather, Monkey D. Garp, who was a Vice Admiral of the Marines. Garp then informed Luffy that the latter half of the Grand Line was known as the New World and was ruled by the Yonko, or the Four Emperors, one of which was Luffy's idol, Redhead Shanks, the others being Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and two as of yet unmet characters known only as Big Mom and Kaido. To top everything off, it was also revealed that Dragon was Luffy's father. Dragon being the man who saved Luffy in Logtown, and who was known as the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most wanted man in the world. Luffy also had a brief reunion with Kobe, who was serving under Garp and who had undergone quite a growth spurt and now held the dream of becoming a Marine Admiral. As the Straw Hats were about to leave Water 7 with Robin safely returned and a new recruit in Frankie, all that was left was to reacquire Usopp, who would go on to apologize for his actions and be warmly welcomed back into the crew as they embarked on their next adventure. But just before we leave this saga, two more events of staggering importance to the greater world would occur. The first of which being a meeting between Shanks and Whitebeard, two of the aforementioned four emperors of the sea. Shanks had come to visit Whitebeard in order to warn him to call back Ace, who was in pursuit of Blackbeard, telling him that it was Blackbeard who dealt Shanks the scar on his face.
It was Blackbeard who dealt Shanks the scar on his face. Jadi itu cakaran Blackbeard tuh.
However, Whitebeard refused to do so, and the two had somewhat of a heated disagreement, which ended in them both drawing their weapons and committing a single strike so powerful that it split the very sky above them clean open. At the same time, on Bonaro Island, it was too late anyway, as Ace had finally tracked down Blackbeard. Ace had been hunting him down to secure vengeance, as Blackbeard was responsible for the murder of Thatch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard committed this act in order to obtain a devil fruit that Thatch had discovered, known as the Yami Yami no Mi, a Logia-type fruit that gives its user the ability to conjure, manipulate, and become darkness, which is also said to be the most evil of all devil fruits. And Blackbeard goes on to demonstrate this power firsthand by engaging in combat with Fire Fist Ace, and while the results of this battle were unknown at the time, it would go on to be the catalyst for an entire saga to come.
Oh, jadi Shanks peringetin Whitebeard supaya tarik Ace, jangan terusin nge-track Blackbeard karena si Shanks ini tahu Blackbeard ini sekarang udah kuat dan Ace gak bakal menang gitu ya. Karena dia berhasil kasih scar ke Shanks. Oke. Masih 50 di sini. Oke. Tapi it's too late karena sudah bertemu. Dan disinilah sebentar lagi ada aku sih udah tahu dia jadi donat ya.
Perubahan bisa terwujud.
Ada pusing pelaku.
Welcome to the Grand Line Review, your Thriller Bark saga. Thriller Bark is the 5th saga in the series.
Bentar. Saya mau ambil
consisting of but a single arc spanning 48 chapters and 45 episodes, thus making it the shortest saga in the entire series thus far. After leaving Water 7, the Straw Hats have their sights set on traveling to Fishman Island. However, in order to get there, they are forced to enter a stretch of sea known as the Florian Triangle, which is categorized by being covered in fog so incredibly thick that sunlight simply cannot penetrate it. As a result, this area of the world is very creepy and mysterious, kind of like the beginning of a horror film, and expectations of this location are fulfilled immediately with the appearance of a ghost ship, and more importantly, a talking skeleton named Brooke, who is a self-proclaimed
Kan Brook juga jadi member nanti ya.
gentleman, despite his habit of continuously asking to see women's panties. Now, of course, there is an in-world explanation for this skeleton man, being that he consumed a devil fruit that allowed his soul to return to his body after death. However, due to the thick fog of the Florian Triangle, it took him an awfully long time to find his body, by which point, it was just bones. Well, bones and an afro. And in a move that shocks everyone, Luffy immediately invites Brooke to join the Straw Hats, to which Brooke casually agreed. However, there are, of course, complications that need to be solved before this idea can be brought to fruition. These complications being that Brooke's shadow has been stolen, and in the One Piece world, if you do not have a shadow, apparently you burst into flames, old school vampire style, upon contact with sunlight. Now, Brooke's shadow was stolen by the ever-fiendish Gecko Moria, a warlord of the sea who reigns supreme in the Florian Triangle, aboard the world's largest pirate ship, Thriller Bark. So there are two very important things to know about Gecko Moria. One, he has a distaste for performing any sort of physical activity whatsoever, and number two, he is building an army of zombies to allow him to take down his old rival, and now one of the emperors of the sea, Kaido. And beyond that, he is also pursuing the dream of becoming the Pirate King. And so the Straw Hats board Thriller Bark, resulting in a lot of zombie shenaniganry, and in the process, the shadows of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin are all stolen by Moria. Now, Luffy, being worth a whopping 300 million berries these days, was deemed a powerful enough shadow to insert into a particularly special corpse, an alleged evil giant once named Oars. So with Luffy's shadow and Moria's powers, Oars is reanimated but with Luffy's personality. But more on him in a bit, because soon enough, the Straw Hats become engaged in a conflict with the Mysterious Four, a group of individuals, including Moria himself, who command the most power on Thriller Bark. In addition to Moria, we have Absalom, the user of the Suke no Mi, a devil fruit that allows him to turn invisible, and his motivations for the large majority of the arc are to forcibly marry Nami. He attempts this many times, one of which is put to a stop by an enraged Sanji, enraged for two reasons, the first of which being his own personal affections for Nami, and the other being the fact that consuming the Suke no Mi had always been a dream of his in order for him to be able to spy on naked ladies. Then we have Dr. Hogback, who is the mind behind fashioning together a legion of corpses for Moria to insert shadows into. Hogback was once well respected by Straw Hat member Tony Chopper, although this turned into fierce disgust once Chopper realized what Hogback was using his medical knowledge to achieve. And as for the final member of the Mysterious Four, we have Perona, a girl with the power of the Horror no Mi, which allows her to, amongst other things, conjure ghosts that force people into crippling depression. And unfortunately for her, she is matched up against Usopp, who holds a natural immunity to the ghosts due to the fact that he is already overly negative about life in general. In the meantime, Brook also embarks on a mission to retrieve his shadow, which has been inserted into the corpse of a powerful legendary samurai named Ryuma. Brook proves unable to defeat the samurai zombie, at which point Zoro steps in, eventually overcoming Ryuma, which not only returns Brook's shadow, but also earns Zoro a shiny new sword named Shusui. And after the Straw Hats had taken down the primary members within Moria's crew, they are immediately forced into combat with Oars. And while this proves to be quite the spectacle, they are unable to overcome him, especially once Gecko Moria himself enters the zombie and begins piloting him like a giant robot. However, elsewhere, a band of pirates who had become trapped on Thriller Bark see some hope in Luffy and insert 100 shadows into him, transforming him into Nightmare Luffy. Nightmare Luffy then goes on to prove exceptionally superior to Moria and Oars in every way. However, Oars would return to combat, requiring the entirety of the Straw Hat crew to work together to put him down for good. At this point, Gecko Moria assumes his final form by absorbing 1,000 shadows. However, the power becomes too overwhelming for him to control, and he is defeated by Luffy in one-on-one combat, resulting in all of the shadows being returned to their previous owners. And this is usually where we'd start wrapping up the arc, I guess. However, there is a plot twist afoot here, and as it turns out, Gecko Moria was not the only warlord of the sea present on Thriller Bark, and Bartholomew Kuma emerges, easily defeating all of the heavily fatigued combatants remaining. All but Zoro, that is, who offers his own life in exchange for that of his captains. Kuma then agrees to the deal and uses his Devil Fruit abilities to remove all of the pain and fatigue from Luffy, passing it on to Zoro. However, phenomenally, Zoro survives this encounter, at which point Kuma promptly leaves the island, and when questioned what had occurred while everyone else was unconscious, Zoro simply claimed that nothing happened. Having defeated the big bad, a party then occurs, at which point we are treated to the tragic
Gila.
backstory of Brooke, who has a connection to the whale Laboon, whom the Straw Hats had met upon entering the Grand Line, and as it turns out, it is his dream to return to Reverse Mountain and deliver the last song of his long passed on pirate crew to the now adult whale who once followed them at sea. And in order to one day achieve this, Brooke officially joins the Straw Hats and they leave Thriller Bark. But not before the narrator ominously points out that while Thriller Bark had been anchored in the Florian Triangle for 10 years, the mystery surrounding the waters began long before that, and we get a glimpse of a certain creature in the fog that completely dwarfs the largest pirate ship in the world, and thus bring an end to the Thriller Bark saga.
Oke, berarti di Thriller Bark di Thriller Bark ini kejadian di mana si Zoro tuh menyerap semua pain dan depressionnya Luffy gitu ya. Di arc ini kita tahu seberapa loyalnya Zoro ke Luffy. Iya ya. Ini yang Sanji juga sempat ngomong kan. Kan Zoronya bilang, "Lu jangan bunuh Luffy karena dia bakal jadi Pirate King. Lu bunuh gua aja, gua nggak ada harganya." Itu Sanji bilang ke Zoro, "Jangan ikutin nih si rambut ijo. Bunuh gua aja. Gua lebih nggak ada harganya, gua cuma chef doang. Please spare yang lain, bunuh gue aja," gitu kan sih? Itu yang Sanji ngorbanin dia, cuma akhirnya pingsan semua, terus cuma Zoro yang nerima painnya Luffy doang kan. Nah, berarti gua dari tok-tok lumayan dapat highlight pentingnya gitu. Aku belum siap nih, Paramount War. Cuma Sanji sama Zoro doang yang ketemu Kuma, sisanya pingsan semua. Kuma itu bukan Marin ya, Kuma itu Warlord of the Sea ya. Nonton review One Piece buat nonton live action apa mau loncat? Enggak, gue cuma biar tahu aja, soalnya tok-tok gue isinya beginian semua. Jadi gue penasaran aja gitu.
Your source for everything One Piece, and more specifically, Sagas in Minutes. The series that aims to
Revolusioner. Oh, bekas temannya Dragon. Oh.
equip you with the basic knowledge to leap into the wilderness of One Piece. Following their departure of Thriller Bark, the Straw Hats arrive on the final island of the first half of the Grand Line, the Sabati Archipelago, in search of a coating mechanic to treat their ship so that they may visit the underwater realm of Fishman Island. In this effort, they stumble upon the legendary figure Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the former Pirate King, who takes an immediate liking to Luffy and agrees to coat the Thousand Sunny. Here, the Straw Hats also make friends with a former enemy and a current mermaid. However, after the mermaid is captured and sold at a slave auction, Luffy reacts rather explosively and ends up punching a world noble in his excuse for a face. This action results in the immediate summoning of a marine admiral to the island, in this case Kizaru, an absurdly powerful man who wields a Logia devil fruit that allows him to conjure, manipulate, and become light. However, Luffy and the Straw Hats are not the only infamous group on the island at the moment, as rather fatefully, there are at least 9 other pirates present who hold bounties of over 100 million berries. These figures are going to become exceptionally important as we go forward, so to briefly go through them, we have the Roar of the Seas Scratchman Apu, the Magician Basil Hawkins, Capone Gang Beige, Red Flag Diaz Drake, Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie, Mad Monk Rouge, the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, Massacre Soldier Killer, and Eustace Captain Kidd. And along with Luffy and Zoro, this group of 11 individuals are collectively dubbed as the Supernovas. But due to Luffy's actions, all hell breaks loose for each and every single one of them, forcing some to flee the island immediately, fight elite.
Kenapa malah lihat summary-nya doang? Gak nonton langsung? Enggak, gue gak punya waktu buat nonton animenya, no time.
of Marines, or even face off against Admiral Kizaru directly, which did not go very well for those who went with option number 3, including the Straw Hats actually, who end up in a desperate situation facing off against Kizaru, as well as another dude who comes out of nowhere, and even Warlord of the Sea Bartholomew Kuma shows up for the action. In this no-win situation, the Straw Hats are briefly rescued by Silver's Rayleigh. However, after a super secret discussion with Kuma, Rayleigh allows him to split up the Straw Hats and send them flying all over the globe with the powers of his Devil Fruit, the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi. Luffy struggles desperately to stop this, but he must endure watching his entire crew disappear before his eyes, one by one, until he finally succumbs to the same fate, with Bartholomew Kuma's parting words to Luffy being that the two of them will not meet again.
Oh, ini yang bagian krunya tuh dipisahin semua ya, kepisah semua, disebar semua gitu ya.
As a result,
tapi itu buat nyelamatin kru Straw Hat kan? Kalau enggak mereka dibunuh kan sama si Admiral siapa tadi, Kizaru.
of Kuma's powers, Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats are sent flying for 3 days before landing on the respective islands that they were sent to. In Luffy's case, he was sent to Amazon Lily, an island located within the Calm Belt, which serves as the home to the all-female Kuja tribe, as well as Warlord of the Sea, Boa Hancock.
Boa Hancock, yang akhirnya tergila-gila sama Luffy.
And after walking in on her bathing, Luffy is eventually forced into combat with
Berbak pedang yang ada koneksi dengan Oden. Semua itu anggota bapaknya Luffy. Dia double A-nya ya. Tempat Luffy dilempar adalah tempat impian Sanji, sementara Sanji sebaliknya. Nah.
the Gorgon sisters, but after proving immune to the charms of Hancock, as well as being a bit of a boss in the Colosseum, Boa has a change of heart. A massive change of heart, actually, which causes her to fall head over heels in love with Luffy. These feelings are not reciprocated. Shortly after, Luffy receives the news that his brother Portgasti Ace has been apprehended by the Marines, thus essentially informing us that Ace lost his fight against Blackbeard on Bonaro Island. And not only that, but Ace was also scheduled to be executed, prompting Luffy to change his plans of finding his crew in order to save his brother. A love-struck Boa Hancock then agrees to help her new infatuation, and they set sail for Impel Down, the world's most secure prison, with Hancock planning on using her status as a Warlord of the Sea to sneak Luffy in. However, in doing this, she also agrees to respond to a summoning to Marineford, where the full force of the Marines had been gathering, anticipating an all-out war with Emperor of the Sea and the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. In fact, the Marines were provoking this war, using Whitebeard's subordinate Ace as bait to lure out his full forces into an unfavorable combat situation. And as such, pretty much every Marine we've ever met in the series is seen preparing for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Luffy was successfully able to infiltrate Impel Down thanks to the help of Hancock, and he finds himself causing a fair bit of chaos, attempting to get all the way down to level 6, where Ace is being held. During this time, he collects a makeshift crew of former enemies, many of whom actually have Luffy to thank for being imprisoned, but that doesn't stop them from forming a greatest hits group and bursting their way through to level 4 of the prison. At this point, they encounter the prison warden Magellan, who rather easily deals with Luffy due to his ridiculous Devil Fruit, which is a paramecia type that allows him to generate and control poison. After his defeat, Luffy is dumped on level 5 to die, but he and his last remaining ally, Bon Clay, are saved by a mysterious figure named Inazuma, who takes the duo to the secret level 5.5 of Impel Down, also known as Newcomer Land, which is governed by Emporio Ivankov, Queen of the Kalmbaka Kingdom and a member of the Revolutionary Army, conveniently led by Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. As a result, not only does Ivankov save Luffy with his Devil Fruit abilities, but he also agrees to assist Luffy in saving Ace, believing that Ace may also be the son of his comrade Dragon. And so, with Ivankov and Inazuma's power behind him, Luffy finally makes it to level 6, only to discover that Ace had already been taken to Marineford for his scheduled execution. However, this was far from a fruitless endeavor, as Luffy gathers 2 more allies, one being Jinbei, a former Warlord of the Sea who refused to take part in the upcoming war against
a former Warlord of the Sea. So Jinbei is one of the 7 warlords.
Whitebeard and was thus arrested, as well as Sir Crocodile, another former warlord who Luffy defeated on Alabasta. This group, along with the newcomer forces and an ever-growing army of prisoners, proved to be incredibly overwhelming for the guards of Impel Down to deal with. However, at the same time that this breakout is being conducted, the prison is also invaded from the outside, as Blackbeard, now a warlord himself, as a result of capturing Ace, storms the prison in search of strong individuals to serve as part of his crew.
Oh, dia jadi warlord gara-gara ngasih Ace kemarin.
With so much chaos occurring throughout the facility, Magellan then makes the single worst decision of the entire arc and decides to free a former warden named Shiryu, who had been imprisoned for gross abuse of power and requested his assistance on the matter. But of course, in predictable fashion, Shiryu immediately betrays this trust by slaughtering the guards that were sent to free him. But with one set of people attempting to escape the prison and another set attempting to infiltrate, it was only natural that these two factions would meet on their respective journeys, resulting in Luffy immediately kicking into combat against Blackbeard, as he was responsible for Ace's current situation. But Luffy would be stopped by Jinbei, wisely advising him that this is not the time or the place, and the two groups peacefully parted ways, with Blackbeard's final words of warning being that in a few hours, they'll put on a show that'll shake the world. This peaceful parting of ways would not continue though, as Blackbeard and his crew soon ran into Magellan, who swiftly dealt with the entire crew with his poison and left them to die. However, in a stunning display of fate, the crew would be saved by Shiryu, who provided them with an antidote to Magellan's poison, and so they continued on their journey to level 6. Meanwhile, despite a relentless pursuit from the Warden Magellan, Luffy's group are eventually able to escape from the prison as the A-team, consisting of Crocodile, Daz Bones, and Buggy, make their way to secure a marine battleship.
Oh, Buggy di sini diselamatin.
And Jinbei invokes one of his many incredible powers to summon a legion of whale sharks to escort the remaining prisoners.
Nutella.
Nutella. Wah, Buggy. Sekarang juga menjadi Yonko.
Monday.com, our team was drinking.
However, this escape was not without cost, as Bon Clay stayed behind using his devil fruit abilities to impersonate Magellan in order to force the employees of the prison to open the gates of justice, thus allowing Luffy and the prisoners to properly escape. Rather awkwardly though, the real Magellan then storms in, wondering exactly what's going on, and finds Bon Clay. He then asks him if he has any last words, to which Bon Clay smugly gives a one-word answer, being satisfaction. And so Luffy and his group gratefully accept Bon Clay's selfless assistance and set sail towards their new destination of Marineford. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, only 3 hours remain until the public execution of Ace, as he is being forced to walk up a lengthy set of stairs to his very own execution platform. In the process, remembering a promise he once made to Luffy to live a life without regret and with more freedom than anybody else, thus bringing an end to the first half of the Paramount War saga.
Oh no.
Next time on Sagas in Minutes, we are...
Oh no. Aku belum siap.
Hello and welcome to the Grand Line Review, your source for everything One Piece, and more specifically Sagas in Minutes, a series that aims to equip you with the... His presence also signifies the first time that we have seen the three admirals gathered together in one place, and collectively, they make up the greatest military power that the Marines are capable of mustering. And in addition to this, the 5 remaining members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea,
The 5 remaining members of the 7 Warlord of the Sea.
also stand primed and ready for action. However, there is at least one figure who remains tentative about the events to come, being Vice Admiral Garp, grandfather of Monkey D. Luffy and caretaker of the man sentenced to be executed, Portgasty Ace. It is then revealed to the world that in addition to being the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace is also the biological son of the former pirate king, Goldie Roger, adding further evidence to the claim that he must be extinguished from the world. However, the world was not simply going to stand by and let this happen, as its strongest man boldly set sail into Marineford, accompanied not only by his 16 core divisions, but also a fleet of allied pirates, ready to wage war on the world government in order to rescue Ace. You see, one of the most notable things about Whitebeard is that he does not simply collect comrades and allies. He is a man who values...
Ever wonder why so many people say
all else, and everyone who joins him, even if they aren't a direct member of the Whitebeard Pirates, is considered a son of this man, and so they were more than ready to fight for the life of their brother. As such, the Paramount War would commence with an opening attack from Whitebeard, who used his Devil Fruit powers to craft a tidal wave that threatened to engulf Marineford, a move which was countered by the ice powers of Marine Admiral Aokiji, and after that, all hell broke loose. To briefly examine Whitebeard's forces, the 2 people of particular note were the 1st Division Commander Marco the Phoenix, who possessed a mythical Zoan type that allowed him to transform into a phoenix, and 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu, who wielded a Paramecia type fruit allowing him to transform his body into diamond. And in true top tier form, these 2 would go on to have immediate skirmishes with Marine Admiral Kizaru and Dracula Mihawk respectively, instantly proving that this was no simple conflict and that the world would be irrevocably changed no matter which side won this battle. Of course, it did not take too long for the casualties to begin, with the first of note being Little Oz Jr., who was fighting because Ace once gave him a hat, which, you know, is a pretty solid reason for fighting. Regardless, he was outmatched by Don Quixote Doflamingo, who sliced off his foot and was then skewered through the stomach by the powers of Gecko Moria. But it was not simply two sides fighting here, as soon enough Luffy and his jailbreak squad
Di sini tuh Marin tuh ini ya, Marin tuh kalau gua nggak salah, correct me if I'm wrong. Seven Warlord of the Sea ini netral, jadi dia tuh nggak di pihak pirates dan tidak di pihak Marine. But in this case, Marine itu nge-hire jasa mereka buat ngelawan pirates. Am I wrong or am I correct? Makanya di sini Mihawk, The Flamingo itu ngebantuin Marine di sini. Am I right or am I wrong? Harus lihat kasih, jangan banyak bacot kamu Renji ya. Udah gue bilang gue nggak mau nonton animenya, jadi jangan ngatur hidup gue. Jangan maksa gue, oke? Gue juga tahu animenya lebih bagus dibandingin gue nonton recap. Jelas-jelas gue udah bilang gue nggak ada waktu buat nonton animenya.
squad made something of a grand entrance onto the battlefield, captivating the attention of everyone with his group, containing two former warlords of the sea and a member of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, and Buggy the Clown was also there. Leaping straight into action in a classic Luffy manner, he got into a verbal argument with the strongest man in the world regarding who was going to save Ace, after which Whitebeard took an immediate liking to Luffy and would go on to order his forces to protect him at all costs, after witnessing his potential, which occurred in the form of a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki that coated the battlefield. This would not be the only sign of Luffy's potential though. In fact, a far more terrifying ability was prominently on display during the entirety of his campaign at Marineford. You see, the thing is that Luffy did not belong on this battlefield. He was constantly surrounded by figures who dwarfed him in both power and experience.
Si Chibukai itu di bawah perlindungan Marin. Give and take. Oh, jadi kayak jadi mereka tuh kayak nggak diincar, tapi sebagai gantinya karena lu bebas ngelakuin apapun yang lu mau, lu mesti siap ngebantuin kita kalau kita panggil lu gitu ya. Bounty-nya di freeze. Oh, iya.
However, Luffy was a true force to be reckoned with here, because wherever he went, a powerful ally would follow. For example, instead of getting into a fight with Gecko Moria, Jinbei stepped in to deal with the spooky warlord. Elsewhere, after being assaulted by Smoker, Boa Hancock arrived and summarily dismissed him. And when Luffy was faced with Bartholomew Kuma, Emporio Ivankov entered the fray and allowed him to proceed onwards to free Ace. And all of this was noted by a single individual on the battlefield, being the world's greatest swordsman Drakeo Mihawk, who had his own Luffy moment after the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vista, leapt in to defend him from certain demise. But even with this, Mihawk came to the realization that despite his lack of strength at this time, Luffy possessed by far the most formidable ability in the world. Although even this power could only take Luffy so far at this time, as eventually he found himself face to face with all three Marine Admirals. And while he did come up with an unconventionally clever Luffy ploy to attempt to get past them, he was met with a kick from Kizaru and forced back. During this time, chaos continued to erupt all throughout the battlefield, with matchup after matchup of world figures such as Crocodile vs Doflamingo, Marco vs Aokiji, and when Whitebeard got serious, well, he was just casually bringing down giants in single hits. We also probably shouldn't ignore that during all of this, Buggy was failing upwards and gathering a loyal legion of followers as a result of his exceptionally lucky encounters with world figures. This got to the point where his followers stole a visual Denden Mushi, and Buggy improvised a commercial of sorts for himself, claiming that he was a former member of the Roger Pirates, which, he was, and thus profoundly spreading his name throughout the world in a single burst. Another character of note would be Kobe, who was struggling with the thought of fighting against Luffy, and then when he did finally resolve to do it, he got a swift punch in the face hole for his efforts. And as Ace's execution drew nearer and nearer, Luffy was finally given the chance to get straight up to the platform, courtesy of Inazuma. However, this time the man who would stop his advance would be the hero of the Marines and Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp, who claimed that if Luffy wanted to pass, then he would have to kill him first. But what happened next would astound
nggak ikutan bacanya.
everybody as the two began to clash. However, Garp was hit by a sudden surge of emotion, remembering Luffy and Ace's children, and so he allowed Luffy to punch him, and Garp plummeted off the bridge, much to the extreme shock of every Marine watching at the time. But with that, Luffy had finally made it to the execution platform, although there was still one unfathomable challenge awaiting him in Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who invoked his mythical Zoan Devil Fruit powers immediately, but was countered by Luffy's rubbery, balloony goodness. And now at this stage, I should point out that Galdino, a former enemy and one of the prisoners Luffy sprung from Impel Down, had infiltrated the Marines in the guise of an executioner and was currently on the platform with Luffy and Sengoku. And in fact, it's all thanks to Galdino Dino producing a wax key, that Luffy was finally able to free Ace. And with Fire Fist Ace proudly on the loose, the tide of battle finally began to turn towards the favor of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's low gear powers proved so devastating that he even fought Marine Admiral Aokiji to a standstill. However, even with his goal accomplished, Whitebeard was determined to continue the battle, issuing a final order to his crew to return to the New World and stating that this would be where they part ways, claiming that no ship would be capable of carrying him into the new era. But this declaration would not be the end of the tragedy of Marineford, far from it actually, as shortly after Ace was goaded into replying to Admiral Akainu after he insulted Whitebeard. Ace then thrust himself into combat, only to discover that even his fire was incapable of overcoming the magma abilities of Akainu's Devil Fruit. However, Ace was able to accomplish one thing, and that was saving Luffy's life, because just as Akainu was about to kill him, Ace shielded Luffy with his body and received a fatal blow through the chest. At this moment, a contingent of forces including Jinbei, Marco, and Vista arrived to combat Akainu, but they were too late. Ace, mere moments away from death, provided some parting words to Luffy, apologizing for not being able to be rescued, but also telling Luffy that he truly believed that he could become the Pirate King. His final words were then directed at Whitebeard, his fellow crewmates, and of course Luffy, as he thanked them for loving him, the son of a criminal despised throughout the civilized world. And with that, the time of Port Gasti Ace had officially run out. He collapsed in death with a trademark Will of D smile on his face and leaving Luffy in a near catatonic state of despair. Meanwhile, Garp had a very different reaction, enraged to the point where he had to be restrained by Sengoku and threatening to kill Akainu for his actions here. Garp was not the only one after Akainu's head though, as he was soon confronted directly by Whitebeard and swiftly beat down by the world's strongest man. Although it should be said that Akainu did manage to blow off a huge chunk of Whitebeard's head in the process. And it would be here, at the 11th hour, that a new contingent arrived at Marineford, consisting of the known members of the Blackbeard Pirates and a cohort of escapees from level 6 of Impel Down. Whitebeard wasted no time in attacking Blackbeard, who was responsible for killing a former division commander, as well as condemning Ace to this fate in the first place. But with everything said and done, Whitebeard was unable to deliver the final killing blow, and the collective forces of the Blackbeard Pirates assaulted him with a barrage of fatal attacks that would bring an end to the story of Whitebeard. As for his final words, Whitebeard chose to set the world ablaze by claiming that one day, someone will arise to challenge the world and shoulder centuries of history, and further exclaimed that the One Piece did indeed exist before drawing his final breath. From here, we are given a glimpse of Whitebeard as a young man, showing that his dreams in the world of piracy never had to do with wealth, fame, or power, and instead, Whitebeard's true desire in life had only ever been to have a family. Whitebeard then passed from this world after taking a total of 267 sword wounds, 152 bullets, 46 cannonballs, a laser beam through the chest, and a magma fist to the face. But even with all of that, his body remained standing. At this point, Blackbeard enacted the next stage of his grand plan, covering Whitebeard's body and somehow managing to acquire his Devil Fruit, thus becoming the first known character in the series to wield 2 Devil Fruit abilities, which he swiftly put to use, starting a battle with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, Akainu had recovered and was relentlessly pursuing Luffy, determined to kill him before he became a threat to the world government. In the end, a variety of allies came to Luffy's aid once more, with a particularly unexpected appearance from fellow supernova Trafalgar Law, who offered to facilitate Luffy's escape aboard his submarine. But the most surprising act came from the most unlikely of individuals, being Kobe, who stood in the way of Akainu, claiming that the Marines had accomplished their mission and that any further bloodshed was a waste of human life. And while Kobe was prepared to die for his insubordination, this act would be one of the most pivotal moments of the war, as it allowed the time for Emperor of the Sea Redhead Shanks and his crew, the Red Hair Pirates, to arrive onto the battlefield. And here, they made an ultimatum to all parties, claiming that if anybody still wanted to fight, then they would be going up against them. After which point, Blackbeard wisely decided to retreat, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku officially declared that the Paramount War was over. Next time on Sagas in Minutes, this is a bit ridiculous, but we will...
Guys, gue punya satu hal yang menjadi concern gue di sini. Concern gue di sini adalah, kok setahu gue, again, correct me if I'm wrong, ketika Devil Fruit user itu mati, misalnya kayak Ace mati, Whitebeard mati, Devil Fruitnya itu kan spawn di tempat yang random di belahan dunia kan. Jadi gimana caranya si Blackbeard bisa dapat kekuatannya Whitebeard cuma dengan di cover doang kayak gitu? Apakah dengan di cover jadi gelap seakan-akan devil fruitnya itu kayak nggak tahu kemana-mana, jadi pasti spawn di tempat yang sama gitu. Emang kayak gitu. Masih misteri, masih belum di spill, masih opini itu Blackbeard devil fruitnya Cerberus, bisa ambil devil fruit orang. Masih pertanyaan sekarang, soalnya orang juga nggak bisa makan 2 devil fruit sekaligus. Harusnya gitu, tapi Blackbeard punya kekuatan kayak lubang hitam, masih jadi ini nyerapnya. Menurut gue itu diserap pakai kekuatannya Nominya, atau tapi pakai kain hitam. Menarik.
3D2Y message was sneaky? Well then get ready to have War Saga. So I've stated this a couple of times already, but the Paramount War Saga is the 6th in the series, consisting of 108 manga chapters and 122 anime episodes.
Cerberus punya 3 kepala. Jadi 3 kepala masing-masing 1 devil fruit. Komandonya Shirohige kan dikasih kuatnya itu manipulasi, ya. Memanipulasi itu maksudnya apa? Shirohige itu di antara 3 teori, yang pertama emang dia nggak pernah tidur, jadi dia agak beda. Terus Cerberus, lagi mungkin gara-gara yami sih.
Episodes. And in previous editions, we have explored the Straw Hat separation, Luffy's adventures in Impel Down, and spent an entire episode covering the events of the Paramount War itself. And today, we find ourselves covering the post-war events of this saga. And we pick up in the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Marineford. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, has fallen, and the Marines have emerged victorious. And this is an event that would reshape the world as we know it, with pirates everywhere immediately springing into action to claim Whitebeard's former territories in an effort to fill the power vacuum left by the death of one of the 4 emperors of the sea. One such example of this would be Brownbeard, who attacked the town of Foodvalton and claimed that he now ruled the island. Well, we'll see how long that lasts, eh, Brownbeard? But repercussions of the war aren't simply condensed to those affected by Whitebeard, as the world government has also begun to readjust the warlord system, and the powers that be judged that Gecko Moria was now too weak to be amongst their ranks, assigning fellow warlord Doflamingo to assassinate him, although this attempt was ultimately unsuccessful. To start filling the vacancies left by Moria and Blackbeard though, the world government invite a most unlikely candidate into their ranks, being Buggy the Clown, who made a name for himself during the battle, mainly through shooting propaganda videos. But nonetheless, Buggy had developed an impressive following and would come to accept this offer and become a warlord of the sea. Meanwhile, in a more
Oh, di sini Buggy jadi warlord of the sea. Mau jadi pirate atau marine ya? Gue mau jadi NPC aja gue.
somber state, Luffy was taken to Amazon Lily, and having regained consciousness, he is now lamenting Ace's death, which becomes our gateway into a most unanticipated Luffy flashback, where we find ourselves on Dawn Island 10 years prior to the modern day. This story tells of how Luffy's grandfather Garp took him to be raised by mountain bandits after being, in Garp's own words, influenced to become a pirate by Redhead Shanks. So at this point, Luffy has a straw hat, as well as his dream to become the Pirate King. The bandit group he was dropped off with was led by Curly Dedan, a name that has come up before in the series, being mentioned by Whoop Slap. Remember Whoop Slap? But also present within the bandits' territory is a young Port Gasti ace, whom Garp had also taken in and then promptly dropped off with bandits after a request from his rival Goldie Roger, the father of Mr. Ace. Now Luffy, being the charming boy he is, immediately attempted to make friends with Ace, despite the fact that Ace had spat on him and very, very clearly wanted nothing to do with him. But as we all know, Luffy is persistent, and eventually, after a montage, he stumbles upon Ace and another boy by the name of Sabo in a series of events whereby Luffy was captured by a member of a group known as the Blue Jam Pirates, specifically by the member Porchemi. And now, in what is probably one of the darkest moments in One Piece history, Porchemi proceeds to torture a very, very young Luffy until he is eventually saved by Ace and Sabo, which acts as something of a bonding experience, and the three boys soon become friends. And shortly after that, they even take things to the next level by becoming brothers through the ritual drinking of sake. Now, something important to note about Sabo is
Oh, Sabo, Luffy, Ace. Esla.
that he comes from a very different background
ESL.
to Luffy and Ace. And in fact, Sabo is the son of nobility of the Goa Kingdom, the ruling faction of Dawn Island, specifically a man named Outlook III, who hired the Blue Jam pirates to find and return Sabo, which they successfully did. And after being re-indoctrinated into his life of aristocracy, Sabo soon discovers a plan to cleanse the Goa Kingdom by setting fire to the entirety of the Grey Terminal, an area of the island where the poorest of the poor reside. And this was being done because a world noble was on their way to inspect the Goa Kingdom. And so Sabo ran away once more in an attempt to warn everyone, but it was too late as the fire had already been ignited, also trapping Luffy, Ace, and the Blue Jam pirates amongst it. Now, the majority of the citizens, including Sabo actually, would go on to be saved by a certain Monkey D. Dragon, who invoked a particular power to provide the Grey Terminal residents with a path to safety, and even offering those who desired it a place amongst his revolutionary army. In the meantime, amongst the blaze, Ace and Dadan became locked in combat with Captain Blue Jam, while Luffy was taken to safety by the rest of the mountain bandits. But together, Ace and Dadan would have a hard-fought battle, but they would eventually overcome Blue Jam, with Dadan becoming greatly injured in the process and being carried back to the bandit residence by Ace. Although by this time, Sabo had made the decision to set sail and fulfill his dream of becoming a pirate. Unfortunately though, he picked quite probably the worst possible time and day to do so, as his quote-unquote ship aesthetically offended the visiting world noble, who immediately took out a massive bazooka-style gun and fired it directly on Sabo, leading us to believe that Sabo perished that day. Spoiler alert, he didn't, and we never believed that. Ace and Luffy did though, and that's what's important. In fact, they both took Sabo's death particularly hard.
Perubahan bisa terwujud kalau dimulai dari luar.
Oh, jadi dipikir Sabo mati dari kecil.
Up the resolve to say to Luffy that they had to live their lives with no regrets. That one of these days, they were going to live lives freer than anybody. They were bound to make enemies, and their lives would be in constant danger, but they would be free. Ace then decided that he and Luffy would each set sail when they reached the age of 17, a time which came swiftly for Ace, and then also for Luffy, which took us back into the modern day, with Luffy still gutted over the death of Ace, and disgusted by the fact that he was too weak to have saved him. But instead of Ace being here to comfort Luffy, this time that role would fall to Jinbei, who proceeded to lovingly strangle Luffy and force him to remember that he still had his crew. All of the Straw Hats were out there, ready and waiting to resume their adventure with Luffy. But a reunion would not be quite that simple. This is because by this time Rayleigh had literally swam to Amazon Lily, because that's just what a living legend can do, casually swim through the calm belt like that. But upon arriving on the island, he offered to train Luffy in the art of Haki, a power system that had made vague appearances before now, but that we had never really delved into. But this offer would be the catalyst of Luffy deciding that the Straw Hat Pirates would take a 2-year hiatus. And in order to pass this message on to the rest of the crew, Luffy, Jinbei, and Rayleigh caused a big scene by sailing to the remains of Marineford in the guise of paying their respects to the departed Ace. However, rather sneakily, Luffy was also sporting a tattoo on his arm sure to be photographed and published in newspapers all around the world, which read as 3D 2Y, with the 3D crossed out, implying that instead of meeting up in 3 days, they were instead going to reunite on Sabaody in 2 years. And all of the Straw Hats immediately understood this message.
3 days, 2 years. Okay.
As well as the fact that they themselves needed to get stronger so that they could not only achieve their own dreams, but also allow Luffy to reach his dream of becoming the Pirate King. And this led to an unwavering display of loyalty amongst the crew, especially from Zoro, who had been sent to Kuragana Island, the home of Drake Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. This was the man that Zoro had his sights set on defeating. However, for the sake of Luffy, Zoro got on his hands and knees and begged Mihawk to train him. And all of the Straw Hats would find themselves in similarly convenient situations thanks to the efforts of Bartholomew Kuma. In regards to Nami, she was now present on a tiny sky island known as Weatheria, where she would be able to study and innovate with the world's leading weather scientist. Usopp was plonked on the Boyne Archipelago, where he would meet Heracles and be taught about all sorts of incredibly dangerous yet powerful plants that could be harnessed for a variety of purposes, very much including combat. Sanji, to his eternal dismay, was sent to the Kanbaka Kingdom, the land of Okama ruled by Emporio Ivankov, who you may remember was an ally of Luffy during the Impel Down and Marineford arcs. And after a rough start to say the least, Sanji took up the challenge of defeating the 99 masters of Newcomer Kempo, with each of them holding a special recipe for a dish designed to drastically improve a certain aspect of anybody who consumes it. Chopper would end up within the Torino Kingdom in South Blue, which while it initially seems like a fairly backwards tribal area of the world, was actually home to an extensive library of various rare and unique medical texts that once belonged to a significantly advanced culture. Nico Robin was probably given the rawest deal of all at first, being sent to the bridge nation of Tequila Wolf, a bridge that has been under construction for 700 years at the time of Robin's arrival, where she was captured and made a slave until being rescued by the Revolutionary Army and then accepting their offer to travel to Baltigo, and therefore spent the 2-year time skip incorporating all of the knowledge that the organization had gathered, led by Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Frankie found himself on Karakuri Island, which as it turned
Nico Robin jadinya ketemu sama Monkey D. Dragon. Buset.
Turns out was the birthplace of the legendary world government scientist Dr. Vegapunk, as well as home to one of his former laboratories. Well, two of his former labs, which was very good use of Frankie after he accidentally self-destructed one of them. Luckily, that was the least important one. And finally, Brooke, in probably the weirdest situation of all, landed on Namakura Island in the middle of a cultist ritual, after which he was worshipped as Satan for quite some time, before being abducted by select members of a long-arm tribe and becoming a traveling sideshow attraction, all the while working on his musical prowess that would eventually see him turn into a global superstar. As for the rest of the
Mohon maaf, Frank, yang lainnya latihan, memperkuat diri, Frankie malah jadi YouTuber dia. Traveling performer.
world though, the other notable factor is that the entirety of the worst generation minus Luffy, Zoro and Law, the latter of who was currently on Amazon Lily after having treated Luffy's injuries, all embarked into the new world, with many facing immediate challenges of the world's most unpredictable sea. And that just leaves us with Luffy, who was taken to the island of Rusukaina by Rayleigh to begin his Haki training. And after demonstrating the basics of all three forms of Haki, Luffy realized that he had encountered these powers over the course of his journey and was astonished at Rayleigh's capacity in regards to wielding them.
Bukan Frankie, Brooke. Oh, Frankie, salah.
However, before finally beginning his training, there was one thing left to do, as Luffy removed his straw hat, ceremoniously indicating that he was putting his pirate journey on hold, only to be recommenced in 2 years' time. Next time on Sagas in Minutes, we are...
Oke. Berarti Paramount War udah selesai, kita lanjut ke Fishman Island. Sebelum kita lanjut ke
When you want to
Fishman
sort out
Island,
your Mac once and for all, what do
gua
you do?
mau
Most
olahraga
tips from the
dulu,
internet
oke?
didn't work.
You know,
Kita olahraga dulu guys ya. Time skip. Mereka kasihan setelah melihat IG story Kijosin terkena red carpet lagi. Kenapa jadi? Yes, jiwa. Soalnya Brook jadi musisi, dia nyebarin yang akan jadi Pirate King itu Luffy. Oh. Tarik. Yeah. Oke. Kita olahraga dulu. Siang banget olahraganya. Iya. Gara-gara nonton One Piece. Tuh bayangin tuh. Recapnya.
Ciapo ya, Dek?
Hah, Ciapo? Apaan tuh?
Itu yang obat sama kuah itu.
Wah.
手負いとは天狗神の薄刈り屋を切り捨てるとはさすがは魔王の右腕だ。ノースガイアはまだアハルトヘルに。ああ、だが死にかけている。それも計画のうちとのことだ。親族というのは得体が知れない。しかし神の力は絶大なもの。ならばこの獅子王が天狗神に成り代わればいい。神の力を散奪する魔法は未完成のはずでは。それで十分だ。アボスディルヘリアならば完成させられる。勇者カノンの計画を利用してノースガリアは撃とうとしているのだ。神の子にして大生命暴虐の魔王
Mau gakuin
アボスディ
betul.
ルヘリアを。つまり
Nonton mau gakuin loh.
力を奪い逆にノースガリアを乗っ取ると。場合によってはな。勇者が母なる大精霊と魔王の右腕に接触するはずだ。さてさて、一体何が起きるのか。あの口ぶりから言ってカノンはアボスディルヘビアの噂を広め始めた。
おそらく。
ハンデンハンマーの生態から考えればおそらくな。
じゃあレノは。
目をそらすなよミーシャ。俺たちはそれを見届けるためにここまで来たのだ。お断りします。シンデグリア、これは魔王アロスを救うための手段だ。人間は2000年後に転生するアロスを滅ぼす準備を始めている。しかし彼は死後にもかけないだろう。だが争いを望まぬ魔王に再び人間を撃たせるのか。転生した彼が目にするのは平和な世界であってほしい。そのためは魔王を演じる。君には右腕としてどんな事情であれ偽物の魔王に私がひざまずくと思いですか。君がそばにいれば誰もがアボスディルヘビアを本物の魔王だと信じるはずだ。アロスのことを思うのならどの者が何を企もうと我が君は全てを上回るでしょう。何を失うか。
Jadi mabar belum tahu.
超越してるから神に全てを任せていいのか。俺たちが弱いから憎しみを止める強さないから神は眠りにつくってなかった。俺は全てのことを2000年後人間に撃たれることが償う。それで憎悪の連鎖も止まるだろう。約束した。今度生まれ変わる時は友人として。俺は僕が次に彼の前に立つ時は友としてふさわしい自分でいたい。何があろうと偽の魔王を見過ごすことなどありえません。しかしあなたの無謀な計画が成功することはないでしょう。私は転生します。我が君を追い2000年後に。
それって協力はできないけど邪魔もしないってことかな。遅かったねカノン。いつも苦しそうな顔してたけど今は吹っ切れたみたいに見えるよ。
だとしたらアロスのおかげだろうね。彼が変わったのは君のおかげかい。切られる覚悟できたけどあんなにさっきのない彼は初めて見たよ。
そう愛を教えている甲斐があったかな。
教えている。母なる大精霊は恋なんてしないと思ってた。
Double kan tapi satu double satu enggak dong satu jangan dua kalinya itu
の少し触れてくれました。ここで過ごす日々、まるでこの身に鞘が与えられたかのよう感謝します。日々も今日の終わりです。最後の真珠を片付けました。ノースガリアの半死半生、あなたに手立ちするほどの力を求めていません。
そう転生するの？いつ？
まもなく勇者から偽の魔王の噂を広めるでしょう。その前にディルヘルムへ向かいます。
でも私、やっと気がついたのに。
申し訳ございません。2000年後に我が君が待っておられます。
古いよ。でも魔王はシンと一緒にいたんでしょ？私はこの間会ったばかり。それじゃ出ないよ。
では、あなたへの礼に不公平のないよう月日の代わりになるものを差し上げましょう。
何をくれるの？
あなたが望むもの。
シン。私と結婚して。
かしこまりました。
いってらっしゃい。2000年ずっとここで待ってるから、シンが帰ってくるまで。
では、婚姻の儀はどちらの流儀？
すぐに行かなくていいの？
我が君は結婚した者は必ず儀を取り行うよ。
じゃあ、ヘルムがいいかも。
承知しました。
おめでとう。でもなんか急に結婚したわね。マスにも来てもらえたらよかったのにね。
そうですね。しかし2000年後から見ているかもしれません。我が君は暴虐の魔王ですから。精霊と魔族が結ばれる素晴らしき時に立ち会えたことに感謝しよう。母なる大精霊レン、汝シンデグリアを夫とし、精霊の名と心においてその伝承がついえる時まで変わらぬ力を尽くすことを誓うかの？
誓います。
魔王の右腕シンデグリア、汝大精霊レンを妻とし、家族の誇りとその意志において彼女とその国を守るため変わらぬ力を尽くすことを誓うかの？たとえ滅びが二人を若どるとここに母なる大精霊夫精霊王シンデグリアが誕生した。では誓いのキス。
振りでいいよ。
振りがいいのですか？
じゃない方がいいけど。
ではそのように。
大精霊。
私は
大丈夫。シンのまで愛してるから。
愛が何かはまだ知りません。私はあなたを選びました。では
Cute to Chipala, do you watch Golden Kamuy Tube?
でしょ。精霊の婚儀は魔族は厳粛にやるからびっくりしたんじゃないかな。
悪くはないものです。愛を知らぬこの身に夢を見させていただいたことを感謝します。
きっとね、知らないんじゃないよ。シンの心には小さな小さな
Halo, I'm back. Banyak good mood banget bang, good mood bro. Aduh. Mas ada yang tahu nggak mau gakuin? Bakal masih lanjut gak sih? Belum selesai kan ya mau gakuin nih? Kan dia sempet vakum tuh, gara-gara di Jepang COVID apa mau gue kerja. Sekarang kan udah lanjut 3 episode, bakal masih lanjut kan? Belum udahan kan? Tanggung banget episode-nya. Ada yang tahu nggak? Oh, hilang chat gue, hilang. Dulu semua yang nonton dulu. Tidur. Gacha PLN, lu mati lampu Jos. Gacha PLN lama amat. Mati lampu lu. Tumben.
Kopi udah.
Hah?
Itu di atas.
Makan aja, aku udah punya. Dari jam berapa lu mati lampu? Wah, tumben sekali. Udah. Yang aja main Valo, mungkin. Lihat nanti. Dari jam 10. Oh, udah 1,5 jam. Mendadak apa ada pengumuman tuh, Jos? Satu komplek mati per melu doang. Halo, Dragi. Selesai. Halo Judaikun, kayak rumah gua doang. Hari-hari, lu yakin ya rumah lu doang? Itu mati lampu bukan habis token. Maaf, pasca bayar. Oh, pasca bayar. Apes bener, cuma lu doang.
Set live, Jos. Set live. Pakai speaker lah.
But oddly enough, we pick up right where we left off on Ruskaina with a shot of the iconic straw hat.
Lanjut. Kedengeran nggak suaranya? Aman nggak nih suaranya kalau gua play?
Except this time, there has been a 2-year time skip. And during this time, Luffy appears to have made quite a lot of animal friends. However, the point to resume his journey to become the Pirate King has come. And Boa
Aman kan suaranya ya? Oke, penggunaan data stongs. Gitulah.
Hancock arrives to escort him back to Sabadi in order to meet up with the rest of his crew. And good God, will they've all either gained weight, decreased in aesthetic appeal, or have changed species entirely from a reindeer to a fox. It's just amazing what 2 years can do to a person. Thankfully, these straw hats are all 100% fake, as a crew led by one Damara Black has sprung up during Luffy's absence to take advantage of their notoriety. However, rather unfortunately for Damara Black, he ends up accidentally encountering the real Straw Hat Luffy, which does not end well for him. No, not at all. But amongst all of this trash are of course the gems that are the real Straw Hats, all of whom have evolved over their 2 years of various training, and the crew slowly begins to find each other and reform. Their ship, the Thousand Sunny, is also
Selamat siang.
present, thanks largely to Bartholomew Kuma, who struck a deal with Dr. Vegapunk to reprogram him to protect the vessel until a member of the Straw Hats returned to it. With that said, things are not all fine and dandy on the archipelago, because a force of Marines and Pacifista are on the hunt for the Straw Hats, which results
Daging sapi lokal fresh segari, kualitasnya nggak main-main.
Yang
Bener. Dagingnya enakan dari Australia.
in our first proper post-time skip altercation, whereby Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all have the opportunity to demonstrate how much they have grown by near instantly dispatching the cyborg warriors. As for the rest of the Marines, various Straw Hat allies had gathered to assist their escape, including Luffy's mentor and former right-hand man of Goldie Roger, Silver's Rayleigh. And just before heading off on his journey, the last words Luffy says to Rayleigh are, "I'm going to do it. I'm going to be the Pirate King," which brings a tear to the eye of the elderly legend, who then proceeds to engage in a sneaky flashback of the day where he first met Roger, and it is revealed that one of the previous owners of Luffy's straw hat was in fact Roger himself. Back to the Straw Hats now, and they have no real time to enjoy their reunion, as thanks to Rayleigh having coated their ship, they dive straight down to visit Fishman Island, with Nami flawlessly navigating their way to the ocean floor, only to be met by a band of representatives from the new Fishman pirates. And interestingly enough, these pirates appear to be aware of the Straw Hats' history, recognizing Luffy as the man who had beaten Arlong in East Blue, but they are also aware that they protected Hachan, and so the Straw Hats are given two choices: either join the new Fishman pirates or be sunk right here and now. So naturally, of course, Luffy and his crew take option 3, which is to force their way into Fishman Island via a coup de burst, which dispels its coating and scatters the Straw Hats all over the island, with the first group waking up in a house owned by Kami, who was the mermaid that they had all met on their first trip to Sabadi. And soon enough, they also meet up with another acquaintance, being Papug, who has become an exceptionally famous fashion designer, rich enough to have bought a house in the very ritzy Gyovali Hills. Whilst all of this is occurring though, a much darker side to Fishman Island is slowly playing out, firstly featuring the aforementioned new Fishman pirates, who are revealed to be led by a figure known as Hody Jones, with their intended mission being something of a revolution, aiming to take control of Fishman Island and spread their anti-human sentiments amongst its people, or I guess amongst its fishmen. Very notably, Hody and his primary crew members were heavily inspired by the ambitions of Arlong, who himself derived his hatred of humans as a result from his experiences with Fisher Tiger, who is, well, he's one of the more tragic figures in this world. Having once been taken as a slave by the world nobles, and even though he did manage to escape, Tiger would return to the Holy Land of Marijois by
Ini maksudnya apain? Speedrun Arc One Piece.
Scaling the Red Line in order to launch a full-on assault of the world nobles. Whilst there, he sought to free as many slaves as he could, which quite notably featured a very young Boa Hancock and the rest of the Gorgon sisters. After returning from this endeavor, Fisher Tiger then formed the Sun Pirates, an all-fisherman crew heavily populated by former slaves who embarked on the mission of wreaking havoc against the world of humanity and providing a ray of hope for the future of the fisherman race. And this crew included many well-known figures to the modern story, featuring Arlong, Hachan, and even Jinbei. However, tragedy would strike this crew when they took a child named Koala aboard, a human, but also a former slave. As such, Tiger agreed to return Koala to her home island. However, the residents of the island returned this kindness by alerting the Marines to their presence, which resulted in Tiger escaping, but sustaining heavy injuries. And after refusing a transfusion of human blood, Tiger passed away, admitting that he could never accept humanity, but also asking his crewmates not to let their own personal hatred affect the next generation. And opinion amongst the Sun Pirates was very split on that last idea, with Arlong's personal hatred spreading to Hody Jones, and the new Fisherman Pirates were formed as a result of that. However, this group in the modern day also had another ally in their endeavor, who was a man named Van der Decken IX, who had, I guess what we'll call, a cripplingly unhealthy infatuation with the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, so much so that she had needed to be locked up for the better part of a decade due to his devil fruit powers and fear for her safety. But Decken and the new Fisherman Pirates then formed an alliance, vowing to change Fishman Island forever. Having briefly brought up Fishman royalty though, eventually Luffy and a cohort of Straw Hats are found by King Neptune, who invites them to his palace, at which point Luffy stumbles upon the aforementioned Princess Shirahoshi, and after a rocky start to this relationship, the two very quickly become friends and allies, with Luffy even offering to be her bodyguard so that Shirahoshi can go and visit her mother's grave. Now speaking of, Shirahoshi's mother is the second historical figure of grand importance here, being Queen Otohime, who acted as Fisher Tiger's polar opposite, using her life and position primarily to advocate for fisherman-human relations, and harboring a dream of one day living in peace with humanity on the surface. And her pure drive to attain this would be displayed one day when a ship carrying a world noble became wrecked on the island, which would have resulted in the immediate murder of said noble under regular circumstances. However, Otohime risked her own life in order to save his, and then went on to accompany him to the surface in order to discuss her dream with the rest of the world nobles. After returning, Otohime received overwhelming public support, only to be assassinated by a younger Hody Jones, who framed a human for her death and thus restarted the cycle of hatred on Fishman Island. In the modern day, Hody Jones decided to attack the Ryugu Palace, which resulted in him getting ever so slightly wrecked by Zoro, even though the battle took place underwater. However, the new Fisherman Pirates did eventually capture King Neptune and held him hostage in Gyonkod Plaza, where they gathered their full forces, totaling roughly 100,000 members, and decided that this was the time to usurp control of the entire island. Also, at this stage, the new Fisherman Pirates had accessed a special energy steroid, which powered them up significantly, turning Hody Jones from this into this. In the meantime, Luffy had escorted Shirahoshi to Otohime's final resting place, at which point they were met by Jinbei, who is quite shocked to see Shirahoshi, to say the least. And after a relatively pleasant reunion, things quickly turn when Jinbei informs Luffy of the complicated history involving Fisher Tiger and Otohime, as well as requests that Luffy stays out of this issue due to the long-standing fisherman grudge against humans. But Luffy, of course, cares not for such things, and the two get into a fistfight, which is eventually calmed down by Robin, and the group form a plan to stop Hody. And this plan is fairly simple: launch an all-out assault on Gyonko Plaza, defeat the new fisherman pirates, and party the night away. And most of this goes quite smoothly, with Luffy knocking out half of their forces with Conqueror's Haki, and each of the officer members of the new fisherman pirates are defeated with great ease by the Straw Hats, who each finally get to show off their new post-time skip skills. There is certainly trouble in one aspect though, that being Vanderdecken, who after being publicly rejected by Shirahoshi, used his Devil Fruit powers to send an ancient vessel known as the Noah flying her way, which actually threatens to crash into and destroy Fishman Island. And this would also come to serve as battleground for Luffy to face off against Hody Jones, which proves quite difficult for Luffy actually, because he is at a distinct disadvantage underwater. However, he does eventually prevail, and then makes the decision to destroy the Noah in order to prevent it from crashing into the island. As it turns out, these efforts would not be needed though, as
Bersama, kita nikmati berbagai keseruan hidup.
Shirahoshi then reveals a super special power in that she can communicate with Sea Kings, who appear and take the Noah back to its resting place, thus saving Fishman Island. And Shirahoshi is able to do this because, as it turns out, she has inherited the power of the ancient weapon Poseidon, which is passed down through the Ryugu family line, thus making her one of the most important characters in the entire series. But following these events, the new fisherman pirates and Vanderdecken are captured and begin to suffer the side effects of the energy steroids, which rapidly ages them as they all rot away in prison. However, Luffy ended up sustaining incredibly serious injuries, and as twisted fate would have it, he ends up needing a blood transfusion, which is a big taboo in Fishman society due to the whole Fisher Tiger situation. However, Jinbei swiftly volunteers his own blood to the human pirate, putting their bond on full display for all to see. And as Luffy recovers, he asks Jinbei to join his crew. And Jinbei says yes, but also no. He basically states that yes, he would like to, but he has unfinished business to take care of first, which is fine, I guess. I'm sure he'll be along swiftly, right? Right? In any case, the peril of Fishman Island isn't over quite yet, because two representatives from the Big Mom Pirates make their presence known on the island, being Pecoms and Baron Tamago. And this
Big Mom.
This is because following the death of Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, aka Big Mom, offered protection to the island, protection in quotation marks there, under the condition that they produce consistent candy for her. And rather unfortunately, this candy production effort was hindered by the events that had just taken place. And so Luffy takes responsibility for this, claiming that he ate all of the candy and that he would enter the New World in order to defeat Big Mom and claim Fishman Island for himself. And just for good measure, he also said that he would become the Pirate King. So, you know, just casually declaring war against one of the 4 emperors of the sea right there. But to be fair,
aduh, jadi ini awal masalahnya dia datang ke Candyland karena tadinya Big Mom mau overprotection ke Fish City, Fish Village, apalah itu. Luffy bilang dimakan semua permennya, padahal sebenarnya dia niat ngelindungin aja kan, karena nggak mungkin bisa produksi gara-gara drama yang sebelumnya ini.
Luffy's efforts were successful, as Big Mom decided to spare Fishman Island and instead target her full rage towards the Straw Hat Captain. But for now, everything is fine.
Straw Hat Captain, dia ke Whole Cake mau nemuin Sanji. Bukan bang, ada masalah yang lebih penting nanti. Oh gitu.
And the Straw Hats say goodbye to their new and old acquaintances, with the crew promising to one day take Princess Shirahoshi to the surface. And then they set sail in order to enter the final sea, the New World.
New World.
Next time on Sagas in Minutes.
Okay. Fishman Island. Dan kita masuk ke salah satu arc yang sangat populer, yaitu Dressrosa arc.
Glowing banget luar ini. Bisa aja sih.
Kayaknya ini PLN diputusin sama Nightbot. Wow, bro, kan lu tetap dapat poin ya. Lu nonton gua 480 aja, jadi nggak mahal. Jangan 720-60, nonton 480 aja, Jos.
Is many things to many people. A mad scientist, a sociopath, a tongue enthusiast. However, to me, Caesar Clown is rather simply Sagas in Minutes, the series that aims to equip you with the basic knowledge to leap into the wilderness of that is the Dressrosa Saga. The Dressrosa Saga is the 8th in the series, consisting of 2 arcs but an absolutely mega 148 manga chapters, which makes it the longest saga that we have covered to date, and as such I'm telling you right here and now, this is certainly not going to be finished within a single video. But to kick things off, we are finally here as we pick up with the Straw Hats emerging into the new world, and immediately they are met with some of the most chaotic and apocalyptic weather conditions that we have ever faced in the series, signifying that this stretch of water is on a completely different level. From here, our new world log pose presents 3 possible destinations to the crew, of which Luffy chooses none of them because they also receive a distress call from a location known as Punk Hazard.
Punk Hazard, apa ini?
And smelling a decent mystery, Luffy becomes determined to visit this island. The Straw Hats are not the only one to receive this signal, however, as this transmission is intercepted by now Vice Admiral Smoker and his G5 Marine forces, who were lying in wait for Luffy at the island that they suspected he was most likely to choose. But as a result, they also set sail for Punk Hazard. After arriving on the island, the crew splits into 2 groups, with the initial landing party being Luffy, Robin, Zoro, and Usopp, who traverse this fiery hellscape and almost immediately stumble upon a dragon, which is quickly defeated. In the meantime, the remaining Straw Hats aboard the Thousand Sunny are captured and imprisoned in a mysterious facility on the other half of Punk Hazard, which is also a hellscape but a frozen one. And here we encounter 2 very strange things. The first of which is a group of children who are being experimented on at the facility, and the second is a samurai, or part of a samurai, named Kinemon. And over the course of Punk Hazard, Kinemon's various separated body parts would be collected together to form one unit of solid samurai.
Pulau Pokemon, tempat tarungnya Akainu sama Khuzan, sama pabrik Smile. Padahal itu pabrik produksi buat imitasi. Oh.
Soon enough though, it becomes apparent that Kinemon was rendered in the state by one Trafalgar Law, a member of the worst generation, and who post-time skip has now become a warlord of the sea, and who furthermore appears to be working with the cast of antagonists.
Hah? Law jadi 7 Warlord of the Sea?
In control of Punk Hazard. And Law's presence on the island is first discovered by Smoker, and the 2 engage in combat, which resulted in Law's victory via removing Smoker's heart with the incredible powers of his Devil Fruit. To make matters worse, Law is then able to switch the bodies of Smoker and Tashigi, resulting in Tashigi's consciousness being placed into Smoker's fleshy vessel, and vice versa. Furthermore, Law also goes on to do this with the secondary group of Straw Hats, and Nami, Sanji, Frankie, and Chopper all undergo a hilarious body swap. And as for who becomes who in this situation, well, Nami was placed into the body of Frankie, resulting in one very pretty cyborg, whereas Frankie went into the body of Chopper, resulting in the abomination that is this thing. Meanwhile, Chopper went to the body of Sanji, giving us one very adorable chef, and finally Sanji was thrown into the body of Nami, which
Indah deh, Sanji deh. Mantap betul nih Sanji nih.
was something of a dream come true for him, although he was threatened by the overwhelming newfound cyborg powers of Nami not to do anything untoward with her body. Which, to be fair, he really didn't, except for when he started smoking, which was kind of a dick move. At this point though, Luffy stumbles.
Siapa mau nonton live actionnya? Enggak sih, gue cuma pengen kayak gara-gara live actionnya tuh TikTok gue isinya One Piece semua kan. Terus kayak beberapa scene tuh ada yang kayak bikin gue, keren juga. Nah, gue mau tahu ya ceritanya gitu.
Upon Law and remembers him being responsible for saving his life during the Marine for Dark, not only providing Luffy with an escape vessel from the war, but also treating his wounds. And after some shenaniganry, eventually Law approaches Luffy with a bold proposition, claiming that he has a plan to take down one of the 4 emperors, and he even suggests that he and Luffy form an alliance to do so. And despite his present crew members warning against the danger of a pirate alliance, Luffy almost immediately accepts his proposition, and Law begins to implement his complicated plan, which begins right here on Punk Hazard. And he also gradually undoes all of the crazy body swapping he implemented within the crew. But step 1 of Law's master plan has to do with the ultimate antagonist of Punk Hazard, a man named Caesar Clown, who was responsible for experimenting on the children, as well as the production of various chemical weapons and producing a substance known as SAD, or SAD, which is then used to create artificial devil fruits by Caesar's benefactors, one of which is eventually revealed to be Warlord of the Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who then uses this to do business with an Emperor of the Sea that the Luffy Law Alliance is targeting, who is later revealed to be Kaido. And in order to put a halt to this, an operation is implemented to capture Caesar Clown, which is easier said than done, because another presence arrives on the island in the form of Vice Admiral Virgo, who is a double agent within the Marines and an extreme physical powerhouse. And just on power, it should be noted that Caesar Clown isn't exactly a weak existence himself. as he had consumed a low-gear devil-type fruit known as the Gasugasu no Mi, which allows him to conjure, manipulate, and become gas, which means that he can do all sorts of crazy crap, such as remove all of the oxygen from the air around him, which went on to instantly defeat a whole host of our good guys. Furthermore, at this stage, a faction of the Straw Hats get captured by Caesar Clown, along with Law, Smoker, and Toshigi, and at this point they form a temporary alliance with Smoker and the G5 Marines, after which Law restores their bodies, and all of a sudden we have quite the miniature army here, marching in full force on Punk Hazard. Meanwhile, Caesar is currently in the process of broadcasting his brand new chemical weapon, which threatens to kill everybody on the
Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya. Check out sekarang.
island, putting a great sense of urgency into this pirate marine alliance. And Caesar's weapon would comprise a complex set of operations whereby he infused some of his own poisonous gas and a Zoan-type devil fruit to create what I would call a big old blob of death, which was named Smiley. However, this was but the tame form of Caesar's weapon, as basically after consuming a tasty candy designed for Smiley that would go on to kill the creature, then that would reveal the true form of the weapon, which was the widespread release of the gas en masse. Interestingly enough though, this also provided us with the very first example of what happens to a devil fruit after its user passes away, which is that the power immediately reincarnates into the nearest appropriate fruit for future use. So very interesting stuff right there. Now very notably at this point there are also quite a few
di situ dia ngomong ke buah terdekat. Hah. Oke. Pabrik buah setan imitasi. Oke.
parties watching this broadcast who are representatives from power all over the world, and we do recognize certain figures such as Becomes and Tamako from the Big Mom Pirates, but also Eustace Kid from the Worst Generation. But many of these figures were entirely unknown characters and have been referred to as the Underground Brokers. As part of the ensuing skirmish, Trafalgar Law and Smoker team up to take on Vice Admiral Virgo in an incredibly hard-fought battle. However, the duo eventually overcome him, and Virgo is left in a state of separation thanks to Law's abilities. As this is going on, Luffy is gunning towards Caesar to defeat and capture him, although along the way, he discovers a child by the name of Momonosuke, who appears to have eaten an artificial devil fruit, not created by Caesar though. Instead, it was crafted by the legendary Dr. Vegapunk, and it has the effect of turning Momonosuke into a small eastern dragon, although the young boy is not capable of controlling his abilities very well at this point in the story. The most important thing about Momonosuke though, is that he is a comrade of the puzzle samurai Kinemon, a duo whose mystery on Punk Hazard would be unraveled over the course of many arcs. In any case, Luffy does eventually find and defeat Caesar, with the other allied forces proving victorious in their individual endeavors as well. One other notable conflict is that Zoro and Toshigi teamed up to defeat Monet, the user of a snow-type low-gear fruit. Chaos on Punk Hazard is certainly not gone unnoticed though, and Doflamingo is well aware of the trouble that his business is currently facing, choosing first of all to send two members of the Don Quixote Pirates, being Buffalo and Baby 5, to ensure order on the island. Although after their failure, as well as with the sudden break in contact with Monet, who in a very complicated manner was accidentally killed by Caesar, Doflamingo decides to make his way to the island himself. After the victory of the allied forces though, a short break/no party occurs, in which Law reveals the next stage of his plan, which is to visit Greenbit, an island territory connected to that of Dressrosa, the island that Doflamingo currently rules as a king. And after discovering that Law and the Straw Hats are headed to Dressrosa, Kinemon expresses his desire to visit the island as well, because he has mysterious business there, and so Kinemon and Momonosuke join the fun, and the alliance sails away from Punk Hazard with Caesar Clown in chains. This leaves Smoker and the G5 Marines on the island, who are shortly after confronted by the arrival of Doflamingo, who attempts to kill Smoker, but is ultimately stopped by the very well-timed arrival of another figure, being former Marine Admiral Aokiji, who now is just known by his real name Kuzan. In any case, not wanting to face off against Kuzan, Doflamingo
Nggak ada suara, maaf. Guys, gue mau tanya ke kalian. Si Aokiji udah nggak jadi Fleet Admiral. Aokiji jadi temenan sama Doflamingo. Gimana sih? Oh, dia pakai nama Kuzan. Keluar dari kemarin setelah gelut lawan Akainu, ngerebutin kepemimpinan, terus gabung Blackbeard. Oh, oh jadi dia gabung Blackbeard kru, serius? Masuk Revolutioner kirain tapi akhirnya di Blackbeard. What the hell? Why?
Mingo smugly retreats back to his kingdom, while Kuzan and Smoker then have a little chat. Now at this point it should be stated that Kuzan has resigned from the Marines after battling Sakazuki for the position of Fleet Admiral. A 10-day affair that actually took place on Punk Hazard.
Dari Golden Lamian, yaitu extra spicy beef Lamian. Kaldunya itu creamy, gurih, dan berasa
and is the reason why the entire island's climate has been irrevocably morphed into a half-fire, half-ice Pokeball-style island. And so at the moment Kuzan is acting as more of a rogue agent of justice, although there are allegedly some terrible rumors surrounding his actions and current associates. More delicious mystery, but Kuzan still retains an incredible degree of trust in Smoker and even requests that Smoker does not report his presence to the Marines at large. And now en route to Dressrosa with the leverage of Caesar Clown, Law calls Doflamingo and issues him with an ultimatum, in that he will hand Caesar over in exchange for Doflamingo resigning his position as a warlord of the sea, which Doflamingo does agree to, and a hostage exchange is arranged on the territory of Green Bit. This opportunity is also taken to introduce us to the current makeup of the 7 warlords of the sea, which does include some familiar faces being Drakeul Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, and Doflamingo of course. And in addition to this, there are 2 new warlords mentioned, being Trafalgar Law and Buggy the Clown, who was invited to the organization after his actions during Marineford. But there is one 7th final member who we are keeping a mystery for now, so many mysteries happening here. But furthermore, elsewhere in the world, it is announced that not only have Luffy and Law formed an alliance, but another cohort of the Worst Generation have done the exact same, being Eustace Kid, Scratch Manipu, and Basil Hawkins. And I guess by default you can also include Massacre Soldier Killer in this alliance, because he is a direct subordinate of Kid. And this alliance was also created with the intention of bringing down one of the 4 emperors, although that emperor is unknown at this point in the story. But despite the seemingly amicable agreement between Doflamingo and Law, both parties are planning all sorts of fun betrayal, as Law charges a section of the Straw Hats with finding and destroying the Smile Factory on Dressrosa, whilst he exchanges Caesar Clown on Green Bit. And in the meantime, Doflamingo also has roughly a billion tricks up his sleeve, including invoking his influence on the world government to have a brand new Marine Admiral sent to the island in order to assist him. And in addition to that, Doflamingo also has a plan to lure Luffy into a trap, as he has organized a tournament in the Corridor Coliseum, with the ultimate prize being the Mera Mera no Mi, a devil fruit once owned by Luffy's now past brother, Portgas D. Ace. And with
Hai, maaf nge-mute lagi ya Allah, sorry guys. Aduh, ngomong sendiri.
That the stage is now set for one of the most complex and chaotic events to ever take place in the series, as the crew land on the island of love, passion, and toys, Dressrosa.
Ya.
Makasih. Mau hemat nongkrong gini amat, pasti ada jalan pakai GoFood.
Nah tadi gue ngomong ini setelah ini lanjut ke yang cerita ini kan, ke cerita yang Doflamingo bikin turnamen di Colosseum, hadiahnya Devil Fruitnya Ace, terus Luffy denger dan Luffy nggak mau ada yang ngambil powernya Ace, jadi dia ikutan nyamar sendiri dibantuin sama siapa gitu buat masuk ke Colosseum-nya. Terus di situ dia ketemu sama Sabo. Setelah pas dia battle itu rusuh, hancur Colosseum-nya, berebutan buahnya, dan mereka harus kabur dari situ. Bener kan?
The biggest mystery surrounding Doflamingo has always been, what is behind their glasses? A mystery that would never be solved until now. Because I am here to present Doflamingo's deep dark secret, which is that his eyes were surgically replaced with YouTube subscribe buttons, pressing either one of which will result in a subscription to the Grand Line Review, which will allow as it aims to equip you with the basic knowledge to leap into the wilderness of One Piece. And today it's time we continue one of the most ambitious sagas ever constructed, that is Dressrosa. The Dressrosa saga is the 8th in the series, consisting of 2 arcs but an absolutely mega 148 chapters, which does make it the longest saga we have covered to date, and hence why we need this whole part 2 business, because we have a lot to Mayo, who is the Smile Factory led by Luffy, the Smile Factory Alliance, which does make it the longest saga we have covered to date, and hence why we need this whole part 2 business, because we have
Double suaranya, karena dia mantul ke mic gua. Itu alasannya gue tadi nge-mute, saatnya kembali nge-mute.
Have a lot to cover here today. Where we last left off, the Straw Hat / Trafalgar Law Alliance had been split into 3 groups, one of which was tasked with infiltrating Dressrosa to destroy the Smile Factory led by Luffy, whilst another headed to Green Bit to exchange Caesar Clown as a hostage, led by Law, and a faction to protect the Thousand Sunny, led by no one in particular, but we'll say Nami, because she usually ends up being in charge. So a couple of things here. With Luffy's group, they almost immediately encounter a Marine Admiral, although they don't know it, as he is currently passing himself off as a run-of-the-mill blind gambler, although things do get somewhat serious, when Luffy informs him that he is being cheated, and he buries the game masters in an awfully deep hole. In any case, this man is later revealed to be Marine Admiral Fujitora, who wields a particularly powerful paramecia fruit known as the Zushi no Mi, which allows him to control gravity to varying degrees. Following this, Luffy discovers that there is a tournament being conducted nearby in the Corridor Coliseum, the prize of which is the Mera no Mi, a devil fruit once used by his brother. And so Luffy takes Doflamingo's bait and enters the tournament under the brilliant alias of Lucy. And here Lucy meets a whole cast of characters who would go on to become wildly important during this arc, one of which we will specifically zero in on being Cavendish, a pirate who holds a supreme hatred for every member of the worst generation and who is hell-bent on killing them, which yes, does include Luffy at this stage. And another one of note would be Bartolomeo, who is the exact opposite, as he worships Luffy and the Straw Hats like a deranged fanboy. A lovable deranged fanboy though. We were also introduced to a figure named Ricky, who is not touted to be anything important, but who would turn out to be King Riku Doldo III, the former king of Dressrosa, who a decade ago had his island commandeered by the current King Doflamingo, who used his string devil fruit ability to force Riku to slaughter his own people and to sway public opinion away from the Riku family, to say the least, allowing Doflamingo to take control of the island. And I would also be remiss not to single out Rebecca, a fairly at this point mysterious gladiator who is fighting to win the Mera no Mi in order to use it to kill Doflamingo. Oh, and rather interestingly, Dressrosa also sees the return of Bellamy, the opponent who Luffy one-shot back in the Skypiea saga, who still works for Doflamingo, but who has matured beyond all belief and who now holds a huge degree of respect for Luffy. And the tournament breaks down as follows. Essentially, all of the fighters are grouped into 4 blocks, A, B, C, and D. The members of these blocks are then all thrown into the arena at the same time, and a battle royale is conducted until only one fighter remains standing. And getting into things, the winner of Block A would be, rather surprisingly, Jesus Burgess, member of the Blackbeard Pirates, who was masquerading as a character named Happy Store. But the fact that the Blackbeard Pirates have any presence on Dressrosa whatsoever imbues this arc with a whole new layer of sinister feelings. And Luffy even briefly spoke to Blackbeard via Den Mushi and declared that he would not allow them to take Ace's devil fruit. Moving to Block B, and this was quite a chaotic affair, featuring a newly almost heroic Bellamy and a man whose punch was rumored to be able to take down one of the 4 emperors. Neither one of them would win though, as in the end the ultimate troll Bartolomeo proved victorious due to his Bari no Mi abilities, despite stopping mid-combat to take a piss. To the main event, we now look to Block C, which came down to a fierce battle between Monkey D. Luffy and Don Chinjao, a veteran pirate who held a grudge against Luffy's grandfather Garp, although not only was Luffy able to defeat him, but he also incidentally fixed Chinjao's head, causing the veteran pirate to pledge his loyalty to Luffy, which will become a common feature during the saga. And as for Block D,
Jadi di blok A yang menang krunya Blackbeard, yang di blok B yang menang nggak tau lah itu yang begini siapa ya. Blok C Luffy, dan akhirnya dia malah loyal tuh yang gede itu tuh.
the eventual winner would be Rebecca after Cavendish revealed his split personality Hakuba, who proceeded to wreck every other contestant bar Rebecca and then promptly fell asleep, resulting in one final battle royale consisting of Jesus Burgess, Bartolomeo, Lucy, Rebecca, and the champion of the Colosseum, Diamante, who was one of Doflamingo's most trusted officers. However, Luffy would not actually fight in this match, as prior to its commencement, he received the shock of a lifetime when Sabo, a childhood brother of Luffy thought to be long dead, revealed himself and requested permission to consume Ace's devil fruit, which Luffy gave gladly and just in time to exit the Colosseum and begin to deal with the true meat of Dressrosa. Because while these events were occurring, there was no shortage of shenaniganry elsewhere, as Sanji had found himself in a precarious position with Viola, a member of the Don Quixote pirates, who fooled him with her feminine wiles. But of course, it is later revealed that Viola is a princess of the former monarchy, the Riku family, and despite her villainous actions thus far, was all for bringing down Doflamingo. And so
Jadi Sabo minta izin ke Luffy buat makan devil fruitnya Ace dan dikasih. Itu alasannya Sabo sekarang punya kekuatan api. Oke.
Viola would also go on to inform Sanji that his crew was in imminent danger. At the same time, Frankie was exploring the island and ended up making friends with a toy soldier who would reveal the seedy underbelly of Dressrosa, as it turned out that there was a member of Doflamingo's crew named Sugar who had the ability to turn living beings into toys, as well as to go on to enslave them. And this toy soldier himself had been a victim of Sugar, and while he was human, he was named Kuros, formerly known as the Invincible Gladiator, as well as the commander of the Riku Royal Army, and perhaps most importantly of all, the father of Colosseum Gladiator Rebecca. Meanwhile, the Sunny Protection team were being assaulted by a member of the Don Quixote pirates named Jorah, who turned everyone into splendid modern art, but was promptly defeated by the very quick thinking of an underrated Straw Hat member by the name of Brook. And things had not gone to plan for the Caesar Exchange team either on Green Bit, as by this time both Robin and Usopp had been captured/stumbled into the territory of the Tontada tribe, a group of very gullible dwarves who, as with many factions in and around Dressrosa, were planning to mount an assault on the current king Doflamingo. And in their case, this was because he had enslaved a huge portion of their tribe for the purposes of creating artificial devil fruits in the Smile Factory. But here Usopp did what Usopp does best, and he ended up lying about being some legendary hero, and he became known by the Tontada tribe as Usoland, and was subsequently charged with leading their assault on Doflamingo. That's alright though, I'm sure Usopp can handle it. Although if he can't, then luckily the Tontada tribe would eventually liaise with the toy soldier as well as Frankie in order to discuss their impending assault. Also on Green Bit, Law's plan to exchange Caesar had rapidly gone downhill, as he found himself in a 2-on-1 battle against not only Doflamingo, but also Marine Admiral Fujitora. And it's safe to say that Law was not expecting to deal with an admiral due to the fact that part of his bargain was to have Doflamingo resign from the Seven Warlords and thus cut all ties with the world government. Unfortunately for Law, this turned out to be but a clever ruse by Doflamingo, who had used his mysterious leverage over the world government to publish his resignation and then have it revoked, with the people of Dressrosa being informed of this by CP0, the strongest cell of Cypherpol agents who work directly for the world nobles. And in the case of Fujitora, well, he was sent specifically to deal with Trafalgar Law, as well as Monkey D. Luffy. But in a last-ditch effort, Law was able to make sure that Doflamingo did not reclaim Caesar, with him ending up back on the Thousand Sunny, along with Sanji, who briefly took on Doflamingo directly. However, in this dire situation, the decision was made to have the Sunny Protection team, now including Sanji, immediately move on to the next island of Zou. However, this was much easier said than done, because at this very moment, the flagship of the Big Mom Pirates, the Queen Mama Chanta, appeared, who, in addition to being incredibly hostile to the Straw Hats, also had a vested interest in capturing Caesar Clown. It really is kind of amazing the efforts that all of these individuals will go to in order to secure a single clown boy. But faced with a faction of the Four Emperors, Sanji made the simple request to Luffy over a Denden Mushi, which was permission to strike back, which Luffy instantly gave because, well, he had already declared war on Big Mom back on Fishman Island. Now, as for everyone else on the island, which at this stage consisted of Luffy, Zoro, Robin, Frankie, Usopp, Law, and Kinemon, who we haven't spoken about much yet, but he's also there. In any case, this group would make the decision to remain on Dressrosa to complete their mission of destroying the Smile Factory, and more importantly, to defeat Doflamingo. And once again, this was much easier said than done, especially when Zoro and Kinemon were confronted directly by both Doflamingo and Fujitora, the latter proving to briefly overwhelm Zoro with his gravity-related abilities. As such, Zoro and Kinemon made a hasty retreat, as Fujitora and Doflamingo made their way to the country's palace with a gravely wounded Trafalgar Law in tow. Upon reaching the palace, though, Fujitora made it very clear that his actions on the island were only being conducted as a result of his direct orders, and he warned Doflamingo not to consider him an ally. Fujitora Fujitora then stated that his ultimate ambition was to make sure that the Seven Warlord system would be abolished by the world government, which of course included Doflamingo status. And having said all of this to a very volatile madman, this led to a violent clash between Fujitora and Doflamingo, but the action did not proceed from there. In any case, our group of protagonists all had one clear mission now, with Luffy, Zoro, and Kinemon gunning straight towards the palace to deal with Doflamingo, whilst Frankie was to act as a rather loud diversion for the Don Quixote pirates, whilst Usopp, Robin, and a host of the Tontada tribe members infiltrated Dressrosa's underground port with the goal of bringing down Sugar. As with her devil fruit powers, the allied forces would stand no chance in this mission. And just on Sugar for a bit, her abilities were put to predictably sinister use in regards to the Corridor Coliseum, as every fighter wounded and admitted to medical treatment was subsequently turned into a toy by Sugar and then put to work as slaves in the underground port. And so when Usopp and Robin marched in with, no joke, the fate of the entire island on their shoulders, not only were they unfortunately met by Sugar, but also Treble, another one of Doflamingo's most trusted officers, and this duo succeeded in defeating everyone except for Usopp, who was forced to admit the reality that he was no legendary hero. However, instead he made a new claim that from today onwards, he would become the Tontada tribe's legendary hero, proceeding to take on both Sugar and Treble heroically and promptly losing. However, in one of the most incredible twists of fate in the entire series, Sugar would end up feeding Usopp the weapon designed to bring her down, which resulted in what can only be described as this face, which terrified Sugar and knocked her out. And at this very moment, the tide of the Dressrosa saga rapidly shifted, as every single being that had been turned into a toy, be they a citizen of the country or a Colosseum fighter, was reverted back to their original form. And they were pretty pissed off, to say the least, as they decided that the Straw Hat Pirates had been their saviors and en masse marched on Doflamingo, which would be the catalyst for one of the largest and most chaotic battles that we have ever seen in the series. Next time
Damn, jadi Usopp actually save all the dolls dengan kekuatan yang bikin pingsan adik-adik kecilnya itu. Usopp actually contribute? Oh, wow, okay. Adik-adiknya itu sebenarnya baik atau jahat sih? Adik-adiknya itu maksudnya kayak dia tuh kayak gitu emang karena dia jahat atau karena dia tuh nggak punya pilihan gitu loh. Jahat emang krunya Dovi. Oh, dia emang anak buahnya Doflamingo, I see. Tua itu aslinya. Kakaknya Monet. Monet siapa ya? Menarik. Lanjut nonton.
Knowledge to leap into the wilderness of One Piece, and today it is time to finally conclude the mighty endeavor that is the Dressrosa Saga. The Dressrosa Saga, as stated multiple times now, is the 8th in the series, consisting of 2 arcs but an absolutely mega 148 chapters, which contains a ridiculously jam-packed story with a massive cast of characters that we will be attempting to wrap up here today. And last time we ended with the defeat of Sugar, an officer of the Don Quixote Pirates, whose dismissal resulted in everyone who had been turned into a toy regaining their original forms and focusing their rage on one man, the current king of the island, Don Quixote Doflamingo. And the first shot in this endeavor would be taken by Kuros, our former toy soldier, who upon regaining his human body, leapt into action and decapitated Doflamingo, thus ending the entire saga. And actually no, it turned out to be a string clone, because that's just a thing that Doflamingo can do with his devil fruit, which is insane. First of many insane things actually, because sensing this unprecedented danger to his position, Doflamingo chose to activate a technique known as the birdcage, whereby he entrapped the entire island in a cage of razor-sharp strings, which would slowly encroach on the land, threatening to kill everyone caught within it. And with that, we are now on a clock to defeat the Warlord of the Sea. But that would be further complicated by the fact that Doflamingo decided to broadcast a bounty system in order to hinder the uprising on Dressrosa, assigning various figures a star rating, with each star being worth 100 million berries to anyone who is able to capture the individual in question.
Sebentar, ini tiap bintang 100 juta berry. Usopp 5 bintang. Usopp 5 bintang. Huh? What the heck? Oke. What the heck? Got the Usopp.
So with this in mind, both Luffy and Law, who was now freed from the grasp of Doflamingo, were worth 3 stars each. But rather surprisingly, the most valuable figure would turn out to be God Usopp, whom Doflamingo assumed a mighty 5 stars due to him being the reason why all of the toys reverted. So this hinders effort somewhat, as the full force of the Don Quixote pirates, as well as many civilians of Dressrosa and some miscellaneous bounty hunters, now set their sights on the prize in front of them. Oh, and I should also say that he offered a 3-star rating to Sabo, who after competing in the finals of the Corridor Coliseum, was successfully able to acquire the Meromeronomy. But in addition to this, it is also revealed that Sabo is a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army and is here to investigate Doflamingo's black market practices. And shortly after, Sabo would come into conflict with Admiral Fujitora, which prevented the Marine from hunting down Luffy and Law. And with his new abilities, Sabo was also able to fight Fujitora into an effective stalemate, at which point Fujitora had a change of heart and decided to bet on Doflamingo being taken down by Luffy, then turning his attention to saving as many civilians as possible from the indiscriminate wrath of Doflamingo. Now during this time, we take the opportunity to zero in on one Trafalgar Law, the man responsible for bringing Luffy and the Straw Hats into this situation under the guise of defeating one of the 4 emperors. In reality, that was but a clever ruse, and Law's plan never extended this far, and in fact this whole endeavor was crafted in order to use Luffy to help Law exact personal revenge against Doflamingo, because as it turns out, he and Law, well, they have quite a history. As a child, Law, after a horrific childhood in which he was stricken with Amber Lead syndrome, as well as a genocide conducted upon his homeland, would end up finding his way to a younger incarnation of the Don Quixote pirate.
Ada orang? Halo? Lah, ada. Si John kemana, Vin? Arai. Bingung kan? Gue juga bingung.
Weh,
Bingung. Man,
ngapain lu, Bil?
lagi kosong. Habis cek darah gue.
Kenapa?
Waduh.
Sisa berapa tahun?
Waduh.
Anjing juga lu.
Kalau nggak ngapain cerita? Ada apa dicek darah aja?
Cek lab maksud lu?
Ya.
Kolesterol lu 1000 ya?
Kayaknya 4.000 kemarin.
4.000 sih lu udah mati, anjing. 1.000 juga udah mati.
Ngapain lu, Ray?
Nggak mau ngajak main tadi.
Main apa lu?
Hah?
Ngapain?
Mau ngajak main tadi.
Hah?
Capek gua hidup anjing, lompat dari balkon gua sekarang.
Lagi kecil. Kecilin. Perkara di HP. Roll tinggi, dia loncat dari balkon. Kasian ntar aspalnya licin.
Wah, suka bener lu. Gue ganti nama dah ini di Discord ini biar...
Gue kagak banyak. Siput siapa anjing? Siapa Siput?
Billy, siapa lagi?
Kayak dulu namanya bukan Siput dah.
Arai.
Nah, Billy.
Iya, dulu Arai kan namanya. Kayak gue nggak tahu Siput siapa anjing, tiba-tiba manggil. Gue lagi pakai speaker.
Main asik sih.
Mau main apa lo?
Gak tahu apa Valo.
Valo tar, tunggu gua Jim. Gua mau main Valo, sabar.
Kapan lo main Valo?
Ya pas lo record lah, kapan lagi.
Mainin akun gua, Bil.
Wah. Ada skinnya nggak?
Ada
itu
banyak,
dulu.
ada banyak.
Ada, bro.
Mantap.
Ada. Ayo dan ntar ya. Ntar jam gua mau mandi makan siang dulu. Lu main dulu ya kalau mau dah.
Gua juga mau mandi. Gua terima ntar Ino 2 ya.
Buset.
Lu mau Radian?
Gas.
Ini lagi.
Bayar ya, Man?
Bener ya?
Lu bayar ya?
Iya.
Lu bayar kolesterol gua turun.
Oke, gue bayar PT 1 bulan.
Iya, itu murah sih. PT 1 bulan kalau ikutin turun kolesterol lu.
Ah, tai juga.
Lah katanya mau kolesterol turun.
Tapi kan harus gua nggak niat. Kalau itu kan gua harus niat dulu.
Goblok.
Gimana cara kolesterol turun kalau lo nggak niat? Brengsek. Oh ada sih, ya minum obat kolesterol sih.
Nah,
Ya, itu kan gak sehat, coy.
Ya, nggak apa-apa.
Kalau temen gue mati, ntar yang ngebus gue keradian lagi siapa?
anjing. Jadi hidup gua cuma ini ya, gunanya ya. Ngepus
Di
kerjaan
milking,
doang.
gitu di sini di milking.
Lah enggak dong, itu namanya simbiosis mutualisme.
Lu jadi punya
Orang
teman
ini
main,
sih.
Jod. Gimana sih?
Kenapa?
Lu jadi punya teman main meskipun lu di milking.
Oh iya.
Kalau enggak, wah gue inget
Temen
banget.
gua
John
itu
pertama
loh.
kali datang tuh ke sini, gue gabut nih. Gak ada teman main, Lah. Ya kan?
Temen gue beu banget tuh kemarin sampai kelas 2 kali loh. Mau nonton.
Gila.
Oh. Berarti
Pengen ascendant BU nih ya?
lu
Iya,
di
bro.
milking juga ya, Jon ya?
Iya.
Di milking.
Semuanya yang jago di sini di milking emang, Bill.
Oh. Gue pengen sebut suatu game tapi Norman ntar bakal marah-marah.
Udahlah, videonya ntar tinggal gue kasih.
Escape from Tarkov.
Oh, lu masih main?
Gue mau main lagi sih. Kemarin diajakin metal.
Oh.
Main sekali doang gue.
Banyak cheater
Di
sekarang.
Dari dulu.
Abis di ini, Vin, abis di update.
Apa yang dia
Sekarang
mau
kalau
manja deh,
kita
mau ikut
nge-report ya, kita dapat kabar kalau keben apa enggak kan.
Oh gitu. Oh, kayak
Dulu kan
Valorant
nggak
dong.
ada. Nah, lucunya dari Bapak Tarkov Dunia, Bapak Peskili terhormat, dia main 68 game,
37.
berapa? 37.
Udah gue kasih tahu
Iya,
itu.
iya. Lucu kan itu kan udah di
Nah,
report
lucu
kan.
kan? Nah,
Iya.
begitu lah.
Ya memang lucu, makanya itu dia jadi pada nggak main lagi karena bapak apa
Nah,
kayak Stili aja kayak gitu.
makanya gue cuma main segame. Di wipe ini, baru wipe padahal.
Salah.
Game pertama dapat Ledex.
Ah, lo nge-cheat itu.
Langsung gue jual, man.
Ini Ledex di mana ketemunya?
Banyak sekarang, banyak
Sekarang
banget
udah banyak.
Di custom banyak.
Dulu kan itu kayak di The Lab
Lab doang.
doang, iya.
Lab sama Shoreline.
Shoreline juga rare banget itu kan. Lu
Mbak,
Enggak, Shoreline banyak.
ada satu kunci tuh.
kunci yang
Satu
mana?
kunci,
yang
aduh.
pasti minimal
Oh, yang
dapet lah.
mahal ya kuncinya ya?
Ya, kuncinya 4 juta dulu.
Oh iya, itu dia tuh. Gue nggak mampu. beli,
Buka
bro.
2 minimal dapat 1.
Itu tuh ada elektronik 1 di situ, loot 2, medical spawn 3.
Set apal gitu.
Gimana dia hidup
Dia hidup.
bangun mental?
Oh, dia versi Indo Pestili dia.
Enggak,
Ya udah bentar
lebih ke versi
Makan
landmark
dulu.
tapi enggak
Oh, landmark.
seterkenal landmark aja.
Maaf deh, Bang.
Ntar, follow Bill sama gua sama
Ayo.
tapi jam 1 lah ya, jam 1 gua
Wah,
nanti makan
kasih
dulu.
Bisa. Lu mau ngapain, Man?
Sport, ya.
Kan gua kerja, gua record.
Ntar.
Account lu ada ininya enggak?
Gitu, lihat dulu ini gua kasih ID pasar.
Ntar guys ya,
Sana lu lihat dulu.
mandi makan dulu gua.
ID lu kenapa?
Kenapa
Kenapa
belum
password
selesai?
teman-teman
Iya
gua
sih,
enggak ada yang
yaudah
bener
deh.
sih?
Gua dengerin dulu dah.
And specifically developing a relationship with Doflamingo's brother Rocinante. And we also go another layer deep into this flashback, briefly focusing on Doflamingo and how he was once a world noble until his father took his family to live with the masses, which was a predictably tragic move, and one day a child Doflamingo felt so bitter that he murdered his own father. Now his brother Rocinante would take a different path by becoming an agent of the Marines and then going on to infiltrate the Don Quixote pirates on their behalf. But everything would change one day when Rocinante overheard Law's real name, which was Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, and knowing that there would be no mercy whatsoever if Doflamingo were to discover this name, Rocinante fled the crew with Law in hand and traveled far and wide to find a doctor who could cure Law's affliction, all to no avail though, until an opportunity to source a certain devil fruit came up, being the Ope Ope no Mi. Now Doflamingo was on the hunt for this fruit because it was fabled to allow its user to make others somewhat immortal, or not immortal but more accurately perpetually youthful, which was something that very much interested Mr. Flamingo. And in a series of more tragic events, Rocinante's identity as a Marine scene would be uncovered and Doflamingo would go on to murder him with the exact same gun that he had used on their father. However, this was not before Rocinante acquired the Ope Opinimi and fed it to Law, which allowed him to cure his Amber Lead syndrome and grow up into the figure that he is today, hell-bent on destroying Doflamingo for what he did to Rocinante. So back to the modern day now, and the current developments are not going in Doflamingo's.
Oh, jadi lo itu hampir mati tapi dikasih makan devil fruit sama saudaranya Doflamingo. Dan Doflamingo ngebunuh bapaknya karena cemburu. Dan makanya lo benci sama Doflamingo karena dia ngebunuh orang yang udah nyelamatin nyawanya. Which is siapa namanya? Siapa namanya? Corazon. Asik. Nah, gak cemburu terus apa dong?
His favor, as his crew were being systematically dismantled by the small army marching upon him. Several key Colosseum fighters were able to take down prominent officers, and Straw Hat member Frankie rounded this out by defeating Senor Pink in what can only be described as a true battle between manly men things. At this point, this left only Doflamingo and his top officers remaining, the first of which to go down would be Diamante, who was defeated by Kuros in an act of retribution, as Diamante was responsible for murdering Kuros' wife and Rebecca's mother Scarlet. Also, Scarlet was the daughter of former King Riku, thus making Rebecca royalty of the Riku dynasty. Next up, Pika would be dismantled, quite literally, by the efforts of Straw Hat swordsman Zoro, who chopped and chopped and chopped until Pika was forced to face off against Zoro directly, which definitely did not work in his favor at all. And finally, Treble would come to kind of defeat himself actually, after a poorly thought out explosion technique designed to kill Law, but it pretty much just ended up knocking Treble out himself. During this time, we also had a brief rematch of Luffy versus Bellamy, which ended in just as one-sided a result as it did the first time around, except this time it was much more heartfelt because Bellamy had resigned himself to having pledged his loyalty to Doflamingo, but was also more than happy to be brought down by the only other man in the world that he respected, being Luffy. Now, despite putting up a grand effort against Doflamingo, including severely damaging his internal organs, Trafalgar Law, still fairly gravely injured himself mind you, would be taken out of action, leaving only two combatants on this dramatic stage, being Luffy and Doflamingo. Now, that isn't to say that everyone else was just standing about doing nothing, because
Mute, my bad. Gue lagi baca-bacain komen kalian doang ini. Ya udah lah, intinya gue bacain komen kalian lah. Oke, terima kasih infonya. Lanjut nonton.
After repelling Senor Pink, Frankie and the Tontata forces finally reached the Smile Factory, where they freed the enslaved tribe, including Princess Mancherry. In the ensuing chaos, Kinemon also very notably found the samurai he was hunting for on the island being Kanjuro, another nice piece in the samurai mystery puzzle that would not be answered in the saga. However, both Kinemon and Kanjuro would go on to contribute to the defense of Dressrosa by attempting to stop the birdcage from encroaching further alongside Zoro. And this effort would be joined from all sides by various factions, one of which would be the Colosseum fighters, who all push back against the birdcage, thanks to a large barrier created by Bartolomeo, and Frankie and his faction were also able to use the Seastone Smile Factory as a barrier for them to attempt to stop the birdcage. And finally, Marine Admiral Fujitora would even join this effort, with the combination of everyone managing to halt the cage very briefly, but very importantly. Cutting back to the main action, Luffy would now reveal a new form to take on Doflamingo, being Gear 4th Bound Man, a transformation that outclassed Doflamingo in both speed and power, although it was unable to deliver the final blow before Luffy ran out of time and was forced to accept the assistance of the civilians of Dressrosa to buy him enough time to regain his use of Haki.
Itu pertama kali Luffy ngeluarin Gear 4 Bounce Man-nya dia berarti ya?
to use the form once more. In addition to this, Sabo also hopped into action once more in order to prevent Jesus Burgess of the Blackbeard Pirates from killing Luffy, a fight that Sabo would go on to convincingly win. But here we are now, cutting it very, very close to everyone's demise at this point. However, Luffy, thanks to the efforts of almost literally everyone on the island, was given just enough time to invoke Gear 4th once more and finally defeat Doflamingo with an incredible King Kong gun, shattering both the glasses and the global standing of the warlord, dispelling the birdcage and saving the entire kingdom. Following this, Admiral Fujitora would issue a formal apology to King Riku, who was reinstated as the monarch of the nation, along with Viola and Rebecca regaining their place as royalty. And at this time, Sabo's investigation on behalf of the Revolutionary Army would conclude, and after making a Vivia card for Luffy, he left along with his forces. Now, elsewhere in the world, big things were happening, specifically in regards to the other alliance comprised of Worst Generation members, who had found themselves all of a sudden under attack by a profound world figure. This man, nay this creature, had found their base by jumping off a sky island and landing 10,000 meters onto the hard ground, and after emerging with nothing but a light headache, he was introduced as 100 Beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors and a being known as the strongest creature alive, which sent our very unfortunate Worst Generation members into a slight panic to say the least. Now also by this time, the Sanji-led faction of the Straw Hats had made it safely to Zou, although Zou itself was proving to be less than safe, with a contingent of the Beast Pirates, Kaido's crew, they're allegedly searching for a certain samurai. There's that word again, samurai. The search was not going well though, as they went on to be dispatched by Sanji and Brook. Back to Dressrosa now, and Luffy and the crew would be forced to flee soon enough, although when doing so he was faced with a rather large blockade in the form of Fujitora, whom Luffy engaged in combat with, only to be interrupted by the citizens of Dressrosa, who under the guise of shouting angrily at Luffy, actually strategically positioned themselves on the battlefield, preventing Fujitora from invoking his gravity powers. And Fujitora then had no choice but to acquiesce, developing quite a liking for Luffy and even regretting the fact that he had blinded himself, as he now had a profound desire to look at Luffy with his own eyes. Now usually the escape from the island is...
Itu tadi momen dimana siapa tadi itu nama Marinnya, dia ngebiarin Luffy hidup dan kabur ya, padahal sebenarnya bisa dikalahin mungkin ya masih dia ya, tapi karena jadinya dia malah suka sama Luffy, terus dia ngomong dari suaranya Luffy ini orang baik, dia jadi kayak nyesel ngebutain matanya sendiri karena dia pengen ngelihat wujud mukanya Luffy ini seperti apa gitu ya. Fujitora ya, Admiral Fujitora ya. Ya. Jadi dia nggak semata-mata dibutakan sama komen lah ya. Dia kayak ya idealism dia sangat tinggi, jadi bikin dia sadar lah ibaratnya gitu. Dia senang sama omongan Luffy. Iya.
is where things might end, but no, because something very fascinating had occurred during Luffy's recovery period, which was that a force of individuals had banded together and pledged their loyalty to Luffy, proposing to become his underlings. And these individuals included Cavendish, captain of the Beautiful Pirates, who after being saved from his toy fate by Usopp, no longer held any ill will towards Luffy, as well as Bartolomeo, our resident fanboy and captain of the Barto Club. In addition to them though, there was Sai, commander of the Harpo Navy, Hideo, who led the newly formed Hideo Pirates, the Tontada Pirates helmed by Leo, a giant that Luffy had actually defeated in the Corridor Coliseum named Harudin, who himself was in charge of a small cohort of giants, and finally Orlumbus, who was in command of the Yont Maria Grand Fleet, which sported a crew totaling roughly 4,300 members. And all of these figures had come to decide amongst themselves that they would follow Luffy. To which Luffy swiftly rejected this idea in the name of freedom and, well, just not wanting to do it, which only endeared him further to this band, who went on to form their own association anyway, which is now known as the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Furthermore,
Oke, jadi sekarang Straw Hat itu makin gede ya. Straw Hat Grand Fleet, dimana itu asosiasi semua yang kayak pledge loyalty ke Straw Hat Luffy gitu ya. Gila, Straw Hat Grand Fleet sekarang namanya. Dia papa aku, wow. Kemarin itu prinsip justice-nya beda-beda, I see. Dia terpengaruh dia ya. Aliansi gila. Tapi Luffy-nya nolak. Mereka bikin aliansi seenaknya. Luffy-nya nggak mau. Ya, oke.
Even Bellamy became something of an ally, because while he didn't join the Grand Fleet, he did take a piece of Luffy's Vivia card and would go on to retire from piracy, instead becoming an apprentice dyer and using his newly acquired skills to create a Jolly Roger, assumedly for the Grand Fleet. And with that matter settled, the Grand Fleet went their separate ways, with Luffy and the Straw Hats coming aboard Bartolomew's ship, the Going Luffy Senpai, in order for them to journey to the island of Zo, to meet up with the other half of their crew, who were currently facing all sorts of issues, but that is a story for the next saga. Next time on Saga.
Kita sudah menyelesaikan Dressrosa. Doflamingo berarti udah di sini hitungannya Doflamingo itu kalah doang atau dead. Barto jadi tergila-gila sama Luffy, iya. Oh, kalah. Luffy nggak pernah bunuh, kalah ditangkap Merin. Oh, di penjara. Oke, ayo. Tangkap Merin. Luffy itu nggak pernah ngebunuh. Oke, I got you. Oke. Ya udah. Ntar kita lanjut The Yonko Saga part 1, part 2. Habis gua mandi sama makan.
Do anything, what would you do? Would you get out more?
This is Vito. He is a member of the Wilderness of One Piece, and today we are on the verge of catching up with modern events as we step into the latest and what is sure to be the longest saga in the entire series, being the Yonko Saga.
Yaudah, gua BRB dulu ya. Mau mandi sama mau makan siang dulu guys. Akhirnya listrik nyala 2,5 jam ya, lumayan lah. Alright, be right back guys. Be right back. BRB mandi makan siang dulu. makan siang dulu. I'm back. I'm back, I'm back. Lanjut nonton, kelarin ini 2 biji lagi, baru abis itu kita main Valorant.
Saga is the ninth in the series, which currently consists of 4 arcs, one of which is still ongoing at the time of this recording, being Wano. And so I am unable to give you an accurate assessment of chapters and episodes, at this point anyway. However, currently it is startlingly approaching the 200 chapter mark, so we are quite possibly looking at the longest and most earth-shaking saga in the series thus far. And diving into things immediately following the events of Dressrosa, one faction of the Straw Hats are ferried to the island of Zo to meet up with the rest of their crew, only to discover that the quote-unquote island is actually a gigantic elephant that houses an entire civilization on top of it. And after scaling the elephant, the Straw Hats are met with one of the most beautiful landscapes ever featured in the series, as well as swiftly encounter the Mink tribe, a species of humanoid mammals who are native to Zo. And after a somewhat shaky start, it is revealed that the Straw Hats are considered something of a heroic presence by the Minks, which has to do with the actions of the other half of their crew, who during the events of Dressrosa had arrived on the island led by Sanji, only to discover Zo and its citizens on the verge of death following a grand battle. Now this is because very recently a man by the name of Jack, a key member of the Beast Pirates who are captained by none other than Emperor of the Sea Kaido, who, just a sidebar for a second, you may remember as the man who Luffy and Law initially formed an alliance to take down. In any case, Jack was
Dua lagi yang dia recap, masih banyak sebenarnya mah. Arc-nya mah masih banyak banget. Di sini masih ada, ini kan masih ini belum nge-cover Wano, ini baru nge-cover Cake Island. Paling kan masih ada Final Saga. Nggak tahu lah itu apaan lah.
was charged with hunting down a ninja from the land of Wano by the name of Raizo. Now Raizo is a comrade of Kinemon, Momonosuke and Kanjuro, an assortment of very strange individuals that we have been collecting over the last few arcs, with their ultimate purpose to become clear shortly. However, the Minks vehemently denied that Raizo was on the island, and a battle lasting 5 days and nights would commence, with Jack and his forces engaging in brutal combat with the Mink tribe, led by Duke Inuarashi during the day, and Master Nekomamushi at night. But after 5 days, both sides found themselves within a stalemate, and so Jack resorted to using a chemical weapon, which interestingly enough was actually developed by Caesar Clown, and it pretty much instantaneously resulted in the resounding defeat of the Mink tribe. But before he could cause too much damage, Jack received word that Don Quixote Doflamingo had been defeated on Dressrosa by Monkey D. Luffy, and that was important to say the least, because Doflamingo was responsible for trafficking weapons and artificial devil fruits, and so Jack set off to reclaim Doflamingo from the Marines, at which point he was met in battle by now Inspector General Sengoku, Admiral Fujitora, and Vice Admiral Suru, which resulted in Jack's reported death. Spoilers though, he did not die. And so the Sanji faction of the Straw Hats arrived after this, and given that they just so happened to have Caesar Clown with them as a prisoner, they forced him to develop a cure for his own chemical weapon, and thus saved the entirety of the Mink tribe. Our problems most certainly do not end there though, because with the exit of one Emperor of the Sea, another came to take their place, with Pacoms and Capone Gangbej arriving on the island in the name of Big Mom. And this team was charged with the task of abducting Sanji of all people, which was quite the surprise, with the plan being to forcibly have him marry one of Big Mom's daughters, known as Charlotte Pudding. Now this is because Sanji has a ton of history that we were not aware of up until now, and is in fact a former prince of the German kingdom led by his father Vinsmoke Judge, who offered Sanji up to form an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. More on that later though. And while we're here, Beige also took Caesar as well, because unfortunately for this clown, Big Mom just so happens to have business with him as well. Oh, and finally Beige also ended up betraying Pacoms by shooting him in the back, because Beige is very sneaky and he has some plans of his own to implement. Pacoms would of course recover Onzo, which was his home island, as he himself is a mink, and the Straw Hats would eventually come to be reunited, sans Sanji. Now after Kinemon and Kanjuro eventually made it up the elephant, because
ini adalah arc di mana Sanji dipaksa menikah sama anaknya Big Mom, dan di sini Sanji di reveal pastnya Germa 6 whatever that is, dan dia tuh berusaha untuk quit dengan dia tuh pura-pura seakan-akan ini kemauan dia. Terus Luffy puasa nggak mau makan makanan dari manapun kalau itu bukan masakan Sanji. Dan akhirnya Sanji luluh. Dan si Luffy tuh sampai kurus banget, ya bukan? Bener ya? Oh benar, oke. Itu ada juga tuh di tak-tok.
as they encountered how shall we put this, a series of misfortunes. The Mink tribe then revealed that Raizo is indeed on the island and that he is safe, meaning that each and every one of them endured harsh torture and potential death just to keep this ninja hidden. And when we are taken to see Raizo, not only do we encounter the strangest Wano citizen yet, but also a very funky red poneglyph known as a road poneglyph, one of only 4 in the world, which when combined will reveal the location of the legendary island Raftel. At this point we also finally get to understand why we've been collecting these weird Wano people, because their country had been taken over by Kaido, and they are searching for allies to help them bring him down, which Luffy does eventually agree to do, along with Trafalgar Law and the Mink tribe. And as such, the Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance was born. But immediately after this, alive and well, Jack would attempt to return to Zou, only to be promptly struck down by the trunk of Zunisha in one of the most glorious pieces of action within One Piece. But we aren't headed to Wano just yet, because we still have a little bit of a Sanji problem to solve, which sees Luffy, Nami, Brook, and Chopper deciding to embark into the territory of Big Mom in order to reclaim him. And on this trip they are also going to be taking Pacoms, a member of the Big Mom Pirates, to guide them, which also results in a mink by the name of Pedro coming along in order to keep Pacoms in line. Oh, and very, very sneakily, another mink named Carrot snuck aboard the Thousand Sunny and only made her presence known after they had departed. And so the Sanji retrieval team said their goodbyes to the Dressrosa Straw Hat faction, and they promised to meet up again on Wano to implement their plan to take down Kaido.
Oh, mereka pisah dari Dressrosa Island ke Whole Cake Island, dan mereka janji ketemuan lagi di Wano Island sesuai dengan janji yang sebelumnya sama si Lo. Bapaknya Edian.
Which leads us into the next arc. On their way to Whole Cake Island, the home territory of Big Mom, situated within the greater empire of Totoland, our retrieval team encounter a ship transporting 2 members of the Vinsmoke family, being Vinsmoke Yonji and Vinsmoke Reiju, Sanji's younger brother and older sister respectively. Reiju then uses her abilities to save Luffy's life after he poisoned himself with his own cooking, because Luffy, and Yonji very predictably fell immediately in love with Nami, and the two vessels then parted ways. The Thousand Sunny does then go on to enter Totterland, disembarking firstly on Cacao Island, where they actually meet the girl in question, Charlotte Pudding, the woman whom Sanji is forcibly betrothed to. And she seems like quite a nice lady, to be honest, even going so far as to give the Straw Hats a super special secret route to take into Whole Cake Island, which they do end up using, although it lands them squarely in the territory of the Seducing Woods, where the team are assailed by Charlotte Brûlée and Charlotte Cracker. And this is where things would split, with Chopper and Carrot being caught in Brûlée's mirror world, Pecoms having been captured earlier by Capone Gang Beige, while Brook and Pedro went off in search of Big Mom's road poneglyph, leaving only Luffy and Nami to face off directly against Cracker, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, and thus one of the most powerful combatants of the entire crew. However, the combination of Luffy and Nami would prove superior to this, and after 11 hours of fighting, Cracker was defeated, which prompted the Big Mom pirates to muster a supreme force to march on Luffy. In the meantime, Sanji was having something of a family reunion, which was rapidly becoming violent when he engaged in combat with two of his brothers and his father. And here we also begin to learn more about Sanji's history, as the rest of his siblings are genetically modified superhumans, with Sanji being the only child who was born quote-unquote normal due to the self-sacrificial actions of his late mother Sora.
Oh, saudara-saudara Sanji itu semuanya artificial dibuat gitu ya di lab. Sedangkan cuma Sanji yang lahir normal karena pengorbanan mamanya. Jadi kayak emang dari keluarganya Sanji itu kalau gak bisa ngelahirin anak terus ngelahirin normal gitu ya. Oh, Sanji juga artificial. Hah? Oh.
This disappointed Judge greatly, who would eventually imprison and even fake the death of Sanji, and one day allow him to be free in East Blue on the condition that he would never ever reveal his lineage. Not that Sanji would even want to. And this time period also properly introduced us to Charlotte Lin Lin, aka Big Mom, who was quickly portrayed as quite possibly the strongest human on the planet, with a bit of a tendency for hunger pangs that on one occasion was quelled by Jinbei, who was
kekuatannya nggak keluar, jadiin percobaan buat senjata. Oh, kayak nggak muncul pas bocah. Oke, masanya yang punya perasaan, yang lain nggak ada perasaan kecuali si Oni-chan. I see.
was on the island to sever his allegiance with the Big Mom pirates in order to properly accept Luffy's invitation to join the Straw Hats. Now, Luffy and Nami, after their vicious battle with Cracker, would then encounter Sanji with his family. However, the chef refused to return to the crew as he was still being blackmailed with Zeph's life, even going so far as to escalate this matter to a full-on fight with Luffy. And in a particularly heartbreaking scene, a very tired Luffy was defeated. Although Luffy being Luffy, he then made a very stubborn decision and boldly declared that he would not eat anything until Sanji returned to the crew. After which Luffy and Nami were assailed by a small army led by Charlotte Montour, who captured and imprisoned them in Whole Cake Chateau. Some good news though, as Chopper and Carrot had managed to overpower their captors in the Mirror World and forced Brûlée into assisting them, which would prove absolutely integral to the remainder of the arc. More very bad news though, as Brook with the
Melangkah mudah.
Luffy satu lawan sekampung.
Had managed to find his way into Big Mom's poneglyph collection, which tells 3 of the stones, including the much-needed road poneglyph. Now, under normal circumstances, this would be just super. However, Big Mom arrived to put a halt to Brook's actions, which resulted in Brook engaging in one-on-one combat with an Emperor of the Sea, and then promptly getting destroyed and becoming captured himself. More good news though, because Luffy and Nami would go on to be freed by Jinbei, a very, very welcome sight to these 2 Straw Hats, but stubborn Luffy, being stubborn, decided to head back to the spot where he told Sanji he would wait and not eat, whilst Nami and Jinbei joined Chopper and Carrot in the Mirror World, where they ultimately freed Brook thanks to using Brûlée's mirror powers to find him. And furthermore, after rejoining the crew, Brook opened up his usually empty skull and revealed that he had managed to take rubbings of all 3 poneglyphs, thus submitting Brook as a supreme candidate for MVP of Whole Cake Island. Cutting back to Sanji now though, things aren't exactly looking up for him, as just as he had accepted his fate of marrying Pudding, he just so happens to discover that she is in fact evil and spearheading a plot to murder Sanji, as well as the rest of the Vinsmoke family, at their own wedding ceremony no less. And the reasoning is so that Big Mom can take control of all of the advanced technology of the German Kingdom, which is questionable because how would she know how to use any of it, but whatever, it's fine. And even though Sanji is still technically under the conditions of blackmail, he then makes the decision to rejoin Luffy, who is waiting for him in the promised spot, and after a Tier 4 reunion, the captain and the chef once again join forces. Now in theory, this is the point where we've actually accomplished everything we came here to do. We have the poneglyph rubbings, and we have Sanji. But things aren't quite that simple though, because the life of Zeph is still being threatened, and even though Sanji thoroughly despises his family, he realized that he could not bring himself to abandon them to their fate. And so Luffy suggests that they crash the wedding. And in order to achieve this, Jinbei
Asik.
has something of a cunning plan involving a figure who has popped up a fair bit at this point, being Capone Gang Beige. And in case you've forgotten, Beige is a member of the worst generation, just like Luffy and Law, and as it turns out, Beige has his own grand ambitions on Whole Cake Island, and all this time, he has been plotting to assassinate Big Mom. So of course, Jinbei suggests they go and meet with Beige to form an alliance. And so with 3.5 hours until the wedding ceremony is set to begin, the two factions secretly gather to discuss how they're going to topple Big Mom's entire empire.
Asik. Keren. Makanya teman gue gak sabar katanya kiri lu Radian. Sabar, atau episode lagi 10 menit, 11 menit. Sabar. Nanggung. Kalau MVP WC itu Whole Cake Island tuh broke karena Bobo sama Yonko. Wow.
One Piece fanbase regarding what makes a source for everything wants to equip you. We are on the verge of catching up with modern events as we step into what is the latest and what is sure to be the longest saga in the series, being the Yonko Saga. The Yonko Saga is the 9th in the series, which consists of 4 arcs, one of which is sadly incomplete at the time of this recording, and rather unfortunately that means that this is more than likely going to be our final episode of Sagas in Minutes until the Wano arc has reached completion. So that's a bit bittersweet, but the good news is that once you finish this video, then you will be very well equipped to jump into modern One Piece. So let's begin. Where we last left off, the Whole Cake Island faction of the Straw Hats were about to meet with a member of the worst generation, being Capone Gang Beige, to discuss the possibility of forming an alliance to take down Big Mom at the tea party scheduled to start in 3 hours. And at this point, a new player enters the fray, a stylish devil by the name of Gangsta Gastino, who is immediately recognized as Caesar in a very poor disguise. And Caesar is here because he's been a naughty boy and embezzled research funds from Big Mom and is now desperately trying to save his own life from the inevitable wrath of an emperor. And while things definitely get off to a bit of a rough start, eventually Luffy, Capone, and Caesar settle on working together, and the plan to bring down Big Mom begins. Which now takes us to the tea party, during which Sanji was scheduled to be married to Charlotte Pudding, and all sorts of fancy guests arrive, but most importantly, we are introduced to Charlotte Katakuri, who is by far the most powerful member of the Big Mom Pirates, apart from Charlotte Linlin herself, and furthermore, he is shown to have the absolutely insane ability to peer briefly into the future via observation haki. Now, as the guests
Katakuri with the observation haki
mingle at the tea party, a curious photo is placed on Big Mom's table containing the image of a woman named Mother Carmel, and she was something of a mentor figure for Big Mom, as when she was 5 years old, Linlin was abandoned on the island of Elbaf, where she was then taken in to Carmel's orphanage. Now, crazily enough, even at this age, Linlin was capable of earth-shattering power, as well as her monstrous hunger pangs, which one day culminated in Linlin accidentally killing an elder giant warrior, resulting in the exile of the orphanage from Elbaf. But sadly, that would be far from the end of this particular tragedy, as in a state of food-induced euphoria, Linlin would not only eat Mother Carmel, but all of the children in the orphanage. So yeah, that's kind of sad, but one silver lining is that Carmel just so happened to be a child trafficker who sold her orphans, so I guess we'll call it even? And of course, Linlin has no memory of this, although as a result of eating Carmel, Linlin would acquire her devil fruit ability, the Soru Soru no Mi. But back to the modern day, this photo formed the crux of the plans for the Allied forces, who were intending on smashing it right in front of Big Mom and having her assume a state of uncontrollable rage, during which point she would be vulnerable for an attack, in theory. But how do we get to this point? Well, primarily via cake, as just before Sanji could be assassinated at his own wedding, out popped many Luffys, which sent the ceremony into chaos, during which time Jinbei took the opportunity to officially
Gua udah nonton Luffy lawan Katakuri. Animasinya tuh gua udah nonton, kayak di anime ada di TikTok muncul. Gua tahu kok. Snake Man pertama kali diperkenalkan di situ kan, dimana Luffy itu hampir mau mati, tapi yang kekuatan plot armor dan main karakter dia mengaktifkan Snake Man melawan Katakuri dan akhirnya bisa ngalahin. Ya, gua udah nonton di TikTok animasinya.
end his affiliation with the Big Mom Pirates and declared his intent to join the Straw Hats, to which Luffy was absolutely delighted. But all of this madness allowed Brook the chance to smash the photo of Carmel and resulted in a state of profound rage and despair for Big Mom, just as planned. What was not planned though is that not even this was enough to render Big Mom vulnerable, and the alliance was forced into a swift retreat. During this time, Luffy, being Luffy as usual, insisted on taunting Big Mom further by stating that he was going to defeat Kaido and then return to Whole Cake Island in order to deal with her. And finally, to top everything off, he stated that he would become the Pirate King, and the two briefly clashed, causing an immense shockwave across the entirety of Whole Cake Chateau. Speaking of the chateau though, due to a complex series of events that is more trouble to cover than it's worth, a large explosion would occur, compromising the integrity of the building and causing it to collapse. Although at the last second it was turned into cake by a member of the Big Mom Pirates, thus saving all of their lives. As for the various factions who had made enemies of the Big Mom Pirates, they now went their separate ways, and we were left following the Straw Hats as they raced to the Thousand Sunny with an enraged Big Mom in hot pursuit. The bigger problem facing everyone in the vicinity at the moment though was the destruction of the wedding cake, as Big Mom had now entered a hunger tantrum demanding wedding cake. And as such, this prompted Pudding to ask Sanji for assistance in creating a replacement cake to save the lives of everyone on Totterland, as the original chef had been injured. And Sanji, given his pride and mission as a chef, agreed to do this and thus began a race against time, weighing the destruction of Totterland against the baking of a gigantic delicious cake. Upon reaching the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hats discovered Charlotte Katakuri laying in wait for them, at which point Luffy forced Katakuri into Brulee's mirror world and very boldly claimed that he would defeat him. But the remaining Straw Hats were far from out of trouble, as the Thousand Sunny was frozen in candy thanks to the abilities of one Charlotte Perospero, which saw Pedro make the ultimate sacrifice and use his life to set the Sunny free, as well as significantly damage Perospero. Rest in peace, you magnificent mink. With the Big Mom Pirates still in pursuit of the Straw Hats, a long drawn out battle would play out between Luffy and Katakuri, in which Katakuri proved superior to the Straw Hat captain in every regard imaginable, even possessing a very similar devil fruit. However, Luffy refused to give up, and eventually discovered the secret to Katakuri's power, being Future Sight, and he decided that he would continue to face off against Katakuri until he learned the technique as well, which slowly, very slowly, but surely he did. On Katakuri's side of the battle though, what we would see would be a complete mental breakdown of a being who strived for perfection, being consistently proven that he was not in any way perfect, and gradually being overcome by the flawed existence that was Luffy. Through this change in mentality, Luffy would also come to earn Katakuri's respect, and the two would culminate this fight in one of the most brutal clashes ever showcased in One Piece, by the end of which Katakuri had been completely converted to Luffy's sheer belief in himself, and he saw no reason to fight any further, thus collapsing in defeat. At this stage, Luffy was also in a bit of a precarious position, but luckily Pacoms emerged in a poor disguise to remove him from the mirror world, and he even invoked his Sulong form to allow Luffy to escape properly, assisted by Sanji. At this point, the cake had been well and truly baked and ferried far away by Capone Gang Beige, and actually Big Mom did eventually reach and consume it, thus slating her hunger pangs before launching back into action to assert revenge on those who had invaded her territory. So sadly, things were looking quite dire for the Straw Hats, even with Luffy and Sanji safely aboard the Sunny. However, they did still have allies in the form of the Sun Pirates, being Jinbei's now former crew, as well as a surprise addition of the German 66, who had vowed to take revenge on Big Mom for their attempted murder. In addition to this, despite the fact that Jinbei had joined the Straw Hats, he would go on to beg Luffy for permission to remain behind and assist his crew, unable to bear the thought of leaving them to die. Luffy did grant this permission, however he gave Jinbei a very strict order to meet up with them on Wano, and through these combined actions, the Straw Hats were allowed to escape. However, Jinbei, the Sun Pirates, and the Germa were left to an unknown fate as a fully recovered Big Mom arrived to confront them, thus bringing a sudden end to the whole Cake Island arc. Elsewhere in the world though, an event known as the Reverie was taking place, which saw a gathering of various world figures at the Holy Land of Marijois for a 7-day conference in order to discuss the future of the world. During this time, many familiar figures made a return to the story, including Princess Shirahoshi and the Ryugu family from Fishman Island, Princess Vivi and King Cobra from the Desert Nation of Alabasta, as well as the Riku family from Dressrosa, and so many more, far too many to cover here. However, being in Marijois, they were subject to the presence of the world nobles, and one in particular, being Saint Charles, attempted to abduct Princess Shirahoshi, only to be stopped by another world noble named Saint Mosgard, who very notably was the same man whom Shirahoshi's mother Queen Otohime had saved on Fishman Island that one time. During this time, we were also enlightened to the actions of the Revolutionary Army, who were using the Reverie as a chance to conduct a coordinated strike. As such, their captains were in the process of assembling as we were introduced to them, saving a town of civilians from a man acting under the banner of the Blackbeard Pirates. These captains were all, let's say, interesting figures, very much larger than life, one quite literally, and each with their own incredibly bizarre quirks. However, they were undeniably powerful and wrapped up this situation in an instant, even managing to inspire the people of the town to find their inner strength and fight for themselves. It is then made clear that the Revolutionary Army are planning on launching an attack on Marijois in order to reclaim their former comrade Bartholomew Kuma, who at this stage has been convinced converted into a cyborg and is being rented out as a glorified vehicle for the world nobles. In addition to them, another curious face emerges on Marijois, being member of the worst generation Jewelry Bonnie, who sees Kuma in this state and claims that the world nobles will pay for what they have done, hinting at a direct connection between Bonnie and what was once the ruler of the Sorbet Kingdom, Bartholomew Kuma. Aboard the
Kuma tuh jadi ini guys ya, Kuma itu cyborg, bukan manusia Kuma.
Thousand Sunny, we now have some big news to say the least, as the events of Whole Cake Island had sent waves throughout the world, and with the latest exploit of Straw Hat Luffy, he was issued a bounty of 1.5 billion berries and labeled
Gila, ini dia nih momen yang mengharukan dan Sheng ngeliat kan, jadi 1,5 juta bounty-nya Luffy, gila gara-gara lawan Big Mom. Manusia dijadiin eksperimen cyborg, Kuma jadi bahan percobaan via Pang yang dulunya manusia dibikin cyborg. Okay.
as the 5th Emperor of the Sea. However, there were even more earth-shattering events in the works, as Big Mom was still on a quest to take revenge on Luffy, and thanks to Luffy's ever-so-big mouth, she knew exactly where he was heading next, the island of Wano, home territory of another Emperor of the Sea, Kaido. And in doing so, Big Mom gave Kaido something of a courtesy call, letting him know that Luffy's head belonged to her, and even suggested that they get along like old times. How very intriguing. Back on Marijois, we are then introduced to a very mysterious figure holding Luffy's newly printed bounty poster, as they descend into an icy storage area to discover a giant straw hat, which looks to be an exact replica of the one currently worn by Luffy, and a doubt.
Ini siapa sih yang figur ini megang top yang ini wanted-nya ini 1,5 miliar ya, 1,5 billion berries. Im Sama, who the hell is Im Sama? Apa itu Im Sama?
To him from Shanks, who inherited it from Roger. Except that this straw hat is absolutely massive, although whoever this shadowy dude is, he most certainly has picked up on the connection at play here. Elsewhere, the Gorosei have gathered for a particularly important meeting, requested by a most unlikely figure who we did just mention, being the Emperor of the Sea and a previous owner of Luffy's straw hat, Red-Haired Shanks, who had
pemimpin dari government, masih tanda tanya, pemegang kuasaan tertinggi di pemerintah dunia. Ya, gue tahu Luffy kirain jadi cuma 1,5 juta jadi turun. Rajanya Celestial Dragon, I see.
Approach the Gorosei directly in order to discuss a particular pirate. And during this time, we are also introduced to an object named the Empty Throne, a symbolic existence that serves as a statement that all kings of this world stand on equal footing. This, of course, is a complete facade, as we come to see the shadowy figure previously showcased emerge and take his place sitting upon this throne, effectively denoting him as the ruler of this world, whose name is Im, by the way. Not only that, but the Gorosei have gathered and they all bow before him, asking which light Im would like extinguished from history. And amongst these candidates are Straw Hat Luffy, Princess Shirahoshi, Marshal D. Teach, but most alarmingly, the one picture that Im leaves intact being that of Princess Nefertari Vivi. And on that note, we now jump elsewhere in the world to see the Whole Cake Island faction of the Straw Hats arriving on the outskirts of the Wano territory. And as they proceed to the island, they get caught up in a whirlpool, separating each and every one of them, leaving Luffy to wake up on the shores of Wano alone with the Thousand Sunny, ready to begin one of the grandest stories that would ever be told in One Piece.
The Yonko Saga.
That pretty much does it for sagas in minutes.
Damn, dia ada
Zoro versus Sun.
Dia ada recapnya nggak sih? Masa 3 tahun sampai sekarang nggak ada recap lagi? Kayak nggak mungkin dah. Harusnya sih dia ada ya. Gila, dia videonya bener-bener tentang One Piece semua, coy. God damn. Ntar gue cari tahu lagi lah. Oke. For now, di sini dia cuma nggak cover sampai sebelum lawan Kaido. Im Sama itu ternyata leluhurnya TV. Araknya dia ngikutin anime. Loh, emang animenya baru sampai... Loh, animenya kan udah sampai ini kan? Year 5. Ini kan 3 tahun lalu, gila. Udah lama banget ini. Halo.
Udah sejam nih gue nunggu.
Sorry ya. Lagi recap One Piece, Om. Maaf ya.
Udah 80 jam nih. Kolesterol gue udah naik lagi.
Buset. Amin.
Anjing.
Sabar, gue buka file dulu. Udah pakai ID Norman?
Ada.
Nah,
udah.
Ayo, mana si John? John? Ayo, main
udah.
yuk. Ayo, main. Ayo.
Siapin dulu susunya.
Buset.
Kan mau di milking.
Buset. Jadi enak. Bukan
Gue sampai main
Evan.
Tekken nih.
Billy. Sorry deh, Bill. Sorry deh. Gua harus ngapain nih? Sorry banget nih. Lu pakai budaya JG ya?
Ya gue udah juga.
Nih Kenji gue invite.
Mana nih?
Ketuk. Langsung mau gas atau mau pemanasan dulu?
Enggak ada pemanasan gitu
Apa
sih.
tuh pemanasan?
Nggak ada sih.
Sorry bro. Akun YouTube-nya Billy apa?
Gas aja udah. Tinggal install.
Kalian install tuh. Ah. Tuh, siput kayang tuh YouTube ini tuh. Lawan Kaidonya belum selesai bang. Anim baru sampai Wano, makanya dibilang Wano itu arc terbesar. Lawan Kaidonya belum selesai. Ya. Ini lawan Wano yang bareng sama Kit sama Low kan? Belum selesai. Holy shit, man.
Mari kita install 1, 2, 3.
Lu jadi apa? Lu jadi Rena lah, buruan. Hei.
Iya,
Kan?
ya,
Lama sih. Lama.
Ambil minum dulu, Bang.
Ya
elah.
elah.
Gua apa ya? Gua. Split nih ya?
Buset. Cyber. Nggak ada inisiator nih kita nih.
Gak ada inisiatif bang kita.
Gila, nggak butuh flash ya? Iya, udah turun ini mah gue nggak naik.
Nggak aman bang.
Udah deh, capek deh gue kok kayak gini nih.
Aman naik.
Aduh.
Kok lu negatif gitu sih?
Iya.
Lu harus positif biar menang, Pin.
Oh gitu ya? Oke deh.
Ayo bang.
Di manganya udah, di animenya belum. Oh. Besok udah, baru mau dikejar Big Mom. Gak nemu channelnya. Channel siapa? Big Mom kan ke Wano buat... Gak, Gear 5 itu udah ada animenya apa belum? Atau itu masih di manga doang, colorize manga? Raihan Aldiantino, welcome back to Definition Silver. Wih, untung ada yang buy. Tapi itu juga bukan flash sih itu ya. Aduh, nggak ada yang pure flash nih kita nih. Ada.
Apa itu flash?
Aduh.
If they don't see us, if we can see them, they don't see us. Nah, gitu.
Udah ada animenya. Udah, Big Mom juga udah kalah. Gear 5 udah ada animenya. Oh, udah beberapa minggu lalu. Masih awal-awal bangkit. Oh. Wah, musuhnya flashnya 4 bang. Gimana bang ya?
Tinggal balik badan.
Balik badan 1, balik badan 2, balik badan 3, balik badan 4.
Yang satu kan gak bisa dibalik badanin.
Iya sih. Aduh, ngeri banget. 2 bang, gak bisa dibalik badanin bang. Omen sama Rena.
Bener. Ditembak, bisa ditembak. Burungnya juga bisa ditembak.
Nggak bisa, burungnya nggak bisa ditembak.
Bisa.
Nggak bisa.
Ya kan kalau kena.
Nggak bisa ditembak, udah immortal.
Hah?
Udah di patch. Burungnya nggak bisa ditembak, sekarang udah pasti meledak.
Ah, kecewa gue. Gue kecewa sama Valorant. Pensi aja lah. Udah jadi main guys.
Ya udah deh, turun deh gue deh.
Ini game apa ya?
Ini game yang kalau lo report terus di take action ada notifnya.
Game sebelah juga gitu.
Nih, bedanya di sini nggak sering aja nemunya.
Oh.
Actually di handle gitu maksudnya.
60%, 60.
Their cipher has a fear filled with regret. Voices.
Wah, bagus Norman, pecinta tangan kiri.
Lo udah atur ininya dan segala macam.
Udah.
Oh iya kan gue kasih lo waktu 1 jam ya buat ngatur.
Wah,
iya kita
lama banget
turnamen
sih.
bang, itu kita turnamen bang. Setup monitor.
Iya. Sengaja biar lo
monitor udah gue
prepare.
setup, warnanya udah, apa segala macam udah semua ini.
Biar well prepare banget. Tuh, emang baik gue, memahami banget gue. Jadi penghujung arc sih. Oh, berarti 1 episode lagi Kaido mati nih.
Udah game
Big Mom,
PS,
Big Mom mati
iya,
siapa sih?
Yutil hanyalah pajangan ya.
Betul.
Launching smoke.
Udah gini bre.
SMG Sky.
Oh my lord.
Dulu.
78.
Mati.
On the money.
Enemy B.
Yorunya low.
Last player standing.
Yoru low.
Ayo ini teman gue ngebet nih.
Belakang lu atas.
Mati gue.
Team A.
Dari surga. 1.
Gimana temen gue nih?
Karena gue diambil sih.
Kekalasan kentut.
Ininya cuma 1.
Semangat gue FK. Diambil.
Ya udahlah, gue juga AFK lah.
Tailwindnya cuma 1 anjir.
Ih, gimana?
Nerf aja terus.
Emang cuma 1.
Ini baru dinner.
Kecewa gue main game.
Where are you? Marked one.
Dekat tuh deh.
Di paling nafsu.
Ada satu lagi.
There. Enemy spotted A.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Kaget tuh dia pasti nih.
Reloading.
Waduh,
Reloading.
nice banget.
Lo banget tuh. 1.0.
Mana?
TP.
Ding tuh, aduh di side 78. Nah itu.
Wah, 26 dong.
Spike down A.
3 orang lo nih, apa yang akan terjadi?
Iya, 3-3-nya lo ini.
1 melawan 3 di sini, apa yang akan terjadi?
Aduh, nanya najis. Tuh apa enak kayak gitu.
Sorry deh bang. Sorry deh bang.
Let's ruin their day.
Sama Luffy, Low dan Kid. Jatuh, iya gue tau dia jatuh ke lava kan, cuma jatuhnya gara-gara battle sama ini.
Bagus juga, Vin.
Apa?
Bagus juga, Ping, lu.
Iya dong, kan gue
Bayar berapa lu ke Riot?
Bring them down.
Launching smoke. And beacon down.
Setnya masuk dari itu ya.
Reloading.
Emang dikasih free gini ya?
Iya, kayaknya gitu deh. Giveaway set kah? Orang-orang.
Right here.
Ngapain kayak gitu?
Orang autis.
One enemy remaining.
Wah, baru mau line up.
Norman main hai semua gini.
Enggak, itu kayak settingannya itu dah. Emang dari PC lu ke saya gitu.
Kagak.
Enggak dari PC lu.
Gua nggak pernah main hai loh.
Iya, maksud gua kok ID baru, akun baru pasti gitu.
Gue liat flashnya udah beneran terang aja.
Maaf deh. Waduh.
Dia turun cuma mainin flash doang anjir.
Kalah sama lo sama Kit. Oh, lo sekarat. Kit jatuh ke laut. Oh, Big Mom jatuh ke lava. Oke.
There. Bring them down.
Smoke's down.
Waduh, buru-buru pak.
Yoi.
My ult's ready.
Oi.
Wah itu. Di elbow. Emang harus maju kayak gitu ya? Waduh buta gue.
Udah mau mati deh gue. Oh enggak loh, gue gak mati. Alhamdulillah.
Tenang bro. Everything is under control.
Oke bro. Tugas saya adalah smoke steam beacon plan.
Everything is under control.
Wow. Serius, original brengsek.
Iya bener lah.
Jet dinerfnya nggak karu-karuan amat. Apalagi yang dinerf?
Semuanya, semua
kan
skillnya.
2 detik tuh.
Semua skillnya di nerf.
Kunanya cuma 1 sekarang kan.
Pensi sih gue sih sekarang.
Kunanya cuma 1 sih ya. Ngamuk sih para penonton.
Temen gua.
Kopi.
Mati tuh. Temen gua tuh.
Ijo tuh bapaknya tuh.
Evin lu mau yang line up nggak?
Apa?
Lu pegang nih bomnya nih.
Ya kan lu bisa plan juga ya?
Enggak bisa. Rusak tombolnya.
Oh gitu, amin. 4 rusak, amin.
Ini keyboard Jessica pun keyboard gue. Kalau rusak aja, nggak peduli gue.
Parah. Gue sih jadi lu kecewa aja.
Ada tuh masih ada dia lagi mengutin senjata.
Dua melawan 4.
Ada yang mau nge-flank gitu. Lu
Nge-save ini.
ngapain ikutin gue?
Mau ngebait lu?
Ya udah, gue bait balik.
One enemy remaining.
Tuh.
Nah itu tuh. Mati. Mati. Oh.
Gue lihat kayaknya musuh lucu banget anjir. Selalu keluar smoke, lompat sama nge-flash bareng.
Show me where to go.
Trik itu trik.
Trik apa tuh?
Biar lu kaget.
Oh. Dia juga kaget sendiri tuh.
Iya.
Jadi kalau tidak bisa menipu diri sendiri, kalau tidak bisa menipu diri sendiri, baru tidak bisa menipu orang lain.
Baik sepuh.
Jadi tipulah diri sendiri.
Bodohilah diri sendiri.
Oke puh. Tingki winki di silalapuh.
Bring them down.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon here.
Masuk kalau naruh trap gitu ya emang ya. Aduh teman gue lagi ngambil orb dong.
Thank you ya.
Sorry. Mau bet banget.
Anjay, satu di side, mati.
There.
Kaget.
Ini lagi satu.
Spike planted.
Sorry Bang Devin.
Enemy down.
Maaf Bang Devin.
Kalau nggak bisa menang tuh. Coba ada yang lindungin gua tadi.
Kita nyari menang.
Ini temen gua ngebet sih katanya.
Oh.
Mimpi buruk kemarin dia katanya Ascendan.
Reload your mags and let's get back out there.
Gue ketawa-ketawa sih.
Okay, y'all will scream at me, but I don't care.
Bring them down.
Gue tempelin ya.
Bisa.
Emang nggak bisa sih.
Kalau smoke gitu.
Emang harus gini smoke-nya ya?
Buat
temen gue rajin loh temen gue.
Biar triple.
Biar triple. Ada itu pasti dari flank.
Saatnya kayak ini.
Ada cyphernya nih.
Iya emang.
Smoke lagi di mid.
Nggak tahu ke trapnya di mana.
Oh ini smoke
Ada nggak sih
agresif.
tapi dekat sini? Oh itu dia.
Satu.
Where are you?
Mau gimana nih?
Marked one.
Nice banget.
Aduh.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
Nah.
There.
On van.
30 seconds left.
Aduh.
Spike down. B.
Anak dajal. Anak dajal.
Di set masih ada kiri.
One enemy remaining.
Pasin van.
Sekilas otak gue nganggap itu klon gitu loh.
Spike planted.
Wadaw.
Udah sih deh.
Cepet amat.
Berarti dia ngeliat lu dash.
Pasti dia titisan
Anubis.
Titisan aja dulu.
Fear your weapon. Or use a gun.
Smoke-nya cepet banget hilangnya sekarang.
Iya, itu di part of the nerf. Yang angin yang keberapa? Atau gue pusing nih.
Smoke-nya cepet ya.
Lebih cepat. Ngilangnya lebih cepat. Kagak kocak. Yang lebih cepat tuh dash-nya. Intervalnya.
Cepet. Smoke-nya cepet tadi. Cepet banget. Hilangnya.
Oke deh. Mungkin gue salah.
Gak mau nge-pick mulu. Iya deh si paling cypher.
Bring them down. Cutting their vision.
Cypher di CT. Ke CT deh.
Launching smoke.
Mati tuh.
I've got your trail.
Guru of flash.
Reloading.
Bisa backside
Guru
ya?
TP is like somewhere here.
Who's next?
One day.
The hunt begins.
Kepecet kamera.
One more.
Enemy remaining.
Last set. Pillar.
Volley.
Close to brim. Hide. One side.
Jangan mau diatur-atur.
Sing.
Jangan mau lah diatur-atur ya.
Kan you got this.
Sini.
Masa lu disuruh hide.
Kenapa sih dia? Orang gak jelas. Devin!
Dia sempet loh. Dia malah. Nggak, lu sempet kalau lu nggak berhenti anak monyong.
Jadi emang orangnya lu pasrahan gitu deh.
Wah.
Gua pasrahan sekarang orangnya.
Iya, dia berhenti loh. Lo bisa gerak.
Gue gitu emang orangnya.
Emang gitu.
Ngonyong.
Dia berhenti.
Report mid dulu orang ini. Bisrik. What this?
Suprim. Dia bye.
Apa disuruh beli? Jet. Katanya bandel katanya.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon down.
Well done guys. I only have 2 flashes.
Ada orang.
Guys, mana guys?
Anda?
Mati deh gue. Tuh kan. Udah gue duga dah.
Mati gue, Fit.
Mati gue.
Mati gue.
Nampi.
Iya.
Mati kita.
Iya. Mati kita bertiga nih.
Waduh.
Ih, cupu banget.
Waduh.
Ih.
Waduh. Waduh, si abang.
Tidak ada yang namanya full skill di Valo. Ingatlah.
Reina si patukaan. Renanya kayak begitu kill 5 sih. Ini yang satu bottom frag nih gue liat-liat nih.
Iya.
Iya. Kan yang penting bersenang-senang.
Mata bapak kau yang paling bersenang-senang.
Botek di kiri. Botek bat. Itu di kiri dia.
Wah, ngaco.
I'm blinded.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Ya nggak bisa lompat lagi gua.
Fly away already.
Gue tadi ada Yoru.
Iya.
Itu tele tuh di apaan tuh? Di mana tuh? Suara tele apa suara apa sih?
Tele tuh, track TV.
Prek tri. Anjay, prek tri.
Oh di chat.
Ini John. Everything.
Coba. Kan tadi bang. Waduh kiri sekarang bang. Temen gue parah banget.
Ngetro banget, sumpah.
Lah, menang kan ini ya.
Menang.
Roundnya kan menang.
At what cost bro, at what cost?
Katanya kalau kita jalan yang mudah tuh berarti kita lagi di jalan yang salah, Vin. Jadi kita harus agak susah-susah dikit gitu loh kalau main. Bener gak sih?
Thank you.
Benerin aja dah.
Makanya harus ada rintangannya gitu loh.
W laka. Oke.
Lah, Vin masih.
Oh, what the fuck, you actually
5, Vin.
Vin, lu mau spek nggak? Mau dropin nih kalau mau.
Tenang.
Mau dropin spek ya dropin senjata.
Oh, gue tahu nih.
Kalau mau.
Yang mati.
There. Where are you?
Kok di mata gitu bang?
Smoke's down.
Ntar gue agak bingung habis di smoke di mata. Cepet banget.
Kok banget ya orangnya mas Chen ya? Kok kena tag gini gue?
There. Enemy spotted there. There.
Go.
Nice.
Cheese.
One enemy
Right
remaining.
here.
Yorunya pengen dari B.
Lah.
Di belakang screen
Jembatan.
gua ternyata.
Else ready.
Untung ada teman-temanku.
Last round in the half.
Temen-temenku. Gua mati.
Hei, untung bukan aku yang mati.
Kan teman-teman.
Jembatan.
Gue udah pegang sniper. Jadi king.
King.
Kangkung.
Nih, scope-nya agak gimana ya? Bentar, mana sih itu scope? Taruh aja lah.
Smoke's down.
Kiri dikit.
That's here. Rotate. That's here.
I have the
Spike down B.
Aduh, ulti gua nggak kepake.
I know exactly where you are.
Aku tahu pasti kamu di mana.
I'll find you.
Jadi kita rotate gini.
John, tolong John. John, tolong.
Apa buta gua?
Last player
Setan.
standing. Spike down A.
Lah,
Ini apa nih maksudnya? Emang boleh kayak gitu telenya? Telenya boleh semena-mena itu emangnya.
dia tele neraka, Bos.
Switching sides.
Itu telenya dia pakai hati nggak ya? Kayaknya sih nggak pakai.
Kayak lu Ray, itu tele pakai hati kan jadi kayak gitu tuh.
Aduh.
Mati jadi. Aduh. Sorry Ray.
Osiete.
Nareru.
Ikumibo. Boku no nakani. Jadi wibu kan gua kan.
Emang kapan lu gak wibu?
Masuk akal sih.
Ada
Bang
smoke.
di smoke
mana
bang,
ya?
heaven-nya bang, gua nggak bisa heaven.
Launching smoke.
Sumpah. Ada tuh, gua one way tuh, tik. Tidak. Tele.
Put down. Smoke's down.
Alah.
Gila, ngeri lo. Titisan siapa tuh? Titisan
BU.
Guys, I think I know what we lack.
Titisan
We lack
siapa?
communication, you know?
Yes.
Kita sih communication
So like, if
bertiga
you
ya.
guys can press V on your
Anjay.
keyboard or whatever hotkey
Itu sih udah
you have
2 menit ya.
enable on, you know, and communicate to each other, you know.
I have
Eh,
no
swing,
keyboard,
bro.
Yeah, you have it. Let's go,
Swing, bro.
Buddha Jiggy.
Ah,
What are you talking about?
I love Buddha Jiggy, bro.
I love you, bro.
A ini.
They smoke mid.
Okay, just hold back, let's play together. Oh my god, Jet, you're dead.
No more dreams.
Di else gua.
I think one van.
Bring them down.
Satu fan.
Holy shit,
One enemy
you saved my
remaining.
life.
Mati tuh.
I'm 1 HP, I'm 1 HP.
Where are you?
I'm 1
Lu lihat
HP
di
for
kompas
Bulldog
lu,
and a dream.
Apa di kompas?
Yeah,
Mas,
I'm
di
useless. Let's go, guys.
kompas gua
W.
apa?
W, I'm useless.
Snack time. Yes. Yes.
Nah, lo kan
Snack time. Nom. Come here. Nom.
Ah,
Baru mau gue beliin.
yang baik John ternyata. Ya udah berarti lu ngedrop gua open next.
Boleh kalau lu ronde ini gue drop OP.
Oke. Challenge accepted.
Kalau enggak lo yang drop gue OP ya.
Duit siapa? Gak ada duit sih gue sih.
Gue emang boleh kayak gitu.
Udah nggak ace dah.
Ace itu ace.
On my way.
Smoke's down. Molly.
Dia jadi nggak sih tuh? Mari dah.
Waduh, langsung dipelek, aku pelek.
Spike planted.
Mali temen tuh kayaknya tadi John.
Iya emang. Emang murid temen.
Ada damage 15.
There.
Lu muncul mati.
Reyna killed.
Lu muncul mati. Dari
Elbow.
belakang.
Elbow.
Dia sih cuek sih, kok kata gue sih.
Ada orang di elbow.
Kata gue sih dia cuek aja itu di Fizz.
Pasti dia nggak di Discord.
Emang
Same old trick.
Discord setan.
Oh dia Discord, dia nggak ngomel-ngomel dong.
Iya juga ya. Emang dia ngomel?
Main aja ngomel sama Fate. Do you know what we lack of, guys? I think we lack of communication. If you can just press that V button and talk, man, it will be good gitu. Anjay. Ngomong menghai.
Gue lagi malas ngomong nih.
Oh sih, lu tadi ngapain bisu lu?
Sorry.
Iya. Gara-gara John sih.
Kok gua?
Di smoke mid.
Launching smoke.
Mid?
Right here.
Awas mid.
Molly.
Waduh, salah api tuh.
Bimen.
Emang iya Bimen? Itu tele mana woy?
Nggak tahu.
Telenovela.
Lah.
Omen mill.
Omen milf.
Milf, omennya milf.
Gue dengernya gitu loh.
Bang botak.
We got a fight here, flash. I'm gonna flash. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry man.
Biru layar gua.
TP ke kiri.
One enemy remaining.
Ayo lo di-swing berempat, panik gak lo? Panik lah masa enggak?
Hey, black skin.
Woi, rasis.
Waduh.
Tiba-tiba ngomong black skin. Parah banget.
Gue sih asisnya 15 ya.
Gimana ya?
Kayaknya sih 15 sih.
Emang jiwa asis gua. Ini mah kata gua mah.
Dropin dong nggak ada ya?
Ada.
Sorry.
Ngomong lah kalau putus ngomong gitu.
Itu udah ngomong karakter gua.
Nggak peka gua.
Oh gitu ya. Pantes.
Launching smoke.
Nggak peka kelukan wajar.
Oh iya sih. Buta, capek.
I can flash you. 1 second.
One enemy remaining.
Looking?
Ngelur terus, Renanya ngelur terus.
Rena Makanya lu anjay. Itu tuh Rene di situ tuh. Nah, itu tuh.
Yang mati dia dong. Gue yang berisik.
Bro.
Gua XD dulu dah. Jangan yang alay dikit.
Exo. Itu bukan alay sih, itu nggak ada yang ngerti sih.
Kan XD. Bukan Vin menang.
Yang penting good vibes ya.
Yoi. Yang penting stay positif gitu.
Nih.
Launching
Padahal
smoke.
itu lagi negatif.
Waduh. Dan di sini Ray, di sini ada.
Ada nih, ada.
Capek.
Oh, cross.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Capek nggak lu?
Spike down mid.
Capek bang.
Again.
Sehari gak ada shotgun nggak bisa.
Lu mending
gande gitu ya?
jual. Lu mending jual.
Gue ya.
John.
Can you, if you smoke A, can you smoke here?
John.
Yeah, smoking
Ada
down here.
safe.
No, I can't fight.
Mantap.
You wanna push, eh?
Gue mau jadi
Oh,
kompon.
there we go. You know me so well.
Di Bleskong lo jadi Bleskong lo.
Main tap aja ini.
Iya.
Watch and learn.
Setiap ya?
Kumisnya gitu lagi.
Smoke's down. Next.
Gue gak bisa gerak sih John, jujur nih.
Ini kita emang kayak gini.
Wait, what the hell is this? You keep hiding?
Lu diri gua.
Gitu ya?
Ya.
Oke, kalau kena flash mati ya.
Mati udah jadi Min.
Udah mati udah.
Hidup gini. Masih ketutup.
Stim beacon down.
Aduh, masih dia di kanan.
Last
Aduh
player.
bang,
Di situ.
itu di flash sama siapa lagi bang? Aku bang. Waduh,
Di bawah kan.
Kalau di bawah ngomong dong.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Tuker bisa sih.
King Kongkang. Kongkang.
Tuker bisa sih John.
Ah, mana? Gila lu. Gak ada duit gua.
Jual
Ya,
dong.
maksa lu.
Vandalnya jual dong.
Jual.
Jual vandalnya, gue bisa drop vandal.
bodoh nih orang emang. Bodoh
John.
orang matematikanya nih.
Jual vandalnya, gue bisa beli.
Oh, udah gue beli. Ya sorry deh.
Waduh,
Maaf ya. Next round aja next.
Gas, push.
Push. Lu lupa
Jadi
gua sampai
Richman
power
gini kan.
Ya nggak apa-apa. Tuh kena tag. Aduh mati gua.
Help, man. One close to you guys.
Oh lu dapet nih Vin.
Dapat hikmahnya gua.
Dapet lu. Empat-empatnya sama lu nih. Aduh.
Last player standing.
3 doang. Peluru 16.
Lu inget gak kemarin lu ngeratain orang? Lu tahu sih? Emang ada wah WH-nya nyala cu.
Nih, lu mulai.
Itu dalam
Wah ini.
My ult's ready.
Ini Ascendant BU nih BU. Lah saking BU-nya.
Astagfirullah, Bang.
Diputar-putar guys.
Siapa yang nyangka dia kayak di situ, Bang?
Mau.
Request.
Udah.
Diputar-putar ban. Pisaunya ban.
Ya.
Keren sih pisaunya.
Keren sih emang. Cuma kan nggak ada yang nyangka ya. Kupikir dia jaga jauh gitu.
Iya, dikira jauh tapi ternyata dekat.
Emang kadang yang jauh tuh berasa deket, yang deket berasa jauh.
Wah, iya.
Bob!
Aduh.
A lagi.
Smoke's down. Launching smoke.
Waduh, Headphone masuk.
Iya, Ben.
Secluded banget tempat kita.
Heaven.
Waduh.
Heaven ada, Heaven.
Heaven ada,
Masih
Heaven ada, Heaven ada. Waduh.
Lo banget.
One enemy remaining.
Terakhir Heaven juga tuh. Oh, going B udah.
Ya gue marenanya yang lucu ini.
Planting.
Udah planting nih. Mending gue.
Dia panik sih.
Spike planted.
Gue malas baliknya. Gimana dong?
Maybe push up.
City. City.
Emang ya City.
Ali.
Anak dajal, anak dajal.
Kita.
Nggak ada yang defuse nih.
Gue defuse.
Itu trap apa sih?
Lihat gak sih?
Lihat trap
Mana sih? Mana sih? Gue baru lihat loh.
Lo nge-trap burung, lo nge-trap burung yang terbang apa gimana? Nge-trap apa brengsek?
Gue baru lihat cok. Trap gue cok. Apa itu anjir?
Gue ngeliat dari POV aja kenapa trap lu naik ke atas.
Dan.
Apa? Oh, nggak mau yang lain senjatanya, yang proper.
Agak.
Yang bener dong, John.
Sorry, aduh. DJG jadi gak keren gitu ya?
Iya.
I've got your trail.
Smoke's down.
Forward.
Aku mendapatkan trail kamu.
Setengah-setengah tuh bahasa Inggris itu.
Yoi.
Launching smoke.
Udah masuk.
Spike down A.
Oh, gana.
Ah, gitu. Di rem satu, di rem.
Waduh.
Set satu, rem satu.
Di elbow.
Itu yang rem yang di set nih, Mas ya nih.
Spike down A.
Buset, kengkang.
Woi.
Defenders win.
Menang kan, Pin?
Menang. Mantap.
Positif dulu lu.
Positif ya.
Iya.
Iya.
Harus positif jadi orang.
Iya. Positif. Lalu nggak record, Jok?
Nggak tahu.
Aku nggak tahu sih.
Aku nggak tahu. Main Jok, sini Jok.
Nggak mau. Bro.
Kenapa? Lah, kenapa?
Kemarin yang nggak bisa metal, sekarang nggak bisa email. Besok gua kali ya?
Kenapa email nggak bangun?
Nggak, lagi itu rumahnya dok lagi renov.
Oh.
Asik itu.
Bukan dong, beda dok dong.
Oh.
Agak lagi berkembang.
Bukan, ada maksudnya mie dok kan?
Iya, mie dok bener.
Lu udah gemul lu, John.
Iya, sorry bang, ya elah.
Oh, gue bilangin Jessica deh ya. Lu ngidam mie dok.
Oh iya, bener.
Iya.
Enak sih, guys. Ini berarti ID Norman.
John pakai akun Joko, Billy pakai akun Norman.
Gue lihat-lihat ada yang udah mau naik nih.
Ya, makanya ini dia.
Emang sekarang udah nggak meta tutup muka lagi bang ya?
Enggak, siang gue nggak pernah ini. Gak ada yang stream snap. Kalau siang mah masih pada sekolah bang, hari biasa bang.
Net shop.
Nah ya udah play. Ya.
Insolok.
Nah buruan, Reina lu.
Mantap.
Nah, dah tinggal Sky.
Ngedut bang Sky-nya bang.
Bisa deh.
Mereka akan sangat mati. Keren banget. Gue jadi pengisi suara Valorant Indonesia apa ya?
Nggak usah berasa paling iya lu. Si paling iya suara lu.
Kan bagus gitu.
Siapa yang lu mau isi? Sofa?
Gue isi sofa, men.
Coba, gimana?
Aku adalah sang pemburu. Aduh, itu jadi kayak Mobile Legends nggak sih?
Lah, ganteng. Yang penting ganteng.
Lihat ini. Streaming lu ah.
Panah lempar setrum, anjay.
Wow, shock dan.
What's it like, Reina? Fighting to keep a loved one alive? No, please. Tell me.
Gua bisa TP kemana-mana kan ini. Nah. Kenapa gue turun lagi?
Oh, aku telat. Kok nggak ada suaranya?
Nggak tahu ada juga ya, Raya.
Oh, ada di A.
Ngeri gitu musuhnya. Ngeri gitu teman gue.
Udah masuk ya?
Udah di piramid.
Oh
iya.
Oh belum.
Lu.
Tadi kayak ada step.
Nggak jadi.
Step seng gitu soalnya.
Dari mid itu.
Dari mid.
Lah. Setan di ke B.
Nak monyong.
B.
Planting. Spike planted.
Dimoli gitu anjir.
Aduh,
dua-duanya situ ya?
kaget gua. Nggak tahu Sky-nya doang di sini 56.
Ini ada ya?
Ada Sky. Sky Gecko-nya dari backside. Nah,
diceprak gua di belakang. Satria merah.
Nggak terpanggil gitu.
Membingungkan gitu.
Gue ingat.
Apa lu mau ngajakin gue main CS ntar malam John emangnya?
Iya.
Sama Billy.
Nggak tahu gue mana mau dia.
Dipanggil gitu gue.
Dikali aja kan daripada Tarkov mulu.
Iya, makanya.
Game apa tuh?
Waduh.
Kayak kenal.
Jago nih ke Satria Merah nih.
Udah masuk jetnya.
OTW.
Reloading.
Wah. Ya elah dia nge-stress kayak gitu dong. Di piramid kiri.
Aduh.
Last player standing.
Nggak mati.
Spike planted.
Teleport's ready.
Di dogi segala bang.
Iya makanya.
Apa?
Aduh, mau jadi coach dong bang.
Apa tuh jadi coach apa tuh?
Ya screen.
Kasih bang ya.
Nah.
Kangkang anjir itu sebelah namanya. Lawan lu tuh, Mil. Kangkang.
Oh, iya tuh, chamber kengkeng tuh.
Gua kongkong.
King Kong lu.
Aduh.
Scanning ahead.
Ke B.
Di lu ya.
Udah
dia ya?
Udah di B. Di D nggak tuh? Di B.
Gua baru bangun nih.
Siapa baru bangun?
Gua. Tadi jam setengah 2. Tadi jam 11 bangun. Cuman ngelihat nggak jadi record ini sebelah aja.
One enemy remaining.
Mouse speed. Aduh.
Believe gua sama teman gua mah santai.
Pro never fake.
Pros never fake.
Percaya banget
Gua
gitu.
Corsair kemarin menang tuh.
Iya emang ya.
Aduh, bau banget dah gua.
Enggak dong, lu juara 2, nggak bau.
Enggak, kayak puluh tinggal 3 nembak Corsair mati jadinya cuma 120 jadinya kalah gitu.
Itu namanya bad luck bang, bukannya bau bang.
Kurang doa.
Iya, lu kurang belief sama diri lu sendiri kalau kata Bill.
Kurang doa.
Coba sebelum nembak doa dulu.
ID gue di manajer jadi jago gitu loh gue loh. Ke bawah
Emang gitu ya? Emang ngaruh?
Iya ngaruh.
Apa iya ngaruh? Ada mid nggak sih?
Itu trik bro.
Ntar gue mau baca Timberlake-nya tapi ini di Norman.
Nggak apa-apa, santai aja, nggak apa-apa aja sendiri. Corneval apa sih Corneval? Kamu
ini Ascendant ini emang.
Sorry
kamu
deh.
Ascendant worthy. Ascendant worthy.
Breakjack.
Gila. Ini nggak perlu milking kalau kayak gitu.
Iya, oh ini mah kita aja yang tiduran.
Enggak bikin kopi dulu ya.
Pisaunya nyala bro, lihat dah.
Buset dah, buset.
Serem banget, pisaunya nyala bro.
Takut.
Gue bikin kopi dulu kan, bikin roti.
Ya, deh gue bikin usaha dulu kalau gitu.
Wow.
Wow.
Ya kali nggak ke B.
Ke B itu.
Limit tuh.
Nggak mati lagi anak monyet.
Recon bro, Recon emang terbaik ini.
Spike down B.
Tele lagi nggak tahu di mana tuh Rey. Mampus matiin Rey. Mati dia, meninggal dia. Depan gua nih. Malah main lagi. Wih. Aduh. Pisau. Kalau pisau ini lu kasih Ascendant. Worthy.
Ayo, Ascendant worthy.
Kalau pisau Ascendant worthy kata-kata gak sih?
Turun bawah.
Emang lu mau segampang itu emang menang? Kan lu harus ada. Ya.
Jauh. Kalau dia di sini gua pisau.
Kegampangan bang kayak gitu bang mah. Ya.
Bisa lah pisaunya.
Iya.
Capek. Gua drop. Gua the moment gua drop dari situ.
Ya langsung Ascendant dong berarti. Kalau pisau kan ada tegang-tegangnya.
Mereka akan sangat mati.
Kepala bapak kau.
Bang gua udah gak punya bapak bang.
Aduh. Ya makanya aku bilang kepala bapak kau.
Kenapa gitu?
Karena bapak kau udah gak ada.
Gelap.
Mana lu?
Gelap.
Parah lu ya.
Gelap.
Gitu ya.
Udah 2 tuh.
Ada yang main mid gak sih? Biasanya anak-anaknya?
Enggak, mereka komit biasanya.
Gak ada ya?
Anak-anak siapa?
Anak-anak. Nembak ke atas itu low loh jutnya.
Ini dia nih.
Aduh.
Ini dia nih.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Aduh,
down
40.
Untung jatah gak kena Pin.
Iya. Untung JT nge-whiff klik kanan nih. Coba dia klik kiri.
Time to be keng-keng ya kan.
Iya bang. Keng-keng bang. Waduh. Wah.
Gini ya, keng-keng.
Keng-keng harus kayak gitu
stage fright, stage fright.
Ini Devin semalam ya?
Iya ini. Emang gitu. Sama kita 30 HP anak
apa-apa bang. Emang harus ada.
Lemon anjir.
Anjing, anak breng. Nge-whiff tuh. Nge-whiff. Udah diambil tuh bang. Udah nih. Udah diambil.
Belip dong guys.
Iya, kan emang harus ada sulit-sulitnya gitu.
Bang
ini udah di.
Gak ngeliat.
Iya.
Gak ngeliat.
Udah mau bilang.
Aduh.
Tuh men katanya gitu.
Men.
Gara-gara tremor.
Enggak, sofanya mah nggak tahu. Yang tahu Renanya. Siapa race-nya? Sofanya nggak ngeliat kan, masih hidup tuh.
Iya, maksud gue tuh sama Asiannya bilang, apaan sih sofa itunya gitu. Chambernya gitu.
Gila, keng-keng banget gua.
Iya, kalau gua keng-keng nggak tremor sih tangannya. Cuma mungkin update terbaru dia
Kata kasih
tremor
koyo
kali
tangannya
ya.
berarti Bill.
Gua celupin enggak ini dah. Gua celupin ke.
Oh, aduh mekanik tuh bang.
Salam.
Udah gue tembakin.
I've got your trail.
Aduh, goding. Nggak bisa overkill lagi, monyet.
Kiri kanan gitu. Gekonya 100.
Ah, capek.
Last player standing.
Elah.
Sorry bang. Ascendant, ini nih. Emang ini sih. Emang sengaja sih nih. Emang biar lu nge-clutch kan berarti lu ascendant nih.
Wah. Yang satu.
Dua lagi.
Salah monitor dia. Salah ini beda game.
Aduh, 2 lagi.
Beneng Dor.
Aduh. Sini gue beliin. Untung aja gue kaya.
Aduh, rumah dong.
Wow.
Mau rumah?
Iya bang.
Boleh.
Mau Barbie.
Rumah di daerah mana?
Di mana aja bang, yang penting rumah nggak apa-apa.
Ya udah. Yang penting rumah ya, bukan gue yang
Di
ngomong ya.
Minecraft ya, Bang.
Kok gitu?
Rumah bapak nih pas mau ngomongnya nih, anjing.
Rumah bapak di surga.
Kasar, temen gue kasar.
Ngefake ah.
Emang dibohongin gitu kita?
Belum dipasang wall. Tuh, masih. Itu baru pasang.
Kepala lagi.
Spike down A.
Gua ngeteh dulu lah, ngeteh.
Tuh gua. Itu banget ya.
Ruput dulu tehnya.
Ada di depan gua. OP. Itu dia.
Ngomong OP-nya pas gua udah ngepick ya gimana?
Belum, Jess, belum.
Gimana?
Sekso.
Ngeteh dulu guys.
Senangnya punya bed. Senangnya punya bumbuat berjalan.
Wow.
Udah mulai nih John ya. Gila.
Wow banget lo sekarang lo udah berani lo ya.
Tentang jadi streamer itu loh.
Jadi streamer parah banget.
Emang
Gila.
Nita mulut bro.
Kan lu katanya emang gitu bang. Gak apa-apa bang. Yang penting menang kan. Aduh. Dari shortnya hati-hati bang. Dibutain lagi gua. Buta banget gua. Parah ini. Mata gua sakit ini.
Kenapa? Itu udah ada enggak? Aduh.
Dari situ.
Bang.
Gua nggak lihat kok kan.
Ayo dong. Iya.
Ini ascendant worthy.
Udah kayak main CS gitu, kepiting.
Aduh. Bang.
Kan di bait lagi bang lu.
Ya nggak apa-apa.
Ya kan
Nggak apa-apa. Yang penting mah menang gue, yang penting menang.
Oh iya benar.
Ya
kayak kepiting gitu bro.
Jangan komplain ya bang ya berarti bang.
Enggak, gue mah nggak komplain.
Ntar ya bang ya. Ada momennya. Momen ngebet Devin namanya ya.
Perasaan gue ngelawan main kok dari mid ada orang deh.
Itu gue nembakin mid 3 jam ada lah nggak mati-mati itu.
Oh. Ternyata Sino Nakama.
Aja 30 Jan.
30 emang kenapa kok 30? Sih pura-pura nanya aja sih.
Iya loh.
Ada yang ngambil orb di A.
Udah berapa hari nih belum seger-seger kan?
Iya.
Aduh.
Mana tuh bang?
Apa tuh bang?
Waduh. Jadi kenapa dah?
Kenapa dia bang?
Gak tahu bang.
Aku adalah sang pemburu. Keren banget.
Apa yang ketinggalan apa aku bang?
Nggak ada ketinggalan apa-apa.
Oh.
Yang lawan dong John. Mau 30
lawan
kill nggak lu?
Ya iya sih gue mau lawan sih sebenarnya.
Hanya, ayo.
1, 2, apa itu?
One enemy remaining.
Nah ini gue dismiss lagi nih kan. Oh gak ada, kosong. Buta mata gue sakit, pecah mata gue.
Kanan.
Mati. Nah ini kan 12 nih.
Ayo.
Berarti gue harus
12 lagi.
Emang sepi jangan. Masih lama lagi. Masih jauh cok males aku kan. Lihat ntar lah, kalau dapat enggak.
Ya emang kenapa lu ngeliatin sekarang? Sejak kapan? Sejak kapan itu kewajiban anjing? Lu nya aja yang hyper sama chat time.
Semangat.
Emang agak panas sih kali ini emang ya, dikit sih.
Sepi ini tuh gue di B.
Lu mau ke B? Tukeran dah, lu ke B, gua ke A.
Pertanyaan. Maksud.
Aduh, gua kena cokot mata gua. Aduh. Aduh, sabun bang, sorry bang.
Ada yang di mid.
Pala gua hilang kena AUK A3.
Kenapa gue pencet TP?
Ada gua. Gua yang mati kan?
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Wah,
bahkan gitu teman gue.
Kenapa ada orang di B? Random banget.
Spike down mid.
Vipernya angin.
Scanning ahead.
Dari B dia.
Okay.
Oh, dari mid tuh.
Right side. Wow. Nggak bisa ini mah Jok, jago-jago temennya. Belum lagi Devin.
Bener.
Last round before the switch.
Belum lagi Are, belum lagi Razi-nya. Udah ada 30 Jok. Oh, Razi, Devin
sama lu ya?
Gua.
Udah 32 sih.
Udah 40 malah sih.
46
ya.
Arai. Nah, udah tuh. Sama Sofa udah.
Sepi gini hidup gue.
Ya udah. Gua temenin Ray kesepian lu, asik. Wih.
Ada step di A. Ada step di A.
Oh iya.
Nge-updraft.
Bolong.
Lu katanya ditemenin sepi. Gua temenin. Ngoceh, midnya bolong.
Masuk.
Udah di piramid ya?
Udah.
Bodo amat gue nyabung.
Piramid.
Belakang gua.
Spike planted.
1v5 gini gua, Bro.
Iya, Bro, kan lu kengkeng, Bro. Lihat lo. Lu udah
Dia
ini.
nggak punya updraft,
Naikin, Bro.
Dia nggak punya updraft, tapi ada rope.
Switching sides.
Sepi gini hidup gua.
Iya.
Datanglah janji cinta.
Ditunggu aja nanti datang sendiri.
Wow, bro.
Aku di sini.
Gue lagi habis stok gue sih, kalau ada mah kenalin deh.
Iya, tolong dong ini Arai. Aduh, kenalin lah.
Bukan gitu, guys. Bukan gitu.
Pengkobat settingnya enggak. Tapi emang pure nge-wifi aja. Lihat, agresif betul.
Apa harus di flash kayak gini ya? Orang mau maju. Gue lupa beli mata lagi gue. Jatuh dari mata. Aduh. Bang, ini harus ini ya mata gua. Weh.
Waduh.
Aduh.
Spike down A.
Through the wall.
Last player standing.
Ray, kasih tahu dia Ray.
Cynthia S, welcome back to Definition Silver.
Banyak banget bang, satu-satu dong.
Udah.
Emang kalau satu-satu lu bisa menang?
Bisa.
Iya, kalau dimajuin satu bisa, iya kan, tor gitu kan.
Biar enak.
Amo lo cuma 4
Lah cukup.
Oh gitu ya.
Der.
Dua kali nge-wave tadi apa tuh?
Just go side, katanya just go side diomelin kita.
Cukup pindah der. Terus orang terakhirnya gue lempar pistolnya. Kan gue bench John.
Itu siapa ya yang bisa ngelempar di Apex?
Siapa?
Tahu lah, nggak kenal gue. Kalau kenal ya gue apaan?
Di flash nggak sih?
Nggak di wall, saya nggak di wall.
Dia nggak lari nih orang, jadi nggak di flash. Oh, emang nggak di flash kah? Udah nih, coba set. Alah.
Ini itu dia flashnya bang.
Flashnya udah nggak bisa ditembak, Billy. Nembakin flash mulu gua.
Gila.
Aduh, kepala gua hilang juga.
Buje dige.
One enemy remaining.
Dari sini kan Sky.
Toxins
Enggak sih,
going up.
dari mid sih. Enggak sih dari sini sih, dari mid sih, dari sini sih.
Banyak mikir teman gua nih. Banyak pikiran gitu ya.
Kena satu. Banyak, Bro.
Toxin screen down.
Iya. Sorry. Wih.
Ada dulbok.
Taking Zenfire, let's not
Pendek tangan gua.
complicate it.
Coba gue Luffy.
Gitu.
Kalau lu Luffy lu nggak butuh senjata.
Ditembakkan mentul lagi ya?
Iya, mentul ya.
Mentul. Mentul sih.
Iya, mentul.
Benul banget lu.
Benul banget.
Benul.
Press nih 1, 2, ti. Oh enggak sih.
Awas.
Toxin screen down.
Itu gua mau disis langsung masuk kok tadi.
Masuk dong.
Ini gua mau langsung masuk, gua mau tumbalin dua teman gua.
Toxins going up.
Oh, what a shock dart.
Dari mana itu?
One enemy
Aduh,
remaining.
ada anak dajal dari mana dari mid ya?
Gue kenapa ya?
Gue mati mulu dah, gue mati sendiri gini. Kenapa sih selalu kayak gue doang yang mati? Ikut kayak teman-teman gue.
Organ tunggal.
Lu ngepus anak tulun.
Aduh. Ya. Oh gitu ya. Gara-gara gue ngepus kali ya.
Ya kan gue mau jadi kongkong.
Iya.
Nih, gue matiin aja nih kan ya.
Itu siapa sih, Reginal ya?
Reginal.
Bener.
Itu kalau lagi nge-whip kocak tuh.
Caution here.
Wek.
Flashnya 1, 2, 3.
Woi.
Oh, paraku.
Woi. Bener.
Deploying drone.
Reload.
Dari kanan. Flash tuh.
Oh my lord. Mati deh temen gua.
Kenapa harus di net gitu loh?
Reloading.
Toxin screen down.
Toksin.
Malah gue yang hilang kayak gitu mah.
Gue sih santuy sambil nge-vape lihat belakang.
Mana sih temen gue? Oh, ini jadi turret dia, jadi turret.
Waduh, 62.
Jadi turret jadi belakang.
Waduh, ada satu lagi tuh. Ambil senjata tuh. Woi,
itu
ngepliknya random gitu ya gue Asik.
Langit indah.
Ngeri.
Apain dia? Ayolah bro, sini bro. Ya,
30
kesana
seconds
dia.
left.
Malah lihat pemandangan gini ya.
Teleport's ready.
Bisa ini, bisa menang.
Satu, dua.
Scanning ahead.
Waduh.
Oh, emang harus gitu. Wah,
10 seconds
kok lo
left.
gak mati, Ray? Wanita sayang malu, Ray.
Mesti plan. Waduh.
Tuhan
Sofanya sih nge-record nih. Aduh. Buset. Kok gitu, lemah banget. Asik.
Siapa tuh mau suren-suren?
Siapa ya kalau bukan sofa kita, bro, paling weak.
With every day comes honor. With honor, redemption. Cosplay jadi Hanzo.
Hanzo.
Reloading.
Iya,
Kalau
kena.
harus apa gitu sih?
Kena. Cepet.
What the hell, bro?
Down B.
Hari-hari
Bisa
kena
ya?
random shot. Enggak dari sini. Oh, itu udah mati yang di mid. Berarti dari backside. Nah,
Itu mati juga tuh.
itu udah mati juga. Dah, satunya lagi dari apa sih?
Klik, tus.
Oh,
Waduh.
gitu Ray.
Tus. Nah, ambil dulu OP-nya.
Aduh. Setan di mid.
Let's go, keng-keng.
Nah nih.
Wah. Emang harus gitu, Bang.
Harus yang penting mah flicknya aja kelihatan keren.
Iya.
Kena apa enggak apa-apa.
Yang penting kenceng aja.
Yang penting kenceng flicknya.
Seru ya main kayak gini ya. Gue kemana aja ya?
Lu mainnya game yang hening mulu sih. Dengerinnya Davai Maci.
Davai Maci. Beliat Granata.
Granata coy.
Udah jadi Tarkov Indonesia juga.
Beda lagi tuh. Cita-citanya gampang berubah. Emang boleh kayak gitu?
Nah, itu deket tuh.
Itu.
Maksudnya apa?
Awas.
Di Molly, Bang.
Pak. Waduh, Pak.
Ya.
Gue mau sini maju nih. Kayak udah gatel banget nih gue nih.
Ya.
Udah cita-cita gue banget.
Aduh.
Wah. Waduh.
Aduh. Hari-hari gue korban dari back. Bokong. Sofa.
Sofa dajal.
Sofanya nggak salah apa-apa, Bang. Sofanya nggak salah apa-apa, Bang.
Dia ngeliatin gua. Salah dia.
Dia liat belakang
Dia
sih.
ngeliat belakang dong, kan ada yang ngeplay.
Gua nggak mau.
Gila lu ya.
Gak mau. Panti salah dia itu.
Mereka akan sangat mati. Keren gini ultinya Chamber.
Ya, temen gua udah ascendan.
udah ngamen lagi.
Iya, udah gak ada yang main lagi nih, gimana Jok?
Kan iya ya.
Nah,
Masih belum mesenan lagi.
Iya, masih ada lu Jok, tenang aja.
aja gimana?
Iya sih, gua katanya sih gua maju aja nih pegang pisau.
Astagfirullah.
Asa ascendan gini cepet amat.
Gue dari tadi udah ngetrus sih, jujur ya.
Cuma mau lompat-lompat doang temen gue sih emang sih. Emang kayaknya emang jadi menangin aja deh.
Waduh. Astagfirullah.
Mampus lo.
Temen gue kenapa?
Bangunin gue dong pakai ulti itu.
Heroes never die.
Salah game.
Beda game. Sorry.
Aduh. Orang ini tajam-tajam bet dah. Kepala gue hilang mulu kayak di absen gitu kepala
Yang
gue.
penting mah flicknya kenceng.
Itu kalau gua kalau Warzone kena itu.
Tercepat di muka bumi ini Raja Barai.
Cepat ya.
Guinness Book of Record coba. Wah, umur ya.
Belum flick lu kalau lihat belum flick.
Oh, saking cepetnya tuh guys, nggak kelihatan guys itu udah nembak sebenarnya.
Capek banget.
Ada sound effect-nya lagi.
Lu nggak tahu lu tadi Vin.
Apa tuh?
Di layar gua udah kayak gini nih tadi. Wah,
Gitu.
di layar gua udah gini John tadi John.
Oh, gitu.
Wow.
Udah.
Buset.
Kenceng
tuh. Kolesterol lu kenceng kan maksudnya?
Leher gua kenceng leher gua.
Iya, leher lu kenceng.
Daging fix.
Enggak sebenarnya diceritain Jok.
Let's play.
Aduh, jangan dong.
Jangan dong.
Jangan dong. Gua kesini buat main ya, perasaan ya.
Awas.
Bukan buat bikin banyak hal.
Oh, sorry. Gua kirain sambil minum air lu. Wah, nge-lag gua anjir.
Kenapa ada orang di situ?
Operatornya tuh main tuh
Di window
gratis.
Gratis.
Gratis. Ada orang di window. Bentar. Itu ada dari mana anjing?
Belakang dong banget. Males gua.
Gua kira tuh.
Aduh. Tidak pernah mendengar komunikasi dari teman deh lu.
Gua kira jauh, Cok. Mana gua nyangka beneran di window.
Aduh.
Spike down B.
Di samping sini.
Kan orang random juga di dunia ini.
I have the spike.
Mempunyai spike-nya.
30 seconds left.
Kok jelek ya?
Satchel out. Enemy spotted B.
Emang gitu cara nembak.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Ya.
Ya.
Capek.
Parah. Win. Ngetro, Win.
Capek.
Cewa sih gue sih. Kasih senden lu.
Udah. Gua mau di pantai aja, gua mau ke Pulau Moana.
Indah ya bang, pemandangannya.
Iya indah, udah. Capek gua.
Pantas temen gue mainnya di 2K mau melihat pemandangannya ternyata.
Iya, bagus.
Suka bener.
Main Valo di 2K.
Kok lu tahu? Kok lu tahu?
Emang lu 2K juga?
Iya. Ya udah nih, gua maju nih sekali.
Gua juga deh. Selamat gitu.
Selamat kok
Gua juga deh. Aduh gua kena. Mati dong gua. Gua dicokot nih.
Wih.
Ah, gila keren banget. Cornepal emang mau menang gitu ya? Gua sih enggak.
Is a 3v3 situation. Cornepal is planting. There's an operator on the bench. What can he do? Oh my god, udah juga.
Nasabnya
komentatornya emang dia gitu ya?
Suka gua.
Oh, BU nih.
Cornepal with one kill. So takes the second kill. Here we go, guys.
Match point.
Anak dajal.
I have money.
Bagus lah. Gila, keren banget gua.
Anjing.
Ini spike di bawah dong.
Iya. Ini om.
Let's start this party.
Gila, gua bahagia banget bikin hidup orang berwarna.
Hidup
gua hitam putih.
Aduh. Gua maju ya.
Mati bodoh.
Gua maju ya.
Lah maju gua, laki banget.
Ah, setan. Ditembak dari mana gua?
Bikin setan.
Capek. Aduh.
Ini sofa gue liatin mati nggak ya dari belakang? Oke, gue ikutin Devin.
Mati.
Spike down mid.
Matinya.
Wah, nge-throw. Wah, udah gua.
Bro, 12-9. What are you talking about?
Woi, menang.
Menang, bro.
Menang, bro. Woi, sabun banget tuh. Gitu emang random kayak. Ih. Mati please. Nice.
Wow. Terus kalau main sama mereka emang gitu, pinnya sampai 30 dulu baru dikasih. Coba berapa tap, berapa dia?
Aduh.
Gue kan temen lu yang baik dan benar, Vin. Jadi gue temenin.
Tapi diem lah temen gue lu.
Dua-dua dia emang sengaja mau 30 dulu, kurang 8
emang diem ya? Vin, mic lu nge-mute lu. Nge-mute itu. Vin.
Dia udah stres, udah pegang kepala gitu tuh.
Waduh, parah temen gue pada diem, cok. Vin, itu nge-mute kali.
Udah sedih dia.
Begitu ya. Aduh, mati.
Smoker kita hilang, guys.
Anak brengsek.
Waduh.
Wah, nge-throw.
Banget throw ini serius gua.
Bisa, ayo.
Nih lihat ya, menang ya, lihat ya.
Nih Kenji.
Nih kalau mau menang nih sebenarnya nih. Lihat nih. Kasih tahu Kenji.
Kenji Rai. Sap.
Tuh. Oh, menang nih, ini menang nih ya. Sebenarnya ya. Dari tadi sih, dari round awal.
Kan disampein ya?
Jangkut gitu.
Last player standing.
Spike
down B.
I have the spike.
Nge-throw. Nge-throw bukannya dilawan malah lari, capek banget nge-throw, cuk.
Takut gua, Pin, kalau gitu sih.
Wah.
Terulang kembali ke semalam.
Devin sakit kepala, Jo.
Ini kayak semalam lagi nih.
Pin,
Beda
inget,
map aja.
Pin. Harus sopitif.
Iya, ini menang.
Menang, Pin.
Ayo, menang.
Oh, ini ambil
Ya,
orb
fokus ya.
ulti fix. Menang, Pin.
Fokus menang ya.
Ngeteh dulu gua, ngeteh.
Ayo, gua temen ambil orb. Ayo, tinggal menang aja, guys.
Tinggal menang. Lu masih mau main lama apa enggak?
Udah, selamat. Devin mati lagi. Nih ya. Tuh. Ya. Di.
Ya kali.
Aduh.
Gue udah nungguin sampai mau berak.
Dia nggak akan keluar kata gue sih.
Sabar banget nih gue.
Nggak akan keluar ya. Cema gue dia nggak akan keluar. Pin.
Nggak, lu berdua bacot. Ini kalau menang bukan karena lu berdua, karena ini random. Lu berdua kayak kintil. Terus dilawan sama dia.
Menang, tenang, Win.
Menang, Win.
Guaranteed sih kata gua.
Iya, keliling mamanya lu muter lagi ke A.
Ini kok skill 20 sih?
Kalau dia lewat mid, kena.
Aduh.
Wah. Selamat tuh.
Udah. Pantatnya Devin udah geter.
Nah, udah.
Salah John emang sih.
Sorry banget, Vin, sumpah. Gua nggak maksud, sumpah, demi apapun. Gua tuh pengen
Bang,
main.
ini report akun gua, Bang. Bukan akun John. Anjing.
Kontol.
Sumpah, demi apapun, Vin. Gak ada niatan gua bikin lu lama. Ngelurak lu gak ada gua. Sumpah, emang susah, game emang susah. Asli.
Anjing sampai batuk gua.
Kontol.
Demi nih, Vin, udah menang nih. Gua fokus banget dah. Udah jangan bercanda nih, ya.
Gila, gua udah pasang topeng.
Oke.
Udah hensing gua.
Oke. Di mid ya.
Oke.
Hati ya.
Bunyinya masih kosong sih. Gua nggak lihat apa-apa sih.
Oh, sofanya. Mantep, bukan gua tuh ya, sofanya tuh dajal loh. Maju-maju sendiri.
Rame banget itu mid, guys.
Main lagi, Ben. Nah, rame midnya. Emang rame. Aduh, kok nggak keluar ya?
Di atas satu, belakang.
Gatel gitu ya?
Nggak keluar sih itu sih. Balik sih itu.
Loh.
Belakang nggak diliatin. Race-nya ngapain? Aduh, ya Allah. 40. Ya Allah, race-nya ngapain?
Ini menang nih, Ben.
Aduh.
Soalnya kemarin sempet trail di boom nih orang. Jadi gua garansi lu dia menang. Ya deh.
Kanan lu.
30 seconds left.
Punya vandal kintil.
Ini gue garanti tuh dia menang sih. Kan?
Nice.
Itu. Soalnya aku percaya, kalau dia mau menang, dia menang sebenarnya orang. Cuma dajal aja.
Match point. The enemy is composed.
Suka bener kalau ngomong. Vin, masih getar nggak, Vin? Udah, gua ke Mekah. Sehat, Vin.
Alhamdulillah, puji Tuhan. Om Swastiastu.
Mati Jet.
Gimana tuh?
Di mid.
Wah, pala gue hilang. Sorry. Tet anjay.
Ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Tet anjas.
Enggak, gue gak mau. Gue gak mau keluar dari sini. Gue gak mau keluar dari sini.
Menenangkan, Vin.
Hijau guys.
Hijau kan, Vin.
Akhirnya. Temen gue pensiun nah.
Wih, tumpengan. Aduh.
Bener-bener brengsek.
Udah geter, Vin.
Bener-bener brengsek. Dibikin overtime.
Udah
gila.
Hijau guys.
Aduh. Dajjal kau.
Enak, Vin.
Enak, Bang.
Geter, Vin.
Getar, Bang.
Seru kan, Vin?
Brengsek emang. Itu lu sih kelihatan nge-throw lu. Kalau John itu emang bad luck dia. Kalau lu sih emang kelihatan nge-throw lu, anak Dajjal.
Tenang dong, Vin.
Jan. Lihat setar, Jan.
Kenapa?
Setar.
Hah?
Match found.
Apa?
Dapet lagi.
Nastar. Berapa nastar ya? Kau 25 ya?
Vin berdonasi 200
Thank you, Vin. 100 ribunya. Yeay, Jo. Thank you. Terima kasih, Vin.
Kita turunin gak sih?
Yang penting udah pernah ngerasain ya.
Jangan, Bang. Ini belum masuk ke pick rank, Bang. Belum menang.
Gitu. Oh, lu mau sampai dapat charmnya ya?
Enggak. Maksudnya biar ke lifetime pick rank.
Ini charmnya udah dapat belum sih kalau
Belum lah.
ya?
Kan
Belum
next episode baru dapet itu mah.
Enggak, maksudnya charmnya kalau cuma ascendant doang tuh belum dapat kan? Sampai lu ada di piramidnya tuh.
Harus ada di ekrank.
Iya, harus ada di itu kan?
Iya, harus ada di ekrank, iya benar.
Berarti nyari charm nih.
Iya, sampai
cari charm
menang.
diamond.
Berarti masih cari charm dia.
Nyari charm diamond gitu ya?
Cari charmnya menang 25 kali kalau nggak salah.
Oh iya, buset.
Udah jadi immortal itu mah.
Iya dong.
Udah immortal kok menang 25 kali.
Demen gue PD-nya temen gue tuh demen gue. PD-nya tuh wah. Ngeri tuh.
Roman tinggal sekali lagi ya?
Thank you, Vin, 10 giftednya.
Lu sekali lagi nih, Juk.
Thank you.
Lu sekali lagi.
Gue sekali lagi dari mana? Masih 2 kali lagi main baru naik gue.
Roman harusnya 2 kali main sih. Kemarin dia beda 2 sama gue soalnya.
Asli gue nggak bohong, gue nggak tahu.
Ya udah, nggak usah dipaksa tahu.
Asli nggak tahu gue.
Iya udah nggak apa-apa.
Kenapa nyamuk kalau masuk mobil jalan nyamuknya nggak ke belakang?
Kenapa kalau lu lompat di kereta lu nggak jatuh ke belakang?
Nah, gue mikirin itu dulu ya, Eva.
Kenapa kalau manusia dikasih otak nggak dipakai kira-kira tuh?
Kadang didengkul.
Lu berarti?
Aduh. Kadang sih.
Kadang sih. Gue lapar lagi.
Gelap soalnya.
Apa tuh yang gelap?
Masa depan.
Aduh.
Waduh.
Terangin. Center, mana center?
Punya CS nih, Devin udah ascendant, bro.
Apa CS?
Iya, waktu CS.
Lu main CS dong ntar malam.
Lah, Devin udah kelar ini.
Kenapa mau main Counter Strike?
Gue bilang gue main CS pas CS-nya rilis ya, CS2-nya rilis.
Iya, masih lama Jok berarti Jok.
Iya.
Akhir bulan kan.
Counter Strike 2 mah.
Latihan.
Enggak.
Latihan dulu persiapan CS2.
Gue belum tentu main
Kan
juga.
line up. Iya. Line up itu di paling.
Gue mah nyobain. Tapi kalau
Counter
main
Strike 2 mah. Aduh.
Hati gue udah di Valorant soalnya.
Waduh.
Tadi dia diundang ya?
Iya.
Jadi udah si VCT ready?
Udah.
Apa tuh scan? Apa scan?
Waduh, benang door. Dia nembak gua one tap gitu, nembak lu miss gitu.
Aduh, nggak tahu anjir. Sabun anjir nembak gua. Karena jauh kali ya.
Aduh.
Waduh.
Loh.
Dua-duanya garage.
Oh, alah.
Waduh.
Oh, alah.
Aku mencium bau-bau tidak enak.
Baunya nggak enak sih nih, Vin. Kok gua udah serius. Kok ini gua beneran.
Gak, gue cuma ngasih tahu aja, John. 1 tambah 1 sama dengan 2.
Apa tuh maksudnya?
Maksudnya ya matematika itu mudah.
Mau pantan aja.
Pantauan ya.
Spooky ghost boy.
Ah, gue lupa matiin warp. Bentar gue matiin dulu.
Oke, warp.
Oh iya.
Wedding itu tersumbat.
Waduh, 26.
Tajam sih. Kayaknya.
Lari.
Waduh, feeling gue sih ini kerat, main kerat. Kali
Mungkin baru ini aja nih lagi confidence saya Renanya 6-0. Aduh,
bener.
Ditungguin.
Udah di
pakai sheriff mati tuh orang anjir.
Pakai sheriff dong?
Ya, lupa. Ada senjata namanya sheriff.
Kalau random terus siapa nih?
Nah, mestinya gue pakai Yet.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Orang Mexico gitu, Yet.
Wow. Mantul gitu emang boleh?
Loh, itu rekonnya apaan tuh?
Tahu.
Oh.
Placing sentry. Enemy spotted mid.
Bomnya di gua nih.
Sini, drop ke belakang.
I got the spike.
Aduh, bisa deh.
Waduh. What? The hell? Short.
Di kiri.
Iya, di kirinya.
Setan.
Short sama City.
Apa sih?
City, last City.
Reloading.
Bisa ke Heaven ya?
Lah itu turun, kira belum turun.
Udah keluar City malah.
Oh gitu, sorry. Ikan.
Harus main dengan bener ini.
Emang gue udah ngantuk tuh. Udah naik soalnya, ngantuk dia.
Udah ngantuk, udah keluar semua energi gue.
Ayo guys. Udah gak ngantuk.
Apa tuh?
Turunin dulu biar gak ngantuk.
Oh iya sih. Ngantuk ntar deh.
Turunin mandul.
Gimana tuh yang bener tuh kayak gimana yang bener? Gimana yang bener?
Begitu kan?
Midnya tuh dari mid.
Ayo lu.
Gua lagi crosshair di kanan, di kiri. Keluar. Amburadul dah.
Ya, gelap.
Dulu udah gelap dulu.
Gelap. Apa, Cok?
Dulunya Devin tinggal dikit.
Turret out.
Kop.
Recalling my bot. Placing alarm bot.
Gelap.
Found them.
Flank.
Buta dong gua, brother, kalau digituin.
Gua sampai hilang arah gitu majunya kan.
30 seconds left.
Bengong gua, alarm bot gua ke trigger.
Aduh, di bank meles gitu gua.
Nih. Boleh lah, boleh.
Their tech is only as good as their skill.
Kali map defend guys, guys.
Emang
ada di flash cuman sendiri. Bisa kali John.
Apa tuh? Aduh nggak ada, gua gak ada duit.
John yang itu aja John.
Ini aja ya?
Iya yang itu aja.
Need a drop.
Gua anaknya Han Showdown banget.
Showdown tuh.
Oh, kamu mau kemana ini?
Nggak tahu nih, bingung nih. Ini gua tembak matanya nih, Ray. Udah ngeluarin mata. Enggak ya?
Nggak kena sih gua harusnya. Mereka kalau ini setengah-setengah.
I got the spike.
Kadang ngepick, kadang enggak gitu loh.
Oh iya. Gue yakin sih ada sih.
Aduh. Ada itu Ray. Banyak emang. Masih dijarat anjir.
Oh, nice banget omennya.
Kamsi.
C-nya harusnya dapat sih. Waduh.
Yaduh.
Spike down, C.
Gila.
Last player standing.
Mana ya? Ngeri bang.
Oh, Renanya galak banget.
Kayak Nadif nih.
sorry.
Out of charges. Out of charges.
Mana nih Sofa?
Out of charges.
Temen gue masih nunggu dia. Masih sabar ya, pantas
30
sabar.
seconds left.
Anjing juga lu.
Wow. DC lagi tuh. Udah jigae nih.
DC.
Aduh.
Oh iya. Emang sengaja ini mah. Kenji yang pakai siapa? Billy Arai. Waduh, 05 gua. Gak bisa ngebunuh, coy.
Isinya meletup nih.
Nice.
Placing sentry. Here. Here comes the party. Reloading.
Ngeri juga lo.
Yoi. Ada itu di kiri tadi. Ya Allah Tuhanku yang Maha Kuasa pencipta langit dan bumi, Yesus Kristus.
Wah, gila sih aiming gua.
Spike down mid.
Ini nggak bisa kayak, aduh.
Last player standing.
Aduh.
Kasihan.
Aduh.
Kasihan.
Reconnected. Bagus. Ayo cepat. Nah, cepat. Ada mereka udah dibilang AFK, lu udah dibilang AFK.
30 seconds left.
Sempet-sempetnya nge-heal.
Sempet-sempetnya pencet Q dia.
They look like us, but are they us? I have so many
Pasti
questions.
Sofa.
Can I get a drop? Can I get a drop?
Drop John.
Ngecek lagi nih.
Wah, berat kali nih aiming. Kompe.
Gua kualat ngatain arah cuy. PDC loh.
There they are.
Nah itu dia tuh, Beyerdynamic. Lah nggak jadi ngepick itu dia.
Jadi bang denger step banyak bang.
Reloading.
Oh gitu.
Gua bisa ulti sih.
Aduh, ditelepon lain apa sih? Ntar.
Di dalam smoke. Ini orang ngedroning yang bener kek. Ya Allah, ngedroning smoke.
Hah? Oh iya, turret gua mati
Hancur
ya.
tadi, Bang.
Gila tuh orang ngedroning.
Waduh.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet.
Wah, gue jaga flank aja dah udah deh. Gak bisa deh ini dah. Gila 07 gue mau sofanya bro. Ini mah one sided abeza. Platinum padahal renanya ya. Oke deh bang.
Ini emang ini sih. Lagi main-main aja deh nih. Seperti nggak jelas itu. Ini kayak lagi nggak otaknya ya, smurfingnya dari Radian apa?
Radian ini fix.
Cover going out. Scanning ahead.
Waduh.
Kenapa lagi? Buset. Gila kali.
Waduh.
Reloading.
Malah 128 itu lo orang. Nggak mati. Jetnya.
Out of my way. Last player standing. Hey.
Wah, gila.
Jago nih.
Wow.
Emang kalau beronak emang agak berat sih bang.
Udah gila nih orang. Gila ini keras banget.
AFK lagi nih. Share. Oh gitu.
Emang kalian
Sabar.
Gitu ya? Jahat banget sih kalian.
Iya.
Ya gue ikutan AFK sebelah arah.
Aduh.
Revealing area. Reloading.
Placing sentry.
Wah, dimajuin gitu dong.
Ada yang nge-push tuh midnya tuh.
Turrets destroyed. Placing alarm bot.
Ayolah.
Waduh.
Last player
Buset.
standing.
Kok langsung headshot gitu apa?
Terminated.
Wah.
Masih di situ tuh orang anjir.
Gila.
Si deadlocknya.
Dia nungguin loh, nggak mau kena trap gua loh.
Oh, Ivo lagi nih.
Gimana ya? Wow.
Wih,
Wow, bro.
mau selamatin pakai mata gue sih, Re. Cuma nggak tahu selamat nggak tuh.
Kabut dia.
Kabut deh.
Reloading.
Ya ampun. Terus.
Itu sih.
Buset.
Ya Allah.
Waduh. Langsung hilang gitu, Bang.
One enemy remaining.
Mana, Bang?
Atau Bang?
Belakang lu. Dari A. Plan aja ke long.
Last
Ya.
player standing.
Tahan orang.
Wow.
Mohon maaf, Bang.
Santai Bang, santai Bang, santai Bang. Mantap Bang.
Gue lupa pasang ini lagi.
Gak ada yang lihat.
Udah, aku aman Bang, rahasiamu Bang sama aku Bang.
Aduh, ada.
Udah ya.
Udah ya.
Udah apa nih?
Udah ya sayang. Capek nih.
Aduh.
I'll find them.
Aduh.
Kenapa Bang?
Stres tuh, nama stres itu.
Placing alarm bot.
Revealing area.
Esok.
Ini emang gitu mainnya ya? Kayak nggak mata, buset dah. Antri vaksin di mana itu? Mati nggak tuh?
Enggak.
Aduh, 40.
Pasti.
Lu bisa
Dia di chat tadi,
Window aja.
Lu kalau
One
window
enemy remaining.
Olasnya sini.
Last player standing. Spike down.
My bad. Kupikir ku bisa menang. Woi. Mantap Bang.
Cool guy don't look at explosion.
Anjay. Siap Bang Cool guy.
Full guy, anak full guy.
Cool guy Bang, dibilang Bang.
Reload.
Capek banget. Ini defend banget, ini menang ini. 13-10.
Kenapa ya?
13-10 tuh.
Iya, bro.
Gelap nih.
Placing sentry.
Awas Bang.
Reloading.
Bang. Mia, welcome to Definition Silver.
Wah, itu musim itu.
Wah Bang, timing banget Bang.
Enggak ya, gue lagi.
Waduh.
Lari belakang itu loh. Dari mid ya?
My bad, gue nggak jaga flank sih. Emang pengen bener gue jaga flank dah. My bad. Salah pasang gue.
39
curse.
Kers ya.
39 curse.
Enggak, itu bukan timing ya. Seharusnya gue kasih alarm bot nge-push dari A soalnya. Iya, gue gak ulti sama sekali tuh selama 12 ronde. Gak ada timingnya. Spray di A.
Masuk tuh kayak.
Short kayaknya.
Here, out of charges.
Astagfirullahalazim nih Rena.
Enemy spotted A. One enemy remaining.
Weh, peluru gua habis dong kayak gitu mah. Ah, itu dia.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Pesen dulu, pesen dulu. Nyaman defend nih.
Turn out. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Ada tuh. Udah pasang setup, dia ke C.
Recalling my bot. Bot coming back.
Shadows traveling. Here. Here.
Got one.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Noise.
No one
Di
beats
sini
my
nih.
firepower. I got this.
Sini apa tuh?
13.10 ini.
Siap bang, 13.10.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Buset.
Wah, ini dia nih, nah, udah ngamuk.
Wah.
Ngamuk katanya.
Ngamuk ini mah bang ya.
Ngamuk ya. Abang-abangan gue nih bang.
What the heck?
Ini bapaknya abang-abangan bang. Hati lu.
Short.
Swarm grenade out.
Aduh. 128. Dia nggak nge-heal. Lead.
Di short ya? Wah, bayangin tuh, udah mainnya diem gitu tuh,
Udah tuh, hati-hati deh lu sepada deh.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Akhirnya C dipakai iya nih.
Beneran. Wah, fix. Nyalain tit ini Kenji.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Gila.
Asik.
Gitu. Harus gitu.
Iya siap bang.
Pandal tuh Vin.
Gimana? Oh. Thank you.
Quick peeks now. Out. Placing swarm grenade.
Ingat.
Woi.
Pacaran nih orang anjir berdua. Selalu di mid tuh berduaan. Rena sama si Jet anjir.
Itu sih.
C itu.
Here.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Reloading. Flawless. What did
Ngamuk
they
gini ya,
expect?
tiba-tiba ya.
Ngamuk kalau bro. Kita dipermainkan di ronde awal. Lo bisa dari sini nggak? Nggak bisa ternyata.
Agak bisa.
Gue pikir bisa dari ini.
Jauh bro.
Alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Midnya rame banget cu. Gila.
Finished.
Waduh, 114. Kill.
80 capek dah, sabun. Kalau orang pakai phantom gerak-gerak gitu ya, oke.
Isi.
C masuk sih. Distraction doang itu B-nya.
Bomb buddy out.
Spike planted.
Heal tuh.
Aneh itu geraknya bro.
Iya bro.
You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned that one time, and
Coba lah
honestly,
pakai
she won't
Phantom lah.
miss that finger.
Enak banget Phantom orang.
Gue bisa beliin AWP loh.
Enggak. Next aja.
Oke. Wah, ini B-nya ya.
Come into the unknown.
Placing sentry.
Aduh.
Mid lagi nggak sih?
Oh.
Wah, cipokan gitu temen gua. Yang kayak gitu nembaknya bang. Ini pasti Ren deket sini juga nih anjir. Cipokannya loh.
Ada turret gua juga sih.
Back. Take flight.
Lari ke A itu.
Oh ya.
Back.
Lihat planting ya?
Belum? Gak ada di A.
Loh?
Tapi nggak ada. Wah, udah ada di kanan gua. Di gravity.
Freeze pas gua nembak gitu anjir.
Nggak jelas.
Ya.
Waduh, bengong dia bang. Waduh.
Capek.
Bengong gitu.
Bengong bang.
Gue lihat.
Everybody bengong.
13-11.
Iya betul. Betul Jok, semangatin Jok. Nah, pas gitu. Thanks. Yuk bisa yuk.
Gitu ya.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry.
Ada itu rame. Rame aja bang. Mau di rush.
Wow.
Precision kill. Found them.
What the hell?
Mantap.
Nowhere to run.
Gila. Waduh, timing.
Ya Allah.
Gimana anjir?
Dia masuk ke smoke lagi. Dia cuma ngeras.
110 deadlocknya.
Oh, ada lagi. Asik. Ini anak dari.
Hah?
Phantomnya.
Lu mau yang rekon apa yang satu lagi?
Itu aja.
Yang ini.
Yang satu aja. Ya. Reloadnya kan keren.
Can I get this? Thanks. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Turret out.
Nggak ke arah sih. Harusnya.
Oh, nice.
Di ini garas. Waduh.
Open long.
Deploying drone.
Masuk nih.
Enemy.
Get it. Here. Enemy spotted C.
Aduh. Masih garas masih.
Nice. AWP mau nggak?
Belum kelar bang.
Oh iya.
Nyalain ini dulu.
Swarm grenade.
Astagfirullah.
Temen gue nih udah selebrasi mulu lo kerja lo.
Sorry bang, ya Allah.
Turret lu doa Vin tadi Vin.
Iya.
Awas timing tapi.
Ininya sih.
Ini boleh turret dulu nih.
Turret out.
Devis.
Headphone gua nggak cek ya.
Headphone.
Last player standing.
Lah, nggak dapet.
Satu
bang.
Satu bar doang ya. Ya Allah. Sekian anjir.
Ya Allah. Nyebut
Ente
gitu.
bang. Ente bang.
0, bang.
14 12 ini.
Udah Jok, capek ya.
Maaf.
Capek Jok, udah Jok, biarin aja Jok. Ikhlasin aja.
Wah, udah gila.
Kalau kita kalah. Menang. Emang jalan Tuhan yang Jok.
Oh iya benar.
Bener kan Jok?
Bisa A.
Emang harus ngedes ke situ bang. Weh, gue mau
coming back.
Mantap. Gua kanan nih. Set. Weh. Oke, udah keren kayak gini. Tenang gak lu, sok detik.
Layar gue sih.
C ini C.
Dari planting
C.
penting. Ngeng. Gua duluan Devin. Pas dalam
flash. Ya.
One enemy remaining.
Nggak taunya omeng kotak
Dalam
gimana?
Smoke paling kan?
Oh di situ tuh. Diffusing.
Wow bro.
Diffusing.
My ultimate is ready.
Nggak percaya gitu John.
Hah?
12.
Iya, percaya gua.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they
Nggak mungkin nggak percaya.
Thanks.
Emang Phantom gay semua sini sekarang ya? Jadinya ya, anjir lah.
Phantom is gay.
Turret out.
Di sini. Mulainya di sini.
Placing swarm grenade.
Ini taruh sini.
Placing alarm bot.
Ada tuh flash di A.
Konce tapi. Mampus lu. Apain lu kayak gitu?
Dengan burger aja itu sofa.
B nih. Bau-baunya. Fake C, fake A ke B.
Calling my bot.
Ini anak mau kemana sih sebenarnya? Lurking.
Ada di mid.
Kayaknya.
Oh.
Balik. Oh, masih main.
Tunggu aja tuh ulti.
Iya. Di smoke A-nya.
Here. Alarm bot out.
Apa sih nih?
Turret destroyed.
Wah, udah masuk. Perasaan baru
Temen gue kena ninja mulu di ninja gitu.
Perasaan baru nge-flash coy. Astaga. Waduh.
Yah, mati.
Bisa ke heaven itu.
Ya bego sih.
Bisa heaven.
Bisa heaven, bisa short.
Heaven.
Nice.
Tunggu banget nih gila.
Ulti bang.
Bang Budaji guys.
Iya ulti nih. Ulti nih guys, tenang guys.
Apa nih?
Ope lu mau?
Crucial momen baru.
Gue ngapain nih Rai megang Ope Rai? Astagfirullahaladzim.
Gua nggak nyuruh anjing.
Terus gimana nih Rai?
Kayak sofa, tukar sofa, one trade gitu. Mau dia pasti dia.
Dajal lu. Kan orang mau main agresif ya.
Agresif operator bro.
Iya.
Kan kita mau jadi kayak
gua everything. Kalau ada something gua everything.
Placing swarm grenade.
Karat.
Rame banget, gila.
Deploying drone.
Buset.
Gue kena paranoia sih. Gue sih jujur mati sih, nggak bisa tuh. Apa sih gue ngapain sih di paranoia itunya sama dia? Jelas banget tuh, oke anjir.
Wah gak mati dong, jetnya gue lepas. Masya Allah. Jet 120, one hit. Wah bad mood banget gua. Nice. Oh nice. Oh kanan.
Ente ini mah.
One enemy remaining.
Oke.
Udah di shock dart molly.
Mati.
Bye.
Set.
Waduh. Overthinking. Lah?
Emang gitu bang? Emang
AFK dia.
wah.
AFK dia.
Ya, dikasih keajaiban bro.
AFK soalnya.
Terima kasih.
Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
AFK bro.
Dikasih keajaiban bro.
Gila bro, AFK nggak tuh?
Oh keren, dikasih keajaiban.
Devin emang bujur banget hidupnya.
Gila, ini
Suka ke
kan.
gereja sih dia tiap minggu.
Iya, nggak sia-sia.
Nggak kayak gua kafir anjir.
Iya.
Itu minta sofa, kamu nggak mau ngasih tuh.
Oh iya. Itu dia belum request.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Oh ada tuh di A tuh.
Mid tuh nggak ada ya?
Nggak tahu.
Mid clear
Mulu lo, goblok.
Gila. Sorry bang. Bapaknya bang. Katanya bang. Hebat. Hari pisau doang.
35,
Temen gue masih
16.
mainan sok dart di sini bukannya bantu temennya.
35, 16.
Spike planted.
Under hell.
Lo banget jetnya.
Long. Soft.
Dari nice dah last long. Waduh. Dia lebih percaya sama lu katanya. Setengah.
Apa lu? Coba lu mau ngapain dulu kayak gitu, ha?
Aduh. Diberkatilah yang datang dalam nama Tuhan.
Batu mulu ke short dah ke orang.
720 gila. At least 2 digit lah, 3 digit. 100 dong gua. Buset. Monica, welcome back to Definition Silver, Monica. Nah, nih gua udah pasang anti flank nih, anti flank. Ya gua jaga flank dah.
Nah, maju nih berempat dong tuh. Let's go.
Udah gue nih, ayo gas. Skars langsung ya. Gak ada clear. Wah di apa?
Spike down.
Spike-nya bukan di gua.
Backside.
Mampus lu. Aduh itu low tuh, nggak 35 di.
Player standing.
Bang. Gua nggak.
Lo 2 orang.
One enemy remaining.
Ini tag 35. Hah? Gila. Devin.
Gue lupa pasang granat coy, astaga. Tukeran dah aja dah. Kayaknya gue
Nggak usah.
Gue
tenang aja.
support itu aja.
Nggak apa-apa. Kalau lu nggak percaya diri lu sendiri, siapa yang akan
Oh iya benar.
Anjay.
Wow.
Siap Billy the Arai.
Aguh, Arai teguh.
Gue anjir.
Nah, nanti pas Arai maju lu nyalain pin. Gak bisa pulang dia.
Mid-nya rame ya? Enggak gue kontes lagi mid-nya bodo amat. Mid-nya selalu diobrak-abrik kalau dari garage.
Di flash tuh, itu tuh.
Iya.
Udah, nggak mau nge-pick. Nice.
Gila keren banget nih. Oke.
70. Waduh.
One enemy remaining.
Udah menang.
Ada 94, namanya cuma 9. 17 masih, alhamdulillah, namanya masih 2 digit.
Aduh, hijau.
Udah hijau.
Aduh, kurang sayang lu gitu ya.
Jok.
Buset. Oh, ada satu lagi. Lagi Diamond 3, gak apa-apa. Gila temen gua. Ganteng banget deh, ijo-ijo gini. Giak.
Saatnya kalah berarti bang?
Enggak dong.
Enggak ya?
Ya. Ini pertolongan dari Tuhan itu. Di DDoS. Di DDoS sofanya bro. Jadi
4 lawan 5 bro.
5v4.
Gue telepon teman gue itu di Cina.
Gitu bang.
Di hack. Wah, so good. Ada, ada hijau-hijau dikit nih. Bagus. Alhamdulillah.
When you detect a Smurf yourself.
Waduh.
Korean boosting service kayak itu.
Korean boosting
Match
service.
found.
Itu lama banget makanan gue nyampe jam 4.
Makan apaan lo?
Ikut bang.
Ya Allah. Jangan-jangan John DC lagi.
Kagak.
Match found.
Selamat siang Yuyu. Emang ada Joko kok. They think I'm an old dog.
Udah siap banget emang ini mau lean up gitu kan.
Lean up.
Pipis.
Ya bang.
Ada mau nitip nggak?
Boleh.
Boleh.
Yang segini udah gak takut
semalam streaming lu malam-malam pas tidur berisik sama bercanda tau Vin?
Apaan?
Gue main bercanda gitu terus.
Gitu. Baru ketular gitu virusnya lu.
Coba. Cebut.
Tidur udah hijau gini parah bro, udah hijau bro. Z dah.
Ini juga mau dikasih Diamond 3 sama Devin ini, makasih loh.
Sama gua, bukan sama gua.
Maksudnya dikasih main lagi gitu.
Ini biar Diamond 3 dulu.
Ini Diamond 3 emang Jok. Abis
Kalau
ini menurut
menang.
lu.
Langsung senden ya? Lompat ya?
Aduh.
Lapar.
Piramidanya udah mulai mantep-mantep gitu tuh.
Awalnya udah ngeri-ngeri sedap.
Ayo,
udah mulai
udah Devin semua ini.
Hijau-hijau.
Udah levelnya Devin semua nih.
Buset, levelnya Devin semua.
Devin.
Aduh.
Remember everyone, she can only suck our souls after we die. What a charming woman.
Ayo, John, abis ini John kalau misalkan Devin udah CS yuk.
Apa?
Kalau Devin turu CS.
Boleh. Kan gue mau tes juga tuh. Di streamingin
Langsung
CS.
kompe kan?
Iya boleh.
Menit semua gini. Waduh.
Apa tuh?
Wow.
Spike down mid.
Here.
Wow.
You're done.
Lu tahu nih budaya nih.
Nggak tahu dia. Iya. Clear side-nya.
Gila di pojok situ. Apa lu yang bisa lihat dari sini atau di bawah?
Kiri
Kalau
lu ada
jongkok nggak bisa.
Nggak bisa ya?
Kalau jongkok nggak bisa.
One enemy remaining.
Cage triggered.
Lah, bolong gitu atau?
Buat nge-cross tapi anjir. Karena mending gak usah dipakai sama sekali.
Tenang bro, jago dia nih bro. CPR gitu dia.
The spike.
Wih gila ya. Kamera sih gaming sih. Cypher gaming ini.
Wah,
kelihatan dong tangannya doang.
Sun kenan.
Timing.
Turun tuh bro. Ya.
Nah, sayang sekali.
Dudung.
Sungkemlen, ada sungkemlen gitu.
Sungkemlen tuh.
Oh, si Metal mainnya Sunkenland bukan Ras, mirip anjir.
Kan ngabuk nih orang.
Iya mirip Ras.
Bilang lagi katanya kenapa gini kenapa gitu.
Mirip anjir.
Mirip dikit lah Ras. Cuma sekarang Ras gambarnya udah beautiful anjir.
Makanya gue tadi kayak, Ras sekarang kayak gini.
Keren.
Ras mah gila sekarang.
Gila keren banget.
Di update mulu Ras tuh. Paling rajin.
Udah optimas ya?
Udah. Ras gue main dari Bear Country tuh. Masih jelek tuh. Lawannya zombie.
Capek gue kena attack.
Waduh. Ini banget ini.
Dibait gitu gua.
Gila dibait gitu.
Waduh. Spike down mid.
Waduh, tadi.
Buset. Power sih ini bos.
Spike in here. Asik. Can you spike? Drop the spike in here. Asik.
Aduh, si paling deh.
Lu diajakin Sunkenland nggak mau sih Ray?
Mau udah beli, John?
Enggak, gue mau beli tadinya. Tadi gue ngajak Arai.
Ya udah sekarang.
Si Jas kayaknya beli ya?
Udah, enggak jadi. Lu sih nggak bilang lu mau main juga, Jok. Ngobrol.
Lah kan gue main, Bang.
Enggak, gue nggak. Pas sebelum itu loh. Belum lu beli. Capek dah. Internet. Bang, kasih bang.
Right here.
Ada yang
salah gitu.
Waduh.
Spike down mid.
Ya jadi satu-satu mulu setan.
My ultra. I have this back. One enemy remaining.
Kayak ulti lu, udah.
Makanya. Ini gue cuek ya, pokoknya di sini nih kan beginian segini nih.
Aku cuek.
Nah,
My eyes are down.
cuek itu kita.
Apa persen?
Apa sih kayak gitu? Nggak mau dari sini. Udah turun.
Kalah mas Stinger.
Ya, sorry bang.
Jijik.
Sorry bang, aduh. Dia tuh kenceng banget ferretnya, kalah gue ferretnya, gak ada steam beacon tuh jadinya mati gua.
Anjir.
Iya gitu.
Ini udah Bang jago.
sorry bang, ada.
Aduh, kenapa sih sekarang kayak gitu?
Iya.
Lu udah mulai menunjukkan true nature lu gitu ya?
Kayaknya gue harus menjauh.
Kayak animal bang ntar gue.
Sabar aja ya.
Jangan.
Animasi jatuhnya tuh pas banget.
Mati gua kalau gua nge-pick.
Nggak usah bang, jangan nge-pick bang.
Ya.
Enemy spotted mid.
Ini kasih bang, sendalnya dulu bang.
Chopper here, one going here.
Ke abang-abangan ini bang. Nah. Waduh, selamat lu.
Oh, gua kena juga.
Ya Allah Akbar. Sky bisa nge-heal loh. Lu kok Sky ada padaan?
Oh iya ke Sky. Sky heal. Sky. Nggak bisa cabut dia.
Bisa dari situ. Nah, udah bang. Bisa bang. Seger. Punya Sky loh teman-teman gua.
Lupa bang.
Malah panik.
Reloading.
Cuma satu ya?
Kiri.
Reloading.
Wah.
Mau ngambil senjata banget dia. Saving aja bang gitu bang. Aduh.
Satu ke depan nih.
10 seconds left.
Enggak.
Last player standing.
Di heaven bang.
Siap. Go, die. Don't save, bro.
Don't save, bro.
Waduh.
Wah.
Dia CTRL apa tuh? Kok turun?
Tahu dia tidak turun.
Bentar, kenapa gua nggak boleh nge-save ya?
Biar kaya ya. Timnya.
Emang gimana?
Ini defend emang bang guys.
Oh, dia iri soalnya kalau punya vandal kayak gitu.
Oh iya bener.
Map defend guys, map defend ini.
Oh, gitu.
Makan guys.
Makan.
Iya, makan Ray.
Apaan? Anak sama ini bro.
Harus makan guys. Kalau
Iya
makan mati.
Ray. Iya bener.
Oh nggak punya duit sekarang.
Capek dah.
Still in sight.
Wih, buset.
Wah itu 140 Rina.
Buset.
Nggak mati tuh. Capek dah. Main Apex bang. Main Apex. Main Apex gimana maksud lu?
Aduh, 117.
Spike planted.
You should run.
Bus.
Wih, bisa gitu. Hampir kena.
Mati dia anjir.
Di mana tadi ya?
Lasnya di Heaven. Enggak tahu nih plannya di kupling tuh. Asik bang.
Berhasil gak sih?
Jatuhnya gagal. Gagal kayaknya sih di itu.
Oh iya salah gua.
Lupa. Gara-gara nggak latihan temen gue nih tiap hari latihan.
Udah nggak latihan nih gue nih. Udah sombong nih.
Udah senden iya.
Sorry. Yang itu emang agak gambling ya. Iya maaf. Gagal itu ke lautan itu.
Untung snipernya nggak belip gitu ya.
Iya, untung snipernya nggak belip sama gua. Kalau enggak gua udah belip gua diem tuh.
Kemarin meninggalkan site.
Nah kalau itu mah gue pede kalau itu. Itu chance gagalnya cuma 0,5 asik.
Ini cokot tuh. Wah Ray nggak bisa lihat Ray. Sorry banget nih. Di bom lagi.
Mati gua.
Gua juga mati kayak gitu. Kiri gua udah di situ.
Waduh.
Antri sembako lagi.
Waduh.
Gak ada mata juga bos. Sama lu masuknya.
Bisa mentalitinya nggak asik.
Nggak asik ya?
Nggak asik.
Beli nggak sih enggak ya?
Kita killnya countdown loh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Aduh.
Nah, itu berarti kemenangan guys.
Apa jam?
Ada teorinya itu.
Pengaruhnya gitu ya?
Teori countdown.
Betul. Countdown tuh.
Hapus tuh.
Mana?
Launching smoke.
Lah ada di kiri.
Ya. Malah nyangkut.
Waduh.
Wah.
Down A.
Emang rata gitu.
Paginya sih emang.
Ya elah.
Nice.
Itu.
Waduh.
Reload setan.
Lagi tok nih bang. Buset.
Sudah. Punya kiri gitu kayak susah banget dibunuh, perasaan tinggal di kiri dong.
Aduh. Teripsin.
Ketinggalan live Jonje emang parah Jonje. Udah off.
Apa?
Aku ketinggalan live Jonje gara-gara mati lampu katanya. Emang Jonje sekarang agak mahal guys kalau mau stream.
Emang gitu ya? Kalau gitu sih Jok, jarang Jok. Di branding gitu gak malu. S-nya ngeselin ya. Mampus lu.
Smoke's down.
Mampus.
Mau kemana kita bro?
Out of charges.
One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Spike planted.
Anjay, one tap.
Anjay. Anjay gurinjay, naik bajai. Ayo. Apa sih Jok? Ya, kayak gitu lah Jok lah. Mati juga gua. Gua kena.
Wow bro. Wow bro.
Gua kena peluru nyasar cuy.
Gimana sih mati?
Dicetek. Plantingnya, enggak tahu. Cuman kita planting mati ini plantingnya.
Nah itu gue yang planting, maksudnya musuhnya.
Oh.
Tuh, kenapa tuh?
Iya, maksudnya apa? Kayak
udah kayak gua aja tadi.
Kayak kodok bang.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Need a drop.
Wah, bapak gue lagi nggak bener nih.
Suasana hati lu lagi nggak bener ya? Sorry.
Kontol.
Biasanya sih didoain ini aja. Tahu lah doain apa kalau yang sombong-sombong gitu mah. Pantatnya lubangnya nambah 1 gitu kan.
Nambah 1.
Enak John.
Iya sih. Dari gercep ya.
Itu ada 1.
Stim beacon here.
Ya apa sih gua di S mulu? Emang suka jadi ini Elsa Frozen ya musuhnya ya? Bro.
Hah? Lompat kanan.
Ya kan ada.
Dia tahu tuh. Gua cuma nunggu Devin ini.
Spike planted.
Buset, Rena dah setan kenceng banget aimnya anjir.
Itu bang. Kok nggak ditembak bang? Bang!
Dia lagi trigger disiplin bang. Nah biar itu bang maksudnya bang.
Diffusing 1.
Go.
Cuek anjir dia.
Dia dong. Dia YOLO.
Cuek dia di molly. Iya dia di molly. Cuek anjir.
Wow.
Bravest man in the universe.
Tadi udah lebih dari setengah ya dia pasti itu.
Iya sih. Kayaknya udah diffuse dari si Allen kill.
Makan PGF, selamat makan.
Hati-hati.
Safety's off.
Apa tuh? Only noob using line up. Sorry ya, aku emang lab.
Sorry bang. Sorry bang. Itu ding 145. Dajjal emang si Rif.
You will not kill my ally.
Oh yang itu di situ diubinnya.
Oh iya, yang di dalam smoke lu. Ngapa yang penting omennya mati. Juga.
Ya Allah, malah gue bantu smoke. Wah, lah bolong.
Spike down mid.
Waduh.
Bang.
Timing. Mau ngesuing kiri gue.
Oh, ini 90 kers lagi.
Iya, kers.
Sker.
Orang bapaknya abang-abangan kita masih makan kan dia.
Iya, belum
Cuci mulut.
Belum tahu dia kalau udah nyala.
Iya.
Saya makan energi 200%, bro.
Aduh. Tuh biar agak berat, Re. Beban lu. Oh, nggak nyala.
Makin gak nyala gua.
Stim beacon down.
Ah.
Bakal granat lagi itu.
Malah di situ deh.
Anjay kenceng.
Ya Allah. Temen gue. Lah komit lah kalau gitu lah. Set.
Launching smoke.
Wih,
Kanan nggak deh.
nggak tahu ya.
Kanan. Ah.
Gun here.
Let's go, Vin.
Spike down mid.
Aduh, gua mau cabut. Ntar ambil makanan bentar.
One enemy remaining.
I have retrieved the spike.
30 seconds left.
Di B side kan.
I'll keep my soul, thank you. Healing over here.
Last round before the switch.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff.
Need a drop.
Oh.
Sepi aja nih. Kayaknya nih. Lah, terus?
Ya udah bang, aku nunggu di belakang aja bang.
Ya Allah.
Nggak dibeliin?
Pok tapi lo ada kan, Vin?
Ada, gue beli full YouTube, kabar.
Ya gitu, ya ya apa ya serah abang gitu lah. Woi, shotgun nggak tuh? What's this? Aduh, di sini.
Yang
Bang Besi sama mana Bang Besi?
Line up bukan senjata, Bro.
Iya benar. What's this?
Found my wire.
Gak pala kayak gitu.
One enemy remaining.
City, no cap. Duar, KMM.
Aduh.
Oh dia bener.
Gue gatel deh, gue kepo kenapa gue kalah mulu sama dia, gue harus menang. Udah malah ke situ sih, Bang. Ih, nyampah. Oh, apa pakai sheriff doang lagi deh? Nggak adil. Silver charm ya? Bohong. Mantap tuh silver charm. Keren juga.
Makan bes.
Who do they think they are?
Nah, ini ngisi energi juga deh nih.
Hawk out. Blinded. Here.
Smoke's down, right here.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Enemy
Temen gue emang harus seberani itu,
Lo itu
Corsair. Pakai dewa.
Ya di smoke. Ambil deh.
Spike planted.
You disappoint me.
Tuh 2 biji di situ tuh.
Dari Headphone.
Nice.
Ya Allah.
One enemy remaining.
Unknown.
Dicep.
Oh, gua pikir mati gara-gara ganti senjata.
Was that important?
Seret.
udah kayak
Black
Masa depan tuh
Try to catch me.
gelap.
Gitu ya. Gitu sih Ray, jangan gitu lah Ray.
Gelap anjing, gelap.
Jangan Ray.
Gelap anjing.
Aduh.
Gelap.
Nah, jangan gitu Ray.
Gelap lah.
Waduh.
Apa Rai? Coba pilih arah itu kepanjangannya dari apa? Coba cerita dulu.
Coba.
Pilih arai-arai gitu.
Waduh.
Pilih arah itu kepanjangannya kalau diceritain sedih lah bro pokoknya bro.
Kenapa tuh bro?
Gue diceprak kayak gitu anjir. Apa lu ceprak-ceprak temen gua nggak terima gua. Ngading kan lu? Coba.
Wah, udah kena ke atas. Halo? Wow, bro.
Enemy remaining.
Kira nih sakitnya sakit temen bro.
Lu mau tahu kepanjangan nickname gua?
Boleh bang, biar abang nggak depresi.
No more doubts.
Biar apa tuh?
Biar nggak depresi.
Aduh, udah depresi duluan gimana ya?
Coba ceritanya, mungkin ntar jadi nggak depresi.
Kagak sih, tetap aja sih. Ini beda tipe nih.
Gitu ya.
Itu beneran ada ininya sih. Gue cuma ambil depannya doang sih itu nickname.
Kenapa tuh arah itu apa?
Aslinya mah Ray of Hope.
Lenovo ya, Lenovo aslinya.
Smoke's down.
Kira mundur.
Iya. Malah maju. Dikasih smoke biar bisa crossing. Anak monyong. Bener-bener.
Gak asik gue bilang. Lu bawa weapon apa? Lu bawa weapon apa?
Gue pakai Spectre.
Spike
Lah,
Lalat tuh.
Gimana yang jaga A? Waduh, bener dong.
Last player standing.
Saya berani banget maju deh.
Gue di blaming gue sama Devin. Nangis lah gue.
Goblok kayak goblok tanggal goblok.
Gelap.
Nah, jadi kasih smoke biar mundur. Malah dipush sama orang tolol sama apa yang kayak gitu anjing. Udah tahu ketahuan sama turretnya Killjoy ya, gue bantuin.
Aman aja bang. Ayo bang ya, hati-hati lo. Lu udah smoke? Oh udah deh, udah ada smoke lagi juga. Tebel.
You will not kill.
Itu satu lagi lu. Lu tembakin.
Wow.
Empress pakai Phantom Dajjal juga ya, Requel.
Last player standing.
Ke situ semua dong.
Iya masih itu semua anjir. Gara-gara dia ngeres satu orang.
Udah nge-flash Emen tuh. Ya nge-save dah.
Don't save bro, don't save gitu lagi Vin. Kan tadi dia suruh jangan nge-save. Langsung mau saving.
Oh, dendeman gitu sih.
Spike planted.
Hah?
Dendeman.
Dendeman.
Ini 14-12 aja guys.
Gitu Jok.
They will scurry.
Aduh.
And then they will die.
Aduh, surrender mulu.
Aduh, 12 gua anjing.
Surrender kehidupan bisa nggak?
Ah jangan loh.
Wah, jangan dong.
Jangan bang.
Capek guys.
Itu guys.
Jangan sayang.
Ngeri juga kalau yang sayang lu sih. Sebagai teman.
Iya benar. Kan ceweknya boleh sayang-sayang gitu manggilnya. Oh DSD.
Iya, anjing emang bangsat.
Iya kan kok cowok boleh cowok. Ah, masuk tuh. Buset dah. Di spam gitu, gua nggak tega gua liatnya. Waduh, itu dong 188. Ah, kot. Si Omen lu.
Last player standing.
Capek dong Omen.
Stay
Mampus
down.
tuh.
My ult's ready. What's this? Give me those guns.
Gak pala. Gak pala kayak gitu, gak pala kon.
I find them. I kill them.
Tahun
Simple as that.
45.
Telah lahir.
Nah, udah Bin.
Gadis yang mulia.
Cerita. Lagu bahaya Bin.
Dikasih ceban. Apa? Bisa kasih ceban kenapa dia?
Rawon.
Aku suka susunya hingga tetes terakhir.
You should run.
Ya.
The hunt begins.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Down you go.
Waduh, gak mati.
Spike planted.
Nanti.
One enemy remaining.
Kasih TV ya.
Healing over here.
White flag mana white flag? Bukan Valorant.
Rode hard, Yaka. Standing in
Jangan,
between
Bang.
us and victory.
Lelah bang.
Kalau lah ingat kata Sule.
Apa tuh?
龙山请phong heng写下 fine. Sule pernah ngomong kayak gitu.
Popi.
My thanks.
Need equipment.
Beliin dong. Rai.
Mana bang?
Pilih. Lihat.
Pilih, Rai.
Gue lagi alt-tab.
Oh gitu.
Wow.
Kan lu line up.
Yang lain up gue lagi depend.
Smoke's down.
Di smoke.
Di B bang. Di mid 140, aduh. 40, mau 140.
Ini crossing, sur.
Spike planted.
Buset. Hah? Wah kayaknya di refresh jauh tuh.
Gotcha.
Sibuk
My
semua.
ult's ready.
Gimana sih itu konsepnya? Komit gitu dia.
Try something.
Di ujung.
Itu mau line up dia.
Iya, lupa.
Mau line up itu res ya.
No prisoners.
Berdua curang anjir.
Launching smoke.
$245 anjir damage-nya.
Wah, ke Anich. Iya.
Anjir.
Tuh, rame banget WA-nya.
Open up the sky.
Smoke lu sisain satu ya, Ben. Entah buat apa nanti teman-teman lu.
Spike planted.
Di set semua itu.
Iya deh.
Cu. Only one. Go.
Molly.
Smoke kan.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Nice.
Nge-step di molly tuh maksudnya gimana konsepnya, Bang? Step. Wah.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out
Maksudnya
of here.
gimana, Bang, konsepnya, Bang?
Line up itu line up.
Line up ya.
Rame midnya, sumpah. Mau tarik ya? Di S juga. Di RC juga. Ada shotgun juga mungkin.
Rush itu.
Kayaknya aman dulu ya.
Udah balik aja ke A.
Waduh.
Buta gue ya.
39.
Bego banget dan orang.
Where is everyone hiding?
Ngapain kayak gitu tuh? Wah. Dari mid masih ada. Aduh, ya Allah.
Here. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Nice.
Spike spotted A. We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero to set things up. Thank you.
Need equipment.
Oke. Simpen dulu sampai lu mati ya.
Itu ada yang lebih kaya, bejir.
Bukan elu, bejir. Ini 6.300.
Itu kaya, bejir.
Ya makanya emang dia bejir.
Oh gitu bejir. Rame nggak bejir?
Rame bejir.
Bejir, kok rame bejir? Rame lagi bejir. Weh, berdua gitu, 78 tuh Rena.
Aduh.
Last player standing.
Tuh orang pacaran ya? Aduh, sorry Ray.
Waduh.
Nempel gitu anjir nembaknya.
You will not kill my allies.
Habis nembaknya harus banget apa tempelan kayak gitu anjir.
Match point. They're just batteries.
Makin capek gue main.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Aduh.
Kenapa ya?
Kenapa cerita? Aduh, sorry. Suka nyeplos gue juga emang mulutnya.
Babi kadang tuh.
Waduh. Woi. Parah banget.
Jangan tahu aja dulu nembak bener.
Mampus lo. Midnya lagi bang. Jangan bang, hati-hati bang, rame banget bang, sumpah bang.
Stay back.
Bang lu minta heal sama dia dah.
Gimana cara itu?
Gak apa-apa, lu smoke lagi, habisnya smoke lagi. Tumble lagi.
Launching smoke.
Dia kesini kayak gitu cita-cita Sky.
Going I think, going.
Oh ada itu.
Mana bang? Udah dulu di sebelah gue ya sini. Ngapa sih tuh?
Bom ammo aja dia. Ini smoke.
Mampus loh. Masih di situ anjay. Devin minta heal Vin.
Oh salah. Tuh kan.
One enemy remaining.
Emang nggak mau nge-heal gue, dia mendingan mati.
Stay in range of my stim beacon, and we'll mow them down.
Low buy itu. Babi dulu Jon.
Kenapa gua ya sedih temen gua. Ya udahlah. Nangis.
Gua main string lagi nih. Jangan ya.
Mancing lagi lu ya. Mancing mania mantap gak sih? Ya, lu beneran nih nangis nih. Goblok sini dah.
Smoke's down. Right here. Molly.
Kenapa
Udah
lompat?
masuk.
Allah, masuk.
Out of here. My ult's ready.
Spike planted.
Open up the sky.
Wah. Bisa tuh bang, strike ke kanan bang.
Last
Wah,
player
dari
standing.
Heaven-nya sih.
Wah.
Attackers win.
Itu jadi Diamond 3 saya.
Emang dia gak jadi Diamond 3? Oh iya.
Iya. Apa-apa udah Jon.
Oh iya. Oh iya. Oh iya.
Wow.
Waduh. Minusnya gede banget.
Berapa?
19.
Wow. Ini teman-teman aku masih mau main apa udahan?
Nggak tahu nih, bebas.
Nggak tahu.
Gimana Ray? Jadi gua.
Lu minta maaf lu Jon.
Jadi gua ya, salah gua nih.
Minta maaf lu Jon.
Iya Ray, maafin gua ya. Kalau gua banyak salah sama lu. Nanti deh.
Nanti deh apa ya?
Apa deh?
Nanti deh. Nanti deh dulu.
Nanti deh apa nih?
Nanti deh. Nanti deh apa ya?
Udah makan dulu gua.
Capek gue.
Aduh, jangan bang. Jangan capek-capek lu, capek dulu. Kan main sama gue nih, seru kan?
Capek gue.
Lo terhibur nggak main sama gue?
Capek
Enggak ya? Kenapa capek?
Capek gue.
Seneng kan lo main sama gue? Seneng nggak?
Kagak.
Gitu sih lo?
Gak tahu kenapa ya.
Kenapa? Coba.
Gitu lah Jon, pokoknya Jon. Ada kecok terbang tadi pakai aganim.
Waduh.
Kalau nggak pakai aganim nggak terbang tuh.
Bah, coba terbang. Bukannya siput yang terbang.
Match found.
Lagi. Waduh.
Coach, dia namanya coach.
Di sini Omen aja pada berim ya.
Apa aja bang?
Yang lu enak aja deh. Yang bisa bikin hidup lu nyaman.
Belum ada bang, bisa bikin hidup gue nyaman.
Apa tuh?
Belum ada. Belum ada gandengan.
Aduh.
Nah, kan gua ngomong dari gua sendiri.
Iya.
Nggak apa-apa Kevin. Daripada ya.
Ini katanya temen gua yang putus masa?
Hah?
Gimana?
Ada yang putus temen gua.
Hah?
Apa sih?
Putus, kok bingung sih?
Siapa tuh?
Temen gua ada yang putus, denger.
Jok.
Siapa anjir?
Jon?
Gua. Emang gua?
Itu bukan yang putus?
Panjang, Devin. Panjang.
Apa panjang?
Oh, Jet, I remember being
Gue pengen bikin orang ribut aja.
It's good that she'll die before feeling
Oh
gold
gitu.
like me.
Gila, ayam paikut enak banget bro. Udah pernah makan belum lo? Gitu cara gue distraction.
Iya. Keren dulu.
Paikut tapi beneran enak, pernah makan gak? Lo tau gak ayam paikut tuh apa?
Apa tuh?
Lo gak tau ayam paikut itu apa? Lo tau gak, Bill?
Ayam apaan?
Ayam paikut.
Tahu.
Tahu lo?
Suaminya mau ikut.
Aduh.
Lo tau Jok? Jok. Lo
Ini
tau
ayam
nggak?
paikut beneran kan?
Beneran, ini beneran nama makanan gue habis makan.
Oh.
Di flash.
Makan.
Shadows traveling.
Wih keren banget bang. Kasih tau ya bang. Bang Kornet, kasih tau Bang Kornet.
Waduh dihalangin gue
Apa sih
masakinnya.
rame banget. Wih. Ada omen tiba-tiba kan.
Ke B. Wah, nih Sky sih keterlaluan sih. Ada di kanan lu persis ada ya, John ya?
Iya tahu gua.
Belum bisa
Tapi ini kenapa
dibunuh.
ngamuk lu? Emang gitu ya, emang ngamuk keluar ya?
Iya, emang nahan di kanan lu, di sini nih. Di sini nih. Bener situ.
Spike planted.
Dah, berhenti dicek.
Loh.
Itu Yoru, TP dia, fix.
Yorunya
Last player
TP.
standing.
Dah, aku jaga garis suara TP-nya loh.
Kayaknya satu HP sih.
Jadi
120.
di B ratingnya.
C.
Blended. Wah, aduh. Pingnya ping apa sih anak setan? Ngeping ke kiri.
Once more into bat, I'm saving.
Sedih juga ya. Sorry. Drop tiba-tiba gue.
Positif apa sih, John?
Ini positif gue. Gue bawa 5.
Positif HI.
Ini positif vibes namanya. Oh, ada.
Di earthquake lagi.
Wow. Aduh. Woi.
Reload.
Wow bang, langsung.
Waduh.
Dulu kayak gitu emang.
Berapa orang kalian?
80 orang Jul.
Ber-265 terakhir.
3 miliar orang Jul.
Oke. Ini kalau gitu.
Kacau loh.
Waduh.
Kacau dulu.
Enemy remaining.
Wah, bisa lewat. Ke B, John. Apa? Bill.
Gak ada gua. Bill. Nah.
Bill Clinton.
Apa sih? Apa sih bang?
Kece. Ganti sih.
Iya,
Nih
gitu
teman
ya?
gua nih.
Spike planted.
Ketahuan umurnya loh.
Yang nyanyi hancur hatiku ya?
Enggak, nyanyi
Tidak.
Rainbow.
Ada slot gak?
Oh no man.
Ada kalau Joko main ada.
Ada kalau Joko main ya.
Cuma Joko emang sombong aja gitu kan.
Wow.
Jok,
Emang gak akan mau main sama kita ya udah gitu kan ya.
Kayaknya kalau Joko nggak main juga ada slot deh.
Emang iya? Lah kok gitu Bill?
Tapi gue
Iya kan?
sebenarnya mau Joko main sih.
Cuma.
Kan gue juga abis ini tidur.
Cuman gimana gitu.
Oh gitu.
Oh ya udah deh, kalau gitu nggak main kalau gitu.
Main aja, gantiin gue.
Kalau lu udah semua.
Enggak lah, lu pikir gue ketua geng.
Lu ketua geng. Ini Discord lu katanya.
Ini kan
Iya, Discord gua. Bener sih.
Ini Discord gua gitu kan.
Sebagai orang Indonesia namanya lu bikin sebuah komunitas partai, kita ikut ketua partai.
Anjay, berat.
Kelas lu.
Berat.
Koalisi jerapah nih, bro.
Simin. Apa Simin? Simin, emang Simin ya? Tuh kepala gue langsung bilang gitu ya, emang harus gitu ya? Udah pakai
Ya Allah.
sandal, nyabun.
Nge-wave.
Kita nih. Dasar nih. Abang-abangan kita.
Bang, aku diikutin, Bang.
Bang, itu belakang lu, Bang.
Ya.
Last player standing.
Pasti lu malas nengok kan, Bang?
Nggak, gue percaya sama Sagi kita gitu loh.
Sagi lu kayak nggak liat apa-apa deh. Jauh.
Iya sih, bener juga. Kan gue nggak ngomong sama dia ya. Emang nggak boleh pakai vandal kadal tuh. Bau ya.
Ini deh.
Bonaga.
Bonaga. Bau reptil najis.
Sendiri time.
Bau reptil.
Ini nggak sih sebenarnya? Enggak ya?
Enggak.
Stun.
Apa stun?
Don't rotate too fast,
Si
bro.
stun.
Stay.
Ya, dia sih.
Oh, dia kan. Oh, tuh masuk tuh. Masuk. Sudah.
Waduh.
Spike planted.
Wah, gak mati 110. Waduh.
Bener nih.
Yang diterangin jangan cuma layar gua dong.
Iya. Apa tuh Ray terus Ray?
Embarrassing.
Last player standing.
Waduh.
Kan gua bukan Rismin.
Beda ya? Lu Ray kosong.
Not done yet.
Gua everything.
Ray for everything.
Di sana ada Jing, gua Jung.
Jungkok.
Jung-un.
Waduh.
Wah.
Wah.
Wow.
Wah.
Anaknya cakep tuh, Jok. Mau nggak?
Wow.
Dapat izinnya yang pusing.
Gak bisa main Valo gue, bro.
Wah, Jim.
Iya, jadi gak bisa main Valo. Skinnya banyak bro ntar.
Valonya real life anjay.
Wah, real life deh.
Gila, gue diteruduk smoke, oi.
Spike down.
Tolong!
Aduh, one
Nah, ada. Temen lu sih lagi santuy. Waduh, mau di rest gua. Waduh.
Wow.
Oh, bro. Hai, gila.
Mereka harus kenceng gitu ya.
Bantingan bapak-bapak, abang-abang ini.
Ini bapak tuh ini.
Can someone get
Murai. Salah. Murai.
Kenapa tuh? Ngomongnya kayak gitu tuh.
Bersin dia, Bang, bersin.
Oh, bersin. Gila, pala gue hilang, bos. Ngepick dikit hilang.
Tadi nggak ngapik aja lu di itu.
Ini terus smoke.
Sayang.
Kayak mereka udah tahu gitu. Tuh kan? Gitu terus tuh.
Iya, di Free Fire di situ.
Di C ada ya? Tuh.
Di A 2 orang nembakin. Ada yang masuk.
Gak ada, Cek. Tadi cari tek ya?
Dicek dong.
Ini di mana kan?
Wah, 130.
Wow, dalam tri.
Ya Allah, dah gua
Smokey
gak mau
masih di sini,
jagain lagi.
Smokey. Smokey turun dong, Smokey.
Spike planted.
enemy down? No charges left.
Bisa nge-rest dulu sih Mbak Saj.
Aduh, 120 dah. Ngabun sih. Aku turunin dia.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Waduh.
Ya, di stun. Deh.
Belum bang, itu belum kena stun dan mati dia. Aku gak mau jaga mati mulu gua. Gak ada progress cu, atau 6.
Mau tukar lu, mau tukar.
Dapat tes doang aja lu.
Tar.
Hah?
Tar.
Dapat tes doang enggak lo?
Enggak. Itu game plagiat CS:GO kan?
Instansi.
Ya,
Dia full rushing full.
Apa bedanya sama CS:GO 1?
Bedanya itu CS2 bukan CSGO.
Wah, mati dah.
Mau di-update grafik
Wah,
doang.
mati gua anjir kena gituan tuh. Wah. Oh.
Spike planted.
Wow.
Rift Walker's out. Someone.
Last player standing.
Waduh, belakang gua.
121.
I know what must be done.
120. Tukar. Sama gua.
Mana masih.
Gua kecil. Mau pakai shotgun-nya lah. Kita nggak ada yang bisa pasang trap sih ya. Jadi mesti komit jaga satu.
Kingston ya.
Bang.
Bisa diapain aja ya? Smoke Vin.
Oh nggak bisa? Ya Allah.
Waduh.
Salah tuh. Oh, itu one way smoke ya.
Oh, di pojokan masih, woi.
One enemy remaining.
Mana?
Sini nih.
Ditri dosen ditri.
They were not willing.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Gua nggak bisa beliin. Ada yang nguap gitu.
Iya. Udah ngantuk dia ngantuk. Siapa sih ngantuk?
Siapa lagi? Yang ngantuk gitu lah, Bill.
Oh, gua aja yang
bukan ya?
banget.
Kagak bro kalau ngantuk bro. Lagi capek aja mah itu.
Yang gitu lah bang.
Sedih
Cek. Woi, pala gua langsung hilang gitu. Bang. Alhamdulillah. CT-nya masuk, CT-nya nge-push terus dari CT.
Ya.
Wih, selamat tuh. Si abang ini.
Spike down, C.
CT lah pokoknya tuh dari CT.
One enemy remaining.
City.
Wow.
Silau men.
Wow, diamuk basah aku. Wah, bener-bener jadi. Gue kalau salah gue minta maaf ya. Gue jujur gue nggak tahu salah gue apa tapi gue minta maaf aja. 2 kali buta, 1 kali dibakar gue.
Coba karena demi 1. Lu apa monitor deket nggak muka?
Kalau dekat mau lu flash.
Iya.
Di smoke. Hanya di smoke.
Kok kita tetap tukeran lagi gitu ya, Pin?
Iya ya, kita balik ke alami gitu ya. Kayak nggak ngomong tapi tukeran gitu.
Rame banget. Emang harus rame itu.
Spike down A.
Wah, kena itu.
Bro. One stop.
What the fuck? Man,
Wow. 1-3.
KJ 120 low. Buta ada gua. Boots.
Ada yang naik 1 itu. Yakin gua. Belakang.
My ult ready.
Asik. Kok lu bisa jalan gitu instingnya?
Ya kok bisa gitu, Bil?
Lu six sense ya?
Nge-cheat lu ya? Iya, untung lu gitu, Bil. Untung ada lu.
Kalau nggak ada lu, gue nggak bakal ngomong apa-apa loh.
Iya. Keren dah lu Bil, bisa gitu Bil.
Pasti. Dia senyum doang bro. Ngechat bro.
Gue yakin kalau lu mau semua cewek jatuh cinta sama lu.
Jangan gitu lah Bil. Udah cewek udah gua kawinin lu.
Buset.
nikahin bang.
Buset. Dikawinin doang lu Bil. Lu nggak mau ditanggung jawab, lu dikawinin doang. Buset.
Waduh.
Gila ya.
Aduh.
Tentu emang kadang-kadang kata-katanya sekarang suka menyakiti gitu loh dia.
Emang gitu ya?
Iya,
Emang tuh nyakitin orang emang tuh Jok. Bisa gitu loh Jok.
Semurah itu gue guys.
Katanya tuh anak monyet. Lu.
Spike down.
Oh,
Salah di atas itu.
Di C udah.
Iya udah dicek, udah di set, udah planting.
One enemy remaining.
Tepat. Atau
Komennya tadi TP.
Kubi flat. Atau
Unknown.
heal fosil.
Buset. Ini sih keterlaluan sih kalau kalah sih kata John.
Last round.
Kata gua. Emot senyumnya mana? Emot senyum temen gua doang.
Mari kita tersenyum bersama-sama. Jangan cemberut. Cemberut itu tandanya kamu lagi sedih. Aku tahu kamu lagi sedih. Oke. Jangan cemberut. Jangan menangis, anak muda. Oh. Iya, ada jetnya.
Info.
Jet A. A also. Yoru. 2 coming to 3. I'm dead.
Wah itu 120 ya Allah.
Aduh.
Trinya masih trinya.
One enemy remaining.
Yang ngebunuh gue. 3. Last 3.
Switching sides.
I will take back what is mine.
Untuk Yorunya pakai shorty ya, kalau pakai jet udah mati gue. Gila udah hijau. Nah, Mansen ini. Berarti malam udah.
Malam merah.
Jangan dong. Malam gue masih mau main Valorant tapi kayaknya udah harus pensiun gara-gara lu John.
Nah, tadi lu mau kalah kesel. Cemberut.
Kapan gue cemberut kalah?
Cemberut lu yang di breeze.
Kacau banget lu.
Cemberut lu kan. Kesel kan lu di breeze kan?
Oh ya kesel lah bodoh.
Iya kan?
Iyalah.
Tapi lu maunya nggak naik cepet-cepet.
Aldok.
Mau apa sih Jan?
Iya, sorry Dok. Aduh. Longkang. Mana itu longkang?
Yes, spike.
Scout semua nggak tuh?
Emang Cuk, karat semua Cuk.
Budon.
Wih, makasih banget loh. Yang liatin belakang gua.
Kamu gak ada yang ngeplank sih.
Udah flash, you can pick.
Biar lo.
They're going CT, they're going.
Wah.
One enemy remaining.
Nah, itu dia.
Buset, Mbak Sky-nya gebrek.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
Nah, apa dia robot?
San, coba San ini. Billy kenapa San?
Tahu nih. Bill, apa sih Bill? Cerita asik.
Tolongin loh. Enggak. Gue mulai dari simpati. Jadi pengen ikut ngebully deh dengan emot-emot dia ini loh. Mulai kesel gue. Tuh kan? Lu kayak anak alay baru puber. Tau gak lu?
Aduh.
Shadows traveling.
Don't resist.
Reload him.
Good. Woi.
Don't go, just.
You wall ya?
Watch flank.
Tuh. Tuh City.
One enemy remaining.
You can run.
Bener-bener nih orang gambar penis anjing. Gue lagi main liat gambar penis di kiri bawah. Bener-bener. Iya deh, buat lo gue beliin lah, nggak mungkin enggak lah. Gue liat ada gambar penis anjing. Brengsek. Lo ngomong nggak lo, Bill? Lo mau ngomong? Atau gue bikin lo nggak bisa ngomong lo?
Iya, Bill.
Buset.
Wih, ngamuk gitu.
Boleh kayak gitu.
Boleh sengamuk itu, Bang. Ada. Emang itu ada sendal ya? Wih.
Wah, bener-bener.
One enemy remaining.
Woi, oh ding anjir. Wah, ini dia.
Disabotase gue mas kayaknya.
Iya. Oh, bisa gitu ya itu ya?
Gila, gue disabotase mas kayaknya bro.
Gue juga mata gue tercerahkan.
Dibutakan gue oleh cahaya ilahi. Tumben main sore. Ih, nemenin Billy.
Bro, komen.
Jadi nemenin Billy tuh ya. Jadi nemenin Billy tuh ya.
Asal udah kelar bro.
I can talk.
Anjir lah.
Buta juga. Gua flash balik.
Cover going out.
Wah, kena stun dah. Capek banget. Waduh. Wah.
On flank.
Abis dong. Wah. Waduh. Abis dah.
Waduh.
Ya.
78. Sumpah nih orang. Lu sih bisa di-report channel akun Norman sih bisa di-report sih sama lu sih.
Enggak, dia kan ngomongin di party.
Hah, party kita bro? Oh bukan?
Iya. Tim ada party.
Oh iya bener juga. Jadi nggak kebaca sama mereka. Enggak gua. Soalnya abis ini gue bobo bro, ngantuk banget gue. Wah. Ape! Hampir!
Cover going out.
Aduh.
Reloading.
Shadows traveling.
Alah.
Healing over here.
Hilang lagi nih.
Oh.
Careful.
Ja. Ya.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Waduh.
Asyik.
529 dong.
Aduh, arah ini hilang kan. Sisa tangannya doang, mulutnya dihilang. Ketik doang.
Woi Billie Jeans. Halo Billie Jeans. Makin aneh tuh copy paste-nya tuh.
Waduh, buta bang. Wah, 2 kali banget gitu ya. Satu lagi.
Wow, flick dia, keren. Bang, kok di rush gitu, Bang?
Makanya, Bang. Duh, nggak bisa beli.
My ultimate is ready. Pick them up.
Gara-gara
gua juga jujur sebenarnya agak kecewa.
Gua sih jadinya.
Untuk bobo lagi.
Who's next?
Belakang lu.
Yoru here.
Apa nih udah tele tuh udah teman gua kecen nih guys.
Waduh. Gila ditinggal gua. Hebat. Ditinggal gua. Hebat. Kan? Hebat. Gila.
Ada tuh kecen.
Gila. Gua bawa bom kondom. Gila. Dikunciin gua lagi buta lah. Gua ngebunuh lo Yoru lo. Nggak ada lo.
Aduh.
Buset.
Veksi.
Yes.
Taksi.
Wow.
Jangan belojok, jangan lah, jangan gitu lagi lah. Apa tuh? Nice smoke. Buta dong. Nice smoke. Aduh, nggak kena terus. Wow.
Yeah, 1C.
Oke. Nice. Buta gua. Nggak bisa lihat apa-apa. Mati gua 80. Oh, mantap.
Pasnya sih gua di slow.
Bangun lagi lu.
Last player standing.
40.
Wow.
Aduh.
Ya.
Nggak, ini nge-throw sih, bro.
Iya,
nge-throw sih.
Emang biarin aja lah, ya udahlah, Ray.
Nggak, yang nge-throw bukan Billy, anjing. Itu
Aray.
Itu Sage nge-throw.
Aray lu nge-throw ya? Aduh, Aray.
Gini deh, kalau lu pada udah nggak mau main, ngomong. Ya. Jangan dipaksa main gitu loh. Gua males nih kalau kayak gini nih. Dan dipikir gue bercanda mulu ya.
Gitu ya, Bang. Seri bang.
Gila lu bener lu ya.
Seri bang.
Gua ada batas nih ya.
Oke bang, maaf bang.
Don't keep them ground.
Batas tinggi badan.
Oke. Itu dia. Terus tuh dari mana sih anak monyet itu?
Reload him.
Wih. Ya tele di situ nice. Mantepin. Emang tangan lu kelihatan ya?
Nggak apa gue.
Iya tele lu kan di luar smoke itu.
Nggak kan gue masuk abis itu langsung ditembak.
Kira-kira tahu.
Mesti nge-roll dulu sih.
Ini mesti slow main.
Kita kalau mau menang harus ada suara Billy nih.
Nah.
Ngacot.
Iya, semangat nih langsung nih. John.
Iya, gue udah semangat banget ini. Cuma Aray kayak ya udah. Gua jadi ikut sedih gua ngeliat Arya sedih. Jadi pilek gua. Kan.
Kan gua nggak beli senjata.
Ngapain si Anjay? Ini komen ya? Wah, awas nih bang, maju dia bang. Aduh bang, dia maju bang.
You can rotate bro.
Reloading.
1B.
1B katanya.
Gua ngelor kayaknya dah. Mana ya?
Nice bang.
Bener-bener. Gua mau ngelerek dikasih spike. Ada satu di sini.
Nggak kecopot ya?
Wow. Wow, through the smoke AWP. Wow. Gila.
Wah, Norman turun lagi nih.
Norman turun lagi ya?
Iya, Norman turun lagi. Gua 0.
Ente man.
Gila.
Default apa default?
Default berarti mesti pakai skin default. Ada yang punya skin default gak?
Nggak gitu dong bang.
Gua nggak punya nih skin semua gua.
Ada suaranya.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Still in sight.
Gak ada loh. 1, 2, 3. Ya nggak mati loh ya. Duh kena stun dah. Wow. Dia ngapain di smoke itu kan dia operator.
Mending lu masuk.
Ini gua mau masuk. Dia ngapain kayak gitu pakai operator? Itu kan jadi nggak advantage anjir.
Reloading.
Woi.
Careful.
You should run.
Aduh, tidak. Buka di mana deh?
Nggak tahu. Dari
Woy.
waterfall harusnya.
Bang, aku nggak selamat bang, tolong. Bang.
Waduh.
Ding.
Aduh.
Aduh, gue random.
Aduh.
Wah.
Kan gua ngomong ke party ya. What the?
Lu ngomong ke party, ding.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Capek gua majuan nih.
Nah, kok gua?
Capek gua, Vin. Lu deket kan, Vin, rumahnya?
Here.
Waduh. Deketin rumahnya.
Pas tidur kok bau asap gitu kan. Asonis aja.
Emang gitu, Ray. Kok gitu, Ray? Kenapa lu capek sama gua?
Oh, belum tidur, guys.
Hawk out.
Gitu.
Blinded.
Nggak boleh gitu, Ray. Ya Allah. Banget kok, OP.
Enemy spotted.
Wah, kenapa paranoia sih? Capek sih. Bentar lagi kedua. Isi hari-hari aku penuh dengan flash anjir.
One enemy remaining.
Hari-hari gue kepental mati.
Switching sides.
Overtime.
Overtime.
Overtime gini.
Over team.
Emang kebiasaan kalau main sama Jon tuh selalu overtime gitu.
Emang iya.
Iya.
Yon, ini sih lu nge-throw sih 18-21. Gue gak pernah ngeliat lu tuh minus selama kita main.
Emang iya kan gua emang duelis. Kalau duelis tuh kalau matinya banyak, killnya banyak itu doang, Bang.
Iya. Mau apa sih?
Iya. Gitu.
Duelis matinya banyak, killnya banyak apaan maksudnya
Iya,
anjing?
kalau nggak matinya banyak, killnya banyak.
Iya, lu biasanya killnya banyak. Ini berarti lu nge-throw.
Enggak dong. itu namanya gua mau tidur siang, capek.
Gua yang mau tidur siang bukan lu.
Sorry.
Kan lu.
Oh, iya. Gitu sih. Distun bang, C-nya bang, tolong.
Shadows traveling.
Stepnya sih agak
Belum
ramai
kan?
ya. Udah dia sih, udah
ngedes
masuk ya.
tuh.
Udah dia sini ya. Aduh, gue buta ya. Gue sih mati ya. Ah, nggak bisa bang. Hari-hari penuh dengan flash anjir.
Aduh, belakang. At least kasih gua kesempatan lah.
Anjas.
Spike down. C. Last player standing.
Ini dia.
One enemy remaining.
Apa tuh maksudnya tuh? Ya, safe plan lah bang. Wah, nge-throw
Ya, ada sapu lagi.
cuk. Nge-throw, dikasih plan nge-throw.
Switching sides.
Ya ngapa dia balik dah?
Iya, orang dia bisa wall ngeblok kok. Throw.
Temen gue pundung nih.
Pundung rokok.
Iya pundung rokok.
Gimana sih cara chat party on ini dia?
Throw.
Snuff them out.
Ya ampun. Ya ampun temen gue ngikut lagi. Ya ampun.
Someone's A. Cover going out.
Oh, ada yang dari sini nih.
Ada tuh.
Full blind lo itu.
Waduh.
Mau ngantri gitu.
Spike down A.
Iya, dia udah mantengin aja tuh Killjoy hoki banget.
Bolanya cepet dong bang. Aduh, gua kenapa nembak itu mulu sih? Pas
Karena dia
ngeliat ada mainannya mulu.
Udah.
Wah.
Ada bayangannya mulu.
GG
anjir.
boys. Dia tuh full blind loh. Killjoy-nya loh.
Makanya.
Yang nge-spray aja
Nge-spray
dia
doang
di,
itu mah.
di orang lewat, yang pas lewat.
Aduh.
Gila.
Aduh, gua mau tidur siang,
No. Sap. Nah,
Gue sih masih aman bro, temen gue
balik.
temen gue nih nggak aman nih. Hari-hari kata dia, gue belum naik apa gimana? Aduh, ada. Lu mendingan naikin lagi deh, berdua deh main dah.
Enggak, orang tuh. Ayo Ray. Kita cerita.
Tuh.
Gitu.
Ini udah ngomong sama lo lagi, John.
Emang iya ya, Ray.
Tuh. Udah GG dah. GG friendship.
GG. Pertemanan ini GG.
GG dah. Ente dah pertemanan ini. Coba lagi deh nanti.
Pertemanannya nete.
Sampai jumpa di dunia sana, guys.
Waduh.
Jangan.
Kalau ngomong amit.
Jangan.
Di dunia Valorant maksudnya positive thinking kata dia.
Iya.
Lu juga nge-troll. Gue kagak nge-troll, gue emang cupu.
Apa? CS?
Di CS gak?
Ayo.
CS sana lu mau tidur. Thank you ya, Bill, John ya.
Iya, thank you ya bang.
Dulu gue ya, makasih ya.
Kenapa? Gua mulu loh. Coba Ray. Coba Ray.
Coba mulu. Parah banget dah. Cewa sih. Mana John?
Ayo. Iya. Mau ngapain kita, Ray? Ray dulu diprioritasin, Jok.
Oh iya.
Iya.
Habis telepon bokap. Kenapa?
Gimana nih, Ray? Mau ngapain?
Ngapain ya?
Ngapain coba?
Nggak tahu. Main apa ya?
Kan. Bingungan lo.
Nggak tahu, capek gue asli.
Kenapa Ray?
Adalah panjang.
Jadi awal mulanya tuh investasi.
Lagi.
Ya siapa tahu.
Lagi investasi.
Pokoknya lagi capek aja Jul.
Capek.
Beli.
lagi kayak ngelihat gitu, kok orang lain kayaknya hidup baik-baik aja ya, gue kagak gitu.
Nah, Jess, gas.
Anjir, apa anjir?
Apa gas?
Ya
Wah.
Allah,
Tuh Beb.
aku macam ini.
Sana Beb.
Oh gitu sih Billy.
Sana Beb, ke Billy Beb.
Apa?
Ke Billy kesian itu. Hah?
Gas.
Mau ke sana? Aduh, Jok gimana nih Jok? Kalau nggak kita nggak Discord gimana
Ya
Jok?
udah, prioritasin dulu ya.
Lu streaming nggak? Aduh ya udahlah.
Apa?
Ya udahlah.
Lu streaming nggak?
Ya gue stream.
Ya udah Jok nanti Jok. Itu orangnya udah minta kesana mulu.
Jadi investasinya apa Bill? Kontol. Sorry.
Kontol.
Sorry.
Bentar ya Jok.
Udah Jok, bentar Jok. Langsung login CS Jok.
Ya bang. Ya bang.
Cabut lah. Dewa.
PDP integrity. Lama aja verify-nya. Gue belum ngecek Valorant punya shop. Bentar. Halo Skate, welcome. Selamat sore. Store. Ih jelek banget store gua anjir. Broken blade. Kita verify integrity tools. Paling piu. Apa ini? Bebas. Oh, apa ini? Kenapa nih? Tolong mic gua. Aduh, aduh. Ngelek gua. CS. Ini kenapa gini amat? Apa? Ice come back to baru sahabatnya ngelek, mohon maaf. Welcome, thank you so much sudah join member. Mohon maaf guys kalau ya. Selama main CS berat tiba-tiba ya. Ini kayaknya sih. Aku tuh oke guys. Pengennya nonton, cuman nggak ada duit. Temen sih. Walah. Nah. Bro, mic gua kan bentar dah. Sampai aku nggak bisa mirage. So mati mouse gue ya. Bukan banget tau gak sih, sebenarnya marah aja. Hah? Gila bro. Oh banget, gue nge-lag ya. Nge-lag ini apa PC gue belum mati? Flashing was the last. Gua nggak pakai mic, tapi pakai mic juga nge-lag gua. Bomnya nggak dibawa lagi. Mana kan? Goblas. Wah gila. Planting. Goblok. Ganti. Akon. Bang, gua nge-lag bang. Gua nge-lag gak? Gua nge-lag tau gua. Oh enggak. Ada. Tadi gua buka cas nge-lag kan. Bukan map gua banget bro. Bukan map gua banget. Aku kan anaknya. Walah. Aku kan anaknya Inferno ya, Inferno Squad. Gila ya. Gue merasakan dari atas ya. Tuh kan bener. Wah. Timing bro. Gue 0 anjir. Salah lobby kayaknya kita dah. Mapnya nggak bisa gue. Mau ilo 1000 juga kalau mapnya isinya mah susah gue. Nggak pernah. Jarang ya. Ya Allah, di flash. Dari mana itu? Akon. Belakang lu situ. Bro, 0 bro, gua bro. Makan tahik anjay. Enggak. Gua sebego-begonya gua gak pernah kill 0 anjir main CS. Player, player. Oh tadi deathmatch dulu ya, latihan AM nih. Aduh. Gue smokin bro ya, buat lu bro nih. Yah. Yuk. Kiri ya, kanan ya. Nggak apa, cuma ngecek dong. Udah bisa berdoa ya dah. Ada bro, di itu white fan di fan. Masih 0 gua. Aku nggak mau plan anjing. Itu bisa dapat kill gua. Kondangan bener-bener. I'm sorry guys. Apa? Enggak. Aduh, di situ set satu. Gue jadi kayak duelis gini bro, buka jalan anjir. Mati doang anjir. Mau nangis gue dah. Gue mau nangis bang. Bang, gue mau nangis bang. Aduh. Gue nge-smoke-nya City terus, gak pernah nge-smoke. Iya. Kan warnanya beda bang. Iya kalau catnya putih, kalau Tero warnanya agak coklat. Aduh. Karena gua coba. Aman gua. Shish. Anjir. Kok cuma 12? Oh iya. Nah, ini saatnya guys. Ayo guys. Bersinar ini gue nih. Kok warnanya gini sih? Mentang-mentang belum mulai warnanya putih. Halo Far, welcome. Halo Robby, selamat. Guys, jangan nonton gue guys tuh. Kira 0 mati 12 anjir. Gue mau menangis. Mid tuh. Kira bunuh gue. Di sana. Ya. Hati-hati. Wah, di atas. Oke, gue fix banget dah. Anjir. Harus teriak dulu gue nih. Senja gue nih. Percaya nggak? Percaya. Anjir ini 4.000, kita berapa anjir? 1.000 kali nih. Wah, masuk bro. Iya. Lagi. Iya, silver kayak deh. Tenang bro. Ini semakan berubah. Gue M4 nih, gila nih. Es gua. Anjir gue nggak tahu pik-pikannya Mirage dari dulu anjir. Nah, angle-nya bingung gue. Oh, aku kedinginan lah, sih gue matiin dulu. Sah ini. Iya nih. Udah tahan itu masalahnya, John. Iya. Ada. Waduh. Baik gua. Bisa kesini nih, awas. Spring gacor. Ya nanya dulu deh. Itu nggak nyolok mouse lah. Udah. Iya. Nanti nggak pas mouse gua Bluetooth kocak anjir. Kayak iya. Iya, Logitech kan aman, Bang. Situ lagi di pojok. Wah. Eko Patrio. Terus flash dulu. Ada kayaknya. Terang mau nggak kelihatan apa-apa bro. Oke, ntar gue cobain udah keluar ya. Apa WW? Damage gue cuma 800 lihat. Sama kayak paling bawahnya ya, cuma kill dia 5 doang anjir. Kill dia 9 doang. Gue 5. Iya lah itulah. Lah kebela gue lah. Nunggu MB. Kok kena sih? Anjir.
Ini ngapain, Jok?
CS bang, cuma lagi bau bang.
Udah bisa kompe belum?
Premier ini kompe. Kan kompenya sekarang Premier namanya. Ada band map gitu. Apa?
Bukan kompetitif.
Bukan kompetitif namanya sekarang. Ini ada band map, pick map gitu. Terus MMR pakai ini. Pakai nomor. Pakai angka.
Apa itu?
Gitu.
MMR ya?
20.000 ya. Itu gue jangan kan ya? Kena sama gua. Enggak bang, lu nyuruh gua OP lagi begini, udah gila lu ya.
Lagi smelly.
Ya udah coba sini. Bang, saya bang, jangan ambil ya. Wah anak soel. Bisa. Gak usah request ini bang. Boleh. Menurut lo aja.
Nggak bisa request, bisa jual tuh udah enak tuh.
Iya.
Jual tuh udah enak tuh jual. Ripan.
Aduh. Bapek lagi. Beliin bang. Ya. Apa bro? Nggak ngaruh di saya bro. Di A. Belum kan? Roommate gue gak ada yang jagain ya? Gue juga aparte nih. Oh nice. Anjir ya orang. Wow, apa ini? Saya nggak bisa tahu. Gua ngeliat berapa nggak tahu anjir.
Tahu lah, ada lah.
Nggak ada bang. Gua bawa konsol.
Berarti cuman lo di hit doang.
Nggak ada. Sama sekali nggak
ada.
Gua bawa konsol nggak ada ini.
Bukan di konsol, kan pas lo dibunuh kan kelihatan.
Oh nggak ada.
Merah sama hijaunya.
Nggak kelihatan bang. Nama doang.
Waktu itu ada gitu.
Ini Premiere nggak ada bang.
Nggak mungkin harus.
No time, nice. Woo. Kayak bener emang. Nice. Bukan Valorant bang, aduh, ngeri banget. Bisa dapat 4 tuh aing tuh bersentuh. Aduh. Kanan lu ada, kiri lu ada. Bang, ada duit gak bang? Oke lah, Matt.
Parah gue lagi follow. Ya, pikir pada nggak ada yang main tadi.
Masuk udah ya? Gua mau mati gua duitnya, sayang. Iya bro, cuma 13. Lah, Valorant nih bro.
Premier.
Iya. Iya. Win 9 lagi baru kelihatan kita berapa ilonya.
Kok bisa gitu?
Apanya bisa gitu?
Nggak sistemnya.
Iya, PMR 13 dong. Tadi 75 soalnya udah half time. Ayo nih. Lu lagi udah mulai, Matt?
Masih 32.
Udah main lagi.
Main aja dulu.
Metal main Valo. Halo Kevret, welcome. Bukan. Metal lagi main, gua ajakin main ini. Kagak.
Hancur, ntar gue kalau main CS terus.
Loh, main CS udah jago bro. 10.000 bro, ponen bro. Tuh. Edition Nook. Vertigo. NVMe kenapa dipindah? No, minus lagi nih mah. Anjing. Ini overpass dah, pas mending gue dah, tapi nggak juga sih. Ada play Counter Strike bang, ini Counter Strike. Minus lagi. Satu Tero nih. Tero aja lah. Ya lemah banget, Tero dulu. Nanti kita comeback di chatnya kayak tadi. Musuh. Nggak lihat lah. Warnanya aja udah ungu-ungu dia bro. Ya simpel. Iya. Siapa tahu kita 20.000 ya, ternyata sama ya, kayak simpel. Gak ada yang tahu kan. Tahu dah. Oh kalau Counter Strike yang CSO dulu mainnya dulu CSO, main zombie. Apa kencing? Aduh. Ya. Makanya tadi taruh dulu, bro. Aduh. Bisa dijual kan, Bang? Bisa. Ya nggak apa-apa sih. Ini membantu sekali ya untuk tangan-tangan seperti saya yang suka salah beli.
Ini nih refund nih.
Susah bro. Udah B bro. Ya, sayang banget tuh. Saving gak sih bro? Oh enggak, jago dia. Ah nggak jadi. Now you mad bro. Why you mad bro? Ini beli nih, menang ini kita kalau udah beli. $500 kayak nggak nyampe 300 ya kita deh. Di mana bro? Wah. Berarti musuhnya jago. Biasanya teman kita jagonya nge-push berarti. Tuh, dia langsung 6-1, Bro. Lihat dah. Langsung jago dia, Bro. Males gua ah. Gak ada surrender deh, surrender. 10.000 tuh berarti berapa ya kira-kira ya? Gold apa? Nggak tahu udah gua. Kok jauh? Wah susah bro, pistol doang bro. Dance puter uper bel. Kok terulang ya? Kenapa sih orang nggak mau Inferno sebel banget gue dah?
Di band lagi.
Band mulu. Capek bro, di band mulu bro. Kasihnya Mirage mulu, sedangkan gue gak bisa main Mirage anjir. Ada jaga mid ya? Di smoke lagi mid nih. Bibi. Iya. Udah ading mang oleh. Rasa nggak mau. Enggak. Coba bang. Masuk dulu ya. Anjir nggak tahu berapa, gue nggak tahu berapa kenanya dah. Main sama John. Kalau 20.000, 24 ribuan tadi gue lihat topnya. Berarti setengahnya, berarti Nova iya. Tapi Nova kayak mana gini bang? Nova mana yang begini? Kalau boleh saya tanya nih. Langsung ada yang begini. Short. Makanya. Pakai ini bang. Betul. Aku pakai pet nggak punya cukup gue itu sih. Ya, kon.
Terus jadi mereka nanti CS atau gimana? Kan itu udah sendan.
Bukan gak bang, ini bang gua habis gitu makanya lah. Susah banget sih. Majuin aja lah. Si Devin mau main lagi tadi katanya. Halo? $180. Mana orang nih? Terus saya pakai senjata berarti ya? Mana ya? Sabar ya. Nah ini pakai funnel gue bro. Oh funnelnya kartel lagi nih. Wih jago nih gue langsung nih. Gak tau gue 0 aja kali bang. Kanan lu 2. Awas bang kebakar bang, kayak sini siapa? Summit anjing udah. Udah gitu kebakar jalan. Anjir, Summit. Fosfor anjir sapir. Blue fosfor bro itu, tapi lupa gua. Sini. Oh, gimana bang? Last round in the first half. Kok nggak bisa tap gitu kayak lagi main ini sih?
Valo.
Bukan, lagi main deathmatch. Sakit banget orang-orang ya.
Padahal kalau udah ketemu udah beda itu. Rata-rata kebanyakan nge-spray.
Oke, aku. Mana? Copyright.
Emang biarpun kayak gitu emang copyright dari ini?
Ada yang copyright, ada yang enggak. Yang gua enggak tuh, soalnya pendek. Bibi nemaneh. Apaan yang merak? Bohong. Gitu kan. I'm faking A. Short, aduh sorry. Udah mati dong gua. Gua tadi nembakin dia. Falcon, aduh Falcon, gimana Falcon? Udah habis dong, kenapa dia masih dead? Tunggu diffuse aja Falcon, aduh Falcon. Coach. Anjir. Kasih 6 gua, dia 19 sendiri loh. Kamu marah-marahin orang yang 19, bro. Force buy kali ya. Gua make 10 deh. Kemana ya bro? Bye, aku tinggal. Waduh. Mana ya gue? Oh, PLS satunya lagi ya? Oke. Nah, ini vandal nih udah nih. Kelar lo semua lo. Buset. Mati. Wah. Iya. Makanya tadi orang juga ngatain lu, orangnya udah kelar belum sih gitu ya. Tadi kenapa nggak ke B aja ya? Nih, vandal. Lu bisa beli emang ya? Curang nih 10.600 nih. Iya. Nova 5 Nova Udin. Ada. Tak belakang lu ada itu. Iya. Ini dia. Ayo di mana lasnya, bro? Nggak tahu, Bang. Dari belakang deh. Wih, butterfly bro. Butterfly knife yang bolongan gitu seru, keren juga ya. Yang biasa. Iya. Ya kerennya itu sih kalau di inspect nggak terlalu cepet, jadi kayak ada kayak real.
Apa itu?
AWP gua. Jadi gue balik. Oh nice. Smoke stairs, nggak tahu bang, smoke stairs bang. Karena itu saya tidak tahu. Ya. Capek. Ayo guys, 7 lagi. Mereka miskin gak sih? Masuk bomber. Awas, gua nggak ngecekin dah, lari dah tuh dah. Bang. Gila nih orang ya. Anjir. Si bom. Miskin bro. Sini. Aduh, udah dia tuh, udah dia aja. Nice. Ih, situ dia. Jangan ngomong gitu dong. Beng, jangan ngomong gitu, Beng. Pamali. Pak Mali. Metal udah jaya metal. Wah, pasan dia hilang di Discord nih. Jaya Wijaya dia ternyata. Hup. Gila, Polken sih ini keluar langsung 18.000 ini. Buset. Mau komit dulu. Wah, si Tong. Aduh, Tong. Wah, Tong, pas banget tuh, Tong. Iya loh. Enggak, Bang. Enggak jadi kayaknya, Bang. Walah. Kanan, Bang. Aduh. Sini. Gua lawan kayak ginian. Aduh. Mepet lagi. Oh, di smoke sini gua nggak bisa ngeliat nih. Nah, gitu dong. Aduh, lewat tuh. Iya. Ada lagi AWP-nya di kanan. Gue lagi nembak, temen gue lewat, anjir. Bener-bener loh. Enggak. Ya kena damage nggak sakit sih. Cuma gue jadi kena WP. Gue lupa yang smoke dari sini deh. Smoke dari mana tuh namanya? Waduh. Mang. Diras, Bang. Astagfirullahaladzim. Kondangan sudah lawan 5. Enggak dong. Please dong, jangan. Mirage gue ban, liat aja loh. Jak hitung ya, masih win 9 lagi ya, anjing. Udah bener lu CS lu ya, bukan main 10 kali, baru suruh menang 10 kali. Gila. Lama ya? Mirage. Tolong dong, jangan mirage lagi, Bang. Vertigo dah, nggak apa-apa, vertigo dah, mampus itu. Atau overpass gitu. Vertigo kepik nih. Inferno di band nih. Akhir gitu dong. Aku suka. Taruh dulu lah. Let's go. Ya, kalau kebantai mohon maaf ya. Maksudnya musuhnya. Kalau kebantai mohon maaf. Kalau mah gue ini bantai anjir. Nah, itu benar itu. Sipnik saya. Ini sipnik ini. Ya, Saya suka ini Inferno ini. Walaupun agak berubah dikit nggak apa-apa. Wah, tak bereng semua nih. Ini kalau katanya sih ini gua smoke kanan ke kiri semua sih. Ini gua smoke kanan. Kita ke mid. Smoke mid ke mid dong. Kita ke enggak dong, ke mid. Gua smoke kanan. Kita masuk kiri gitu. Iyo, ini bom jangan di gua dong. Gua maju nih. Gitu bro. Lah lawannya yang tadi Babala nih. Iya, mungkin tadi. Gitu. Ini kalau Inferno tuh gua banget. Apa? Langsung gua killin 2 tuh. Ini map saya nih, udah nggak bisa langsung picknya map Inferno aja gitu nggak bisa ya? Nah, lagi. Kaget ya, lagi. Atau mau ke B juga boleh nih. Buset. Langsung panda lagi tuh bro. Emang boleh kayak gitu bro. Ya kan habis gitu pelurunya kan yang merayakan. One more. Nice. Gila. Inferno bro. Gila. Main nanti kalau udah rilis. Tapi ini Inferno emang di rework sih, biasanya diganti-ganti bentuknya. Maju gitu gue didorong. Wah. Sorry bang. Cheat ini fix. Yoi bro. Mana? Oh iya, itu masih China ya. Bener juga loh. Coba tak culik-culik di mana nih? Ayo dong, ada yang ngepick dong, ayo dong. Ada nih. Perasaan gue nggak enak ya. Kita komit tapi nggak ada smoke nih. Ada smoke nggak? Ada. City ada. Nah, ini mau terus smoke kan nih? Lihat nih. Masih ada smoke belakangnya anjir. Ini mau exit kill nih musuhnya nih anjir. Nah udah kita sono aja dah. Andidul. Sekarang ada warnanya gitu ya, warna-warni kalau yang punya, jadi tahu yang punya smoke siapa, punya granat siapa. Senjatanya AK semua. Hah? Oh, emang itu. Nggak, maksud gua itu di loadout-nya kelihatan siapa aja yang punya pas lu beli pertama. Weh, sorry Mas Falcon. Minta heal sage lah. Sky nggak ada Sky. Waduh.
Biasa guys.
Pergi deh. Apa? Enggak, tadi gua mau molly biar itu yang kiri pergi. Aduh.
Makan malam dulu, bro. Oke.
Nggak ada jagain wine nih dong. Bilangnya one di situ ya, saya bukan library. Nggak tahu sih, bilangnya sih library juga sama bisa sih. Dalam smoke sini fix sih. Tering mati dia mah. Cuma smoke gelap banget. Wah, no time bro. Oh, NT. Itu ada si itu. Si Andi Jul. Belum ke apart coba. Semua apart. Masa iya kalah. Pitnya ada nih kayaknya nih. Di mana bro? Kanan ya? Wah, itu apaan di situ anjir? Salah tempat tadi deh. Jadi gereja nih. Huh, aduh. Bingung kan? Saya juga bingung. One more. Aduh. Saatnya ngeras SMG fix. Pas lagi ke kirinya kali ya? Pas lagi kirinya ya? Pas lagi. Iya. Sama push B juga boleh sih. Gak ada WP kan? Wah, baru udah ngomongin. Ada dia. Di kanan ya? Wah, udah masuk nih. Ada satu ya. Ya, nggak di tap. Spray NP sama dia. Shit, bisa gue tandain tuh. Hoki banget anjir. Tadi gue YOLO maju depan anjir. Mumpung di smoke dua-duanya. Memit asalkan gak ada OP. Aman. Enggak dulu anjir itu mah. Kayak dulu deh itu deh. Nyangkut. Wah, low itu nice. Belakang lo ada. Sedih banget sih hidup. Waduh. Iya dah. Aduh. Kita ada. Oh nice. Ya, udah nggak bisa ya. bantu bro. Oh dalam bro, saat. Keren tuh. Wah apa penting. Waduh. Deng sel. Bang beliin bang. Ini aja. Latihan jadi CT. Ada. Gila nih bang Volker ngalahin bang Sipner. Bukan Sipnik. Kita mau kiri.
Oh, I'm back. What's
ini
up?
ada 90 Kers udah ngobrolin nanti nih. Iya kan? Wah, WP yang dicul gila. Dicul.
Kenapa ini si Joko? PS2 ya?
93 kan?
Wah jadi betok.
Gimana sih lo? Kan udah nanti Kers.
Aku mah bisa jadi BA apa aja, masih kosong slot BA aku. BA Shopee bisa, BA Tokped bisa, BA Lazada bisa, BA Billy bisa. Apa aja lah BA yang mau jadiin aku BA lah. Bah gaming bisa, tapi bah gamingnya aja nggak mau. Vibe-nya udah ascendant nih baju ijo-ijo, bener. Vibe-nya udah ascendant bener. Skill-nya aja belum. Baju green screen. Baju green screen. Teo.
Kaget gua anjir. Bentar, kok gua jadi 3 gini kali ya? Aduh, ya nggak jadi nanti Kers dong. Oh, gua emang anaknya sih tero banget. Lupa gua. Kok gua dibeliin gua? Oh iya, CT banget, salah gue. Bedanya apaan? Sama aja bro.
Beli iklan.
Review nih, apa sih? Oh, si gua banyak anjir. Bagus. Urusin aja dulu. Tenang bro, ada gua.
Kelas nakama besok pagi bang. Apaan tuh nakama? Cepet amat makan nih. Karena gue makannya nggak banyak. Kenyang gue masih gara-gara tadi makan ayam paikut. Jadi gue nggak banyak makan. Pakai obat tetes mata dulu.
Hah? Anjir. Gue kira di bawah. Ah ini lo Tinggal granat B aja ini, easy ini mah. Granat B nih, fix dah. Beli granat dong. Gua doang nih. B, granat B.
Hari
nih.
makan berapa
Granat,
kali?
bro.
Makan inti.
Iya, granat ini.
Itu 2 kali
ya?
makan inti. Siang sama malam. Kan makan kecil tuh pagi sama sore.
Nanti kita di tag aja nanti.
Kan makan nyemil gitu loh.
Oh, nih. Oh, ya kan. Terus. Kok si bala-bala jago ya?
Lanjut follow nggak bang? Kita lihat nanti ya.
Waktu itu ini bisa ini. One itu tiba-tiba.
Bisa ya, bisa nggak? Tergantung sih gue. Nggak ngeri nih, gue lagi di ujung tanduk nih soalnya nih. Kalah hilang gue nih langsung nih. Mandi dulu nggak bang? Nggak mandi gue, ngepet aja gue.
Nah gue solo beda nih. Enggak bang, gue sih paling happy gue.
Toys mau kesini lagi fan meet Scarlet tanggal 27 September di Istora. Serius ente bro. Jadi dia datang ke sini sebelum ini. Dia mau
apa? Paramunya B anjay, gue pengen B solo. Gue pengen jaga di sini, pengen gue semuk sih. Ya kok
September fan meet,
Nyangkut
Desember
aja.
konser gitu. Oh my god. Yang boneng lu. Toys kan BA Scarlet Whitening. Bener juga. Emang boleh kayak gitu. Mohon maaf nih, kenapa dia kayak refresh terus
Anjing. Sabar dong, ini kan udah beli nih. Kenapa bisa punya smoke kayak gua? Main CSGO aja yuk. Anjing bau banget gua anjir di sini ya.
Oh iya loh. Oh my lord. 27 September.
Gua
Istora Senayan.
Itu nyangkut terus gua smoke. Aduh.
Oh my god. Yang bener aja.
있습니다. 서버 스칼렛 분들에게 특별한 소식을 전해드리러 왔습니다. 네, 뭔지 짐작이 가시나요? 네, 맞습니다. 저희가 곧 자카르타로 갑니다. 네, 여러분들을 하루빨리 보고 싶어요. 쌈빠이 끝emu. 트와이스 cinta sama scarlet. 바이바이.
Apa-apa.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, itu tadi bukan lu ya yang bareng gua ya?
Momen Sunken Land film.
Sorry bro, salah bro.
Sunken Land gua nggak dulu direct. Nggak suka gua.
Kira itu lu tadi. Enggak, tadi bukan gua sama orang ada.
Wah. Piuce.
Bego. Asik sih paling bego ya. Anjay. Aduh. Udah mulai panas nih gue nih. baru kill 3 malah. Nah, KA ini. Ini mah bro. Gak ada B-nya. Beli punya gua. Iya aja dulu.
Malam.
Bro Polken. Aduh, Bro Polken. Bro, bisa pulang dulu. Ih, kon.
Enggak lah, tapi
ih, gue bau banget dah.
Gua konsernya aja.
Gitu, bro.
Gila. Aneh banget tapi ya. Mau konser Desember, tapi 27 September ini meet and greet twice gitu, kayak datang 2 kali gitu dia. Oh.
Saving ya bang, saving ya.
Mantap, aku baru saja mukul nyamuk.
Lu jadi game berat gini di map gue. Aduh. Iya jadi bingung ya. Bagus banget jadi dah. Iya. Udah panci. Udah orang dateng bro. Lu gak denger apa itu? Nah, cucu ngadang cucu. Aduh. Aduhnya nih. Aduh, gitu deh. Apalah ya biasa aja ya. Gue smoke-nya kemana berarti kalau kesana ya? Udah beda tempat kan? Berarti sini kita. Tuh enggak, anjir salah. Semana gua smoke ya? Di sini. Biasanya di sini kali ya.
Pokoknya sekali datang langsung 2 kali dalam setahun. Iya gila, bahkan 2 kali dalam 3 bulan. September, Oktober, November, Desember. Xtreem kapan? Nanti jam 7:30 lah palingnya.
Belum. Baru mau masuk nih. Buset. Tembusin bro.
Akhirnya ascendant, parah bro. Aku udah ascendant nih, ascendant.
Dibalik anjir.
Gila ya, Scarlett.
Kaya banget.
Scarlett kaya banget ya, abis EXO twice. Insane, bro. Kalau kayak EXO kemarin tuh tiketnya dijual kayak konser gitu ya guys ya. Cepet-cepetan gitu kan, sama kan kayak konser kan beli tiketnya. Nggak harus beli produk Scarlett dulu lah, apalah gitu kan. Oh, jerapahku hilang. Wow, cepat ditangkap.
Waduh.
Nanti cucu dipanggil jadi BA juga. Wow.
300.
Wow, bro.
300 ya. Saya lagi.
Udah sebelumnya udah ada Sung Joong Ki.
Lawannya begini amat ya? Iya dah.
Ada yang tahu nggak EXO kemarin berapa? Pas EXO kemarin berapa? Kira-kira Toys berapa ya?
Oh, udah menang ini gua. Di sini dah.
Kalau murah nggak apa-apa sih kalau murah.
Tahu gua smoke di mana?
Oh nih Scarlett EXO kemarin 1,7 paling mahal. Bedanya apa nih? Jolly Charming Happy Center. Beach City International Stadium. Kemarin kan udah dapat uang balik dari penjualan kelar meet and greet. FNG apaan tuh? Tolong infoin kapan warnya guys ya, kan tak udah ada ya. Infoin ke gua kapan kalau
ya.
konser Twice sama meet and greet-nya Twice ini adalah Sora Senayan aja. Sudah balik sudah.
Loh. Nah, gitu-gituin aja, bro. Nggak, tapi kena gua tadi. Iya, lo sih lo, bro. Tapi nggak gitu juga dong. Bang, aku udah kill 3, kill 2 nih. Masa? Aduh. Kemana nih? Enggak, maksudnya temannya tadi yang tadi itu. Udah, gue beli sendiri lagi. Tadi menang sekali doang. Gimana dong?
Welcome back to Definition Silver Chris.
Sorry deh.
Yang seat paling mahal EXO kemarin dapat produk sama merch-nya Scarlett. Oh. Harusnya segituan juga sih ya, 1,7 gitu juga ya. Cuma kalau meet and greet itu acaranya ngapain ya guys? Cuma ngobrol-ngobrol doang palingan ya?
Ini gue dulu tuh ada punya kepanjangan nama lah, Guardian of Banana gua. Di CS gue Guardian of
Tolong
Banana
cek
gua.
DC. Oh, astaga, gue
Penjaga
belum
B
cek
gua.
ininya. Harusnya aman lah Chris, tenang aja.
Ya.
Gue belum download. Let me download dulu shortsnya.
Iya, santai aja bro.
Download.
3 lawan 2 ini menang ini, menangis.
Download. Gue tuh udah download ya?
Allah.
Oh belum download. Udah, gue udah download tanggal 7.
Gue nggak tahu.
Udah apa belum ya? Jadi cek dulu nih kabar.
Kita darahnya kemana-mana loh. Gila dah ini game. Gak bisa request dong. Halo. Gue nggak butuh armor gue, tenang aja. Guardian of Banana nih gue nih. Ini pasti mereka ke banana kan, lihat nih, lihat. 2 kali. Iya ini. Foresta, Foresta kan. Kurang geser lagi.
Bentar ya.
Sih.
Wait a minute. Oh ya udah kok. Udah Chris aman aman. Belum gua balas aman aja.
Masuk. Ya, satu lagi.
Ngobrol sama main game gitu. Gak perform kan? Palingan perform lagu kayak 1 atau 2 doang gitu ya. Kemarin MNG-nya EXO berasa konser. Oh.
Tuh, lo sama gue liat tuh. Kena sama gue.
Jadi main apa malam ini?
Lagi main Guardian of Banana gue. Mana lo? Gak pakai armor lo gue lo.
Voting kapitalis, buset. Si paling voting kapitalis gue.
Boleh, saya mau. Nggak bisa dong. M4-nya begini lagi. Tidak. Bisa, cuman kalau buat Guardian of Banana sih harus M4A4.
Mungkin
banyak
besar
bro,
sih.
bro.
Norman sih pasti ngajakin gue main Valorant. Karena dia tidak jadi Ascendant.
Gimana bro? Melakukan.
Gue kalau mau voting kapitalis, gamenya satu lagi. Balik neraka paling.
Wih kan?
Cobain nggak sih voting kapitalis tanpa
maju nah.
Kira-kira mana yang menang? Ada. Kira-kira yang mana yang menang? Ayo. Ini ketagihan voting kapitalis gini Soraiku bener. Soraiku.
Iya, awas depan lo. Gila, langsung lo dia lo. Ini vandal, yang mau vandal nggak? Nih, tuh. Pingin itu. Nah, ya.
Bingung tapi kalau gue main Valorant apa cuy?
Lah,
kan Starfield udah gue hilangin, udah nggak main lagi ya.
Kenapa dia nggak dijual aja?
Install Starfield ya.
Nggak tahu dia bisa dijual kejangan nih. Oh, udah apa bro? Nggak bisa kali itu bro. Minggir dong. Oh, bakar gue.
Iya Naraka, kan biasanya Valorant, TFT, Naraka, terus game yang Telltale. Ganti jadi FM, waduh. Kalau FM nggak ada replaynya.
Gue udah ganti set aja, gue kira udah mati. Udah gue ganti set, gue masih hidup. Tuh, lu masih gak percaya sama gue, dia banana gue. Gila. Misalnya ngapain atu-atu dari tadi. Pikir barengan juga mati gue. Dibilangin solo gue bisa nih. Force 41, gila lah. 41 bisa ini.
Katanya ada game storyline, iya satu. Kan slotnya 4. Kalau Valorant mau dihilangin gimana? TCM udah nggak main lagi. Oh iya, TCM aja, bener juga loh. Bener, TCM aja, bener. Tapi hati kecil gue masih pengen ada Valorant sih, karena kayak sebenarnya gue masih pengen main Valorant. Cuma gue ngeri gitu loh, Valorant gue tuh udah di ujung tanduk, takut.
Bro. Aduh. Lo kok bro, bener aja. Pas bawah lu sini sih, kebek nih.
Pinjam ID gue nggak akan takut lo. Ya enggak dong. Gue kalau main Valorant nggak pakai ID gue mager banget. Original Prabowo.
Tenang bro.
Bener-bener.
Gue nerf banana bro. Harapan lagi. Lama ya? Anjay. Pas kali ya?
Pakai second account, waduh.
Dapat apa ya kira-kira ya?
Kayak kalau langsung turun ke diamond sih, bener. Gua abang-abangan dulu gua nih, mesti nunggu abang-abangan gua.
Lagi juga boleh sih. Pokoknya Mirage gua ban, bodo amat. Selain Mirage gua mah.
Baru, iya, gua kan sama suka ganti nama orang.
Kecuali kalau ada yang mau carry di Mirage nggak apa-apa dah. Lu di CSGO nggak pernah main di Mirage, bagus. Jelek. Tahu pick-pickannya di mana? Nungguinnya.
Jackbox nggak ada ADR nggak asik. ADR kan lagi broken PC-nya.
Lah, gue ambil satu, lu kan main DMG. Berarti lu 15.000. Siapa? Coba Rijal itu setahu gua. Rijal 12.000. Dia itu waktu itu seingat gue LF apa DMG ya? 12.000 tuh si Rijal. Rijalnya itu Jared.
Ntar gue lagi mau ngupload video, cuma judulnya apa mikir dulu gue.
Ya kondangan. Anjing. Bang, yaudah semoga lu jago deh bang ya di Mirage ya bang ya. semuanya pada nganeng. Yang tadi juga. Yes. Devin nuk lah anjing. Gila lu, masa main di
Kalian sudah
nuk
kepastian
anjing.
di Jack main cam.
Dong.
Belum tahu.
Saya suka.
Udah DM-an di IG
Apa
kok.
lu nih? Tadi lu chat. Oh,
Tunggu aja. Cuma dia belum balas gua lagi. Lagi nentuin. Mau mainnya kapan dan main apa.
Oke. Gak ada enough banana.
Tenang.
Udah. Sorry guys ya. Pokoknya jalurnya tuh gampang. Ya kan? Awal-awal itu net banana. Udah. Habis itu kalau nggak ada retake ke A gitu. Loh. Oke, taruh dulu kita. Oh, oke.
Mantap betul. Santai aja, bro. Sat.
Gue nggak pernah nge-spray jauh gitu kalau itu mah vandal. Vandal. Angka.
Woi, lu namanya makin aneh. Ini pasti PGF punya kan? Katrina, Adel, Fioni, Azizi, Shani, lu apa sih? What the hell are you doing, man?
Mana nih? Kita mau anjay paling depan gini gua. Mana yang cewek?
Bener-bener aneh.
Aduh. Bukan anjir. Emang cewek itu? Cewek ya? Nggak tahu gua dah. Ayo ini kayak biasa guys ya, mid ya. Oke.
Iya, nggak join membership, males
ya.
gua. Udah namanya panjang nggak join membership. Namanya aneh lagi.
Semoga dia nggak ada yang nge-pick mid ya. Masa nggak ada yang ya gitu.
Tereng.
Nah ini dia bro. Lewat satu tuh. Loh. Kok cuman berdua? Itu kalau 5-5-nya maju situ enak banget. Tadi tuh dapet terus saya.
Singkat Kavas kan. Iya loh.
Banget dah.
Malam kayak.
Nah, lu lawannya 2 jadinya kan.
Akun banyak boleh, minimal join member deh. Bener. Males. Ade, makasih satu giftednya. Wih, yang dapat lo Narianoa, mantap.
Itu ada bro. Left side. Oh ini apa tuh ya? Bemo. Pindah nggak tuh? Udah pentingin dulu bang, duit bang. Ke kiri dong bang, ke kiri bang. Habis ini biarkan lompat anjir. Nah, lo makan lompat.
Halo Zulhi, hari ini main apa? Belum tahu nih.
Staff.
Tadi kalau itu mid.
Kalau enggak malam ini.
Berlima nggak?
Oh, kayak sih enggak. Siapa
Bus
aja?
aja kali ya. Gua beli dah.
Coba aja panggil si John. Tadi sih gua main sama
Ada nih John, Pak.
Billy juga nggak tahu, tapi Billy main lagi apa kagak kan. Manson.
Discord makanya sombong sih.
Ada Manson lagi ya.
Bro, ayo bro, ini midnya enak banget bro, di push bro.
Mau main lagi.
Orang panas banget dah.
Parah, lu udah ascendant turun lagi man.
Lo itu nice. Ada depan lo di sana.
Turun lagi, gue belum lihat sih.
Udah ascendant lu, terus turun lagi gara-gara John nge-throw.
Mampus John, diomongin John.
Laluan.
Udah. Tapi bong. Ih temennya teronya anjing.
Berliana, welcome back to the Domination Silver Berliana.
Iya.
Udah deh Malis.
Udah.
Tinggal ntar tunggu jadi apa enggak aja. Udah.
Ipa enak banget tuh tadi yang pertama tuh, yang diajakin main Valo, John. Nomor Devin. Mati bang. Udah orang emang.
Nah, Billy ada. Kamu.
Gue pakai 5 tek.
Cerita ada, Bill.
Kenapa?
Cerita dah. Masa
Apa?
turun lagi?
Cerita masa turun lagi?
Iya, masa turun lagi edinya Norman dah.
Nggak tahu tuh kenapa.
Allah Tuhan Yesus.
Laluan emang, John.
Dari sini aja.
Tahu juga gue.
Dibakar. Udah planting.
Lo itu masih main.
Nah,
Apa tuh?
apa ini? Tuwun lagi, tuwun.
Mantap, Jok.
Turun di manis.
Menit kondangan nih.
Sorry. Aduh,
Bukan lu dong.
Sorry.
Apa emang kata ini juga apa-apa.
Majon bang.
Gitu ya? Gitu.
Nichosen ma. Nichosen
Sombong bang hijau-hijau ini. Tang-tang nggak turun.
Gue pakai di apa tapi?
Kamu mau main? Kalau
Ayo, main.
Karena lu belum hijau lu penasaran gitu ya?
Udah hijau tadi kan?
Biasa aja gue.
Iya kan cuma icip. Kan dia kan baru icip doang gitu.
Icip.
Baru nginjekin kaki doang.
Icip kiwir.
Kan itu juga Billy sama ini.
Kalau mau ngicip langsung kali maksudnya.
Main aja bang, aku bang.
Gue pakai di gue aja apa? AC3.
Iya, nggak apa sih katanya. Bil.
Memang bisa AC3.
Biar orang sakit pala terus.
Iya, sama Diamond 3.
Bisa, AC sama
D3
Diamond
aja.
D3 bisa.
Nah, maksudnya gue nggak
Emang
punya
ada di
ID-nya,
situ?
man. Nggak ada ID lagi.
Oh, lo nggak ada ID lagi ya?
Kalau AC,
Gua ada sih kalau mau diamond mah. Sebenarnya.
AC3 sama D3 bisa.
Jok, kita mau kemana, Jok? Lah itu kelihatan kaki gua. Alah. Sorry, Jok, lu jadi terbebani gini.
Gue bakal lagi nanginan ya guys. Gue heads up dulu.
Oh gitu ya.
Ini ada atau lo?
Gua nggak bisa nih. Biarin Joko main sendiri, kasihan dia anjir.
Anjay.
Si paling kasihan.
Nichosen me. Ada orang. Ayo dong. Ayo kuat kill. Nyangkut. Ibadah dulu. Dari
wow.
dekat.
Land it down.
Diffusing.
Set. Ya.
Chosen me.
Ya.
Udah bodo amat gua. Nggak mau menang kan guys ya? Udah ya kayak WP.
Nggak mau menang, Jok. Nggak mau menang emang.
Ini kondangan.
Oh, maaf, Jok.
Masa gua kill 5? Biasanya
Iya,
gua paling
maaf.
bawah.
Maaf. Temen gue nih. Ntar gue katain aku gua paling atas lagi.
Bukan, maksudnya yang lain bro. Lu mah.
Gua kan. Katain, liatin lu ya.
Itu doang nggak bisa.
Aduh, sorry.
Bener.
Kok ngeri gitu? Cheat activated ya? Hex on. Aduh, smoke lagi. Bomber kita udah di mana tuh? Wah, smoke-nya tebel banget nih. By the way. Nggak bisa tap apa, weh. Tebel banget, weh. Hello.
Mana sih situ?
Iya.
Second account yang niat member sih paling Bang Regi.
Aduh.
Loh. Itu Keisha member, Freya member meskipun dapet dari gift.
Depan situ, satu kanan lu, satu di wine. Satunya di side.
Yang wine emang gak mau pick gitu ya?
Iya.
Emang Lumpia member kemarin kayaknya Lumpia kagak deh. Kalau pakai hijau menang terus nih, amin.
Pindah ke B kali dia.
Kan di wine hilang cuy.
Pindah ke B.
Akunku ada 4 member tuh. Aslinya tuh
di B.
terbaik emang.
Aduh, capek dah.
Dasar pemalas padahal masih sore loh ini. Apa ya?
Mati dari kiri.
Mbak.
Ini sama banana dong.
Tapi aku gak disapa sama viewers asik jiwa emang.
Kilo.
Naik kristal. Bang, ada rencana main MSI Stockdown? Lagi gak? Board game sih ada. Nah, bisa sih main MSI seru sih.
Mati tuh harusnya.
Lihat nanti lah ya. Kalau ditanya ada rencana atau enggak, sebenarnya ada. Eksekusinya aja tahu ada apa kagaknya mah.
Mati lagi.
Lih,
mama. Coba tuh mati dapat OP kan, terus kita selamat semuanya. Pada mati di mana sih guys orang-orang teman-teman kita?
Yang bodoh-bodoh ini.
Ya.
Raspi. Oke. Gue suka nih gitu dong.
Ya udah sini lah.
Lawansan main follow lagi. Belum dibalas sih tadi gue chat. Cuma kayaknya nggak jadi juga lah. Udah full juga kita kan?
Ada yang beli granat bro?
Nggak ada bro. Nggak ada duit bro. Buta bro.
Boeng. Gila gue ngeliat streaming Andi Jul.
Mata gue nggak lihat apa.
Lagi di motor gitu dia. HP-nya taruh di sini ya.
Dong.
Di kantongnya.
Molly emang nggak ada ya? Emang di set. Aneh.
Mati bang saya bang.
Tuh mati juga teman kita.
Bang, bisa nggak sih bang tahan dulu bang? Masuk gua harus through the smoke gini.
Wah dari banana gue mana sih? Buset pada nge-head semua ya iyalah. Dia dapat map control. Ya Allah. Harus nge-head itu apa? Ya iya. Masuk. Satu di blank apa?
Satu ICS 2 betul.
Dari stream udah 12 jam.
3.
Iya, 5 menit lagi baru di stream sekali ya.
Satu di dark room anjir.
Membaca.
Ternyata jam 8 mungkin. Mungkin jam 8 sekalian dah.
Emang biasanya gitu. Kalau gue di atas udah sesuatu yang salah, John Maya kalah.
Emang gitu ya?
Maksudnya tuh gue di bawah. Capek di atas.
Emang gitu ya?
Di bawah diem doang soalnya.
Loh.
Itu gue harus ya sih kayaknya ya. Spray itu.
Gitu ya cara masuk emang.
Karena tadi mulai stream jam 8:30. Betul. Mulai stream jam 8:30 betul.
Terus gimana nih?
Makanya gue sekarang baru 11 jam. Belum 12 jam kan? 7:30.
Kan gue balik.
Kayak temennya silver deh.
Ya ampun.
Ada. Nanti tar.
Buset, nembak apa itu bang?
Buset. Boleh.
Nyium pantat jerapah, wow.
Sedih banget ya kalau nggak cengset.
Ditiupin nih pantat gue ya. Siap.
PA. Udah sih menungguin aja kalau gitu.
Kayaknya emang meninggoy deh kayaknya.
Iya, masuk dulu dah. Nih. 50-50 aja. Ayo, 1 2. Mati dong. Iya, ayo dong.
Enggak lah, nggak mati deh. Aduh, kena HE gua.
Oh, ngeri banget ini.
Dia pakai OP sih, pemberani sih. Belakang. Ya Allah, di situ dong pojokan.
Ada di dau, ada di dau, ada di dau. Wih. Ini ada pizza ya, pizza. Pizza, welcome to Definition Silver. Kok gue gak liat sih yang join pizza ya?
Wih, keren gitu loh, Jok.
Pizza, keren banget namanya pizza.
Aduh.
Wah, pizza siapa ini?
Woi.
Final pizza.
Astagfirullah.
Gue baru ngeliat baru ngeliat di notif.
Untung aja.
Ini gua.
Masih beta.
Bisa gitu.
Karena apa sih, nggak apa juga ya.
Gitu sih. Sakil 6 dia nembak kayak gitu. Dededer.
Nah, dah, gue restream dulu ya. Bye.
Siap 5 AWP belum? Mati nih gua.
Coba. Tapi kayaknya nggak ada di mid.
Ya, nggak ada ngapain.
Nggak pernah seberani itu dah. Nggak pernah, bro.
Wah, gila tuh orang.
Gila tuh orang maju sendiri
bantuin
gitu
lah.
ya. Ini gue mau bantuin nih. TW lah, langsung dikat. Oh, di smoke.
Yuk, kasih bomnya dah.
Buset, apaan tuh?
Bro, udah bro, lu ambil bom aja.
Intan Dara Puspita, welcome back to Definition Silver.
Buset. Cupuy padahal musuhnya anjir. Gue nggak mati. Kenapa mati mulu gue? Aduh, lobet lagi darah gue.
Bye.